This video was made thanks to this awesome request. Thank you for the title suggestion, and happy watching.
Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome back to Kyrielight. If you're a fan of My Hero Academia, especially awesome fanfiction stories all about Deku, you're definitely in the right place. Before we dive into today's story, don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with your fellow anime fans, and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, if you have an awesome idea or title for the next fanfiction video, drop it in the comment below. I'd love to read your suggestions. And hey, if you want to support the channel even more and keep me extra motivated to create awesome content, consider joining our channel membership. By becoming a member, you'll unlock cool perks like exclusive loyalty badges and custom stickers you can use in the comments. If you've already joined, thank you so much. Your support truly means the world to me and helps keep this channel going. Alright, let's get right into the story.
The first thing Izuku Midoriya noticed was the cold. It was not the cold of winter air or snow against his skin. It was artificial, dry, and constant. The air around him carried the faint smell of disinfectant and metal. His eyes opened slowly. White light filled his vision. Izuku blinked several times. A smooth ceiling stretched above him. Narrow strips of light ran along its surface, illuminating a room filled with equipment he had never seen before. He tried to sit up. Where? His body immediately felt strange. Not injured, not weak, just different. Izuku raised one hand. 5 fingers. Normal skin. No wounds. Nothing unusual. Yet something beneath his skin was moving. It felt like thin threads of heat running from his chest toward his shoulders, arms, abdomen, and legs. Izuku froze. What is this? He concentrated. The sensation became clearer. Dozens of invisible pathways existed throughout his body. Some were active, others remained dormant. Every time his heart beat, a tiny amount of energy flowed through them. Izuku immediately started counting. There are pathways around my arms, more around my chest. They connect near the heart, but they're not blood vessels. Nerves. No. The pattern is wrong. Maybe. The door opened. Izuku stopped. A young woman with orange-red hair entered the room. She wore a white uniform beneath a long coat. She stared at him. Izuku stared back. Neither spoke for several seconds. Then the woman sighed. Thank goodness. Izuku tilted his head. She stepped closer. You're awake. Yes. Do you know your name? Izuku nodded. Izuku Midoriya. Age. He answered. Good. The woman checked a device beside the bed. Izuku watched every movement. She noticed. You look nervous. A little. Understandable. Izuku looked around again. Where am I? The woman stopped. She looked directly at him. Chaldea Security Organization. Izuku blinked. Chaldea. Yes. I've never heard of it. We expected that. That answer immediately made him more nervous. Expected. The woman pulled a chair closer. My name is Olga Marie Animosphere. I'm the director of Chaldea. Izuku straightened. Director. Correct. Then, his eyes moved toward the equipment. This isn't a hospital. Technically, this section functions as one. But that's not what Chaldea is. Olga crossed her arms. You're observant. Izuku's eyes moved toward a screen displaying several lines of information. He couldn't understand most of the terminology. However, one thing was obvious. His name was displayed on it. Izuku Midoriya. Candidate status. Provisional. Master aptitude. Confirmed. Rayshift compatibility. Confirmed. Magic circuit classification. Irregular. Izuku stared. Master. Olga immediately noticed where he was looking. You can read that from there. The letters are large enough. Of course they are. She rubbed her forehead. Izuku pointed toward the screen. What does master aptitude mean? Olga didn't answer immediately. Izuku continued. And what's a magic circuit? Silence. Olga studied his expression. You genuinely don't know. Should I? Yes. Izuku looked confused. Olga stood. Then we have a much larger problem than expected. 30 minutes later, Izuku was walking through one of Chaldea's corridors. He had been given simple clothes. A white training uniform, black trousers, boots. A temporary identification card hung from his neck. Olga walked several steps ahead of him. Izuku kept looking around. The facility was enormous. Sealed doors, security systems, research laboratories, observation rooms. People wearing uniforms moved through the corridors. Some carried tablets. Others discussed information Izuku couldn't understand. Spirit origin, Rayshift coordinates, leyline stability, mana output. Izuku's brain immediately began organizing the unfamiliar words. He increased his pace. Director. Olga continued walking. What? You still haven't explained what a magic circuit is. We're going there now. Where? Medical analysis. Izuku looked down at his hands. The strange pathways were still there. Does it have something to do with what I'm feeling? Olga stopped. She turned. Describe it. Izuku raised his arm. It feels like there are thin lines running through my body. They're warm. When I concentrate, the sensation becomes stronger. Olga's expression changed. You can feel them already. Yes. Without activation training. I don't know what activation training is. Olga stared at him. Then she turned around. Keep walking. Izuku followed. Was that bad? Not necessarily. That didn't sound reassuring. Because I'm not trying to reassure you. Izuku went quiet. They reached a large door. It opened automatically. Inside waited several researchers. A man with long green hair stood beside a scanning machine. He smiled when Izuku entered. So this is our mysterious candidate. Izuku bowed automatically. Izuku Midoriya. Lev Lanor. Lev gestured toward the machine. Please stand there. Izuku obeyed. Several mechanical rings surrounded him. Olga moved behind a reinforced glass panel. Lev activated the system. Blue light traveled across Izuku's body. He flinched. The warm pathways inside him reacted. Ah. Lev looked toward the readings. Interesting. Olga immediately approached the display. What? Lev didn't answer. The machine scanned Izuku again. The lights suddenly changed. Izuku's eyes widened. Heat spread through his chest. Then his arms. Then his legs. Something's happening. Olga looked up. Don't move. I'm trying. The heat intensified. Izuku clenched his teeth. The pathways inside his body activated simultaneously. Crack. A small spark appeared around his right hand. Everyone froze. Izuku stared at it. What was that? Lev looked fascinated. Mana discharge. Another spark appeared. Crack. Izuku raised his hand. Blue-white energy briefly moved between his fingers. His breathing accelerated. I'm doing that. Yes. Olga looked toward the monitor. Shut the scanner down. Lev hesitated. Director. Now. The machine stopped. The energy around Izuku's fingers disappeared. He exhaled. That felt. Olga entered the chamber. Painful. Not exactly. Izuku opened and closed his hand. More like every muscle was being told to move at the same time. Lev turned the display toward Olga. Director. She looked. Then stopped. Izuku couldn't see the screen. What happened? Olga ignored him for several seconds. Run it again. Lev did. The result remained unchanged. Olga frowned. Impossible. Izuku became increasingly uncomfortable. Could someone please tell me what's impossible? Lev smiled. Your magic circuits. Izuku looked at him. Those pathways. Exactly. Lev enlarged the scan. Izuku finally saw it. A human silhouette appeared. Inside it were dozens of glowing lines. Magic circuits are essentially organs used by magi to convert life force into magical energy. Izuku listened carefully. So they're biological. Partially. Can everyone use them? Number. Can they be created? Lev paused. Normally. Yes. Not like this. Izuku pointed toward his own scan. What's wrong with mine? Olga answered. They don't behave like normal circuits. How? Most circuits have relatively stable structures and functions. Yours change according to what you're doing. Izuku blinked. Change. Lev displayed another recording. It showed the moment Izuku's hand had produced energy. Several circuits had shifted their flow toward his arm. Your circuits redirected themselves. Izuku stared. Like muscles distributing force. Lev's eyebrows rose. That's actually a useful comparison. Izuku moved closer. Then if I wanted to reinforce my legs. Don't. Izuku stopped. Olga glared at him. You don't know what you're doing. Right. Attempting reinforcement without training can damage your body. Izuku immediately stepped away from the machine. Understood. Lev continued examining the data. There's something else. Olga looked toward him. What now? His circuits aren't simply reinforcing tissue. He enlarged another section. They're responding to intention. Olga frowned. Explain. Lev looked toward Izuku. Midoriya, when the scanner activated, what were you thinking? Izuku hesitated. I thought something might explode. Olga stared. Why? Because the machine started making a strange noise. It was a scanner. I didn't know that. Lev laughed quietly. Anything else? Izuku thought. I was wondering whether I could move fast enough to get the researchers away if something went wrong. The room became silent. Lev looked back at the readings. There. Olga's expression became serious. The circuits around Izuku's legs, spine, and arms had activated at exactly that moment. Not randomly. They had prepared his body for movement. The circuits interpreted his intent, Lev said. Olga shook her head. Magecraft doesn't work merely because someone wants to help people. Apparently his does. Izuku looked between them. What does that mean? Olga stared at him. We don't know yet. The next examination took several hours. Izuku learned quickly. Magic circuits. Mana. Magecraft. Magi. Command spells. Servants. Heroic spirits. The throne of heroes. Every explanation created 5 new questions. Eventually, one researcher gave Izuku a notebook. That was a mistake. Within an hour, dozens of pages were covered in handwriting. Servants are copies of heroic spirits summoned through a ritual. He wrote rapidly. Different classes affect combat parameters. Another page. Masters supply mana through contracts. Another. Noble phantasms are crystallized legends. He stopped. His pencil hovered above the paper. Heroic spirits. Actual heroes. Not professional heroes. Not people with licenses. Historical figures. Mythological warriors. Kings. Knights. Demigods. People whose legends had survived after death. Izuku looked toward Olga. They're real. She sighed. You've asked that 4 times. Because that's incredible. Yes. Heroic spirits are real. And someone can summon them. Under the correct conditions. Izuku immediately wrote another line. Olga watched him. Do you ever stop taking notes? Izuku looked up. Sorry. That wasn't an order. He continued writing. Olga looked toward another researcher. Results. His Rayshift compatibility is stable. Percentage. Exceptionally high. Olga frowned. And master aptitude. Confirmed. Again. 3 tests. Olga crossed her arms. Izuku stopped writing. What exactly is a Rayshift? Olga looked at him. Spiritron conversion combined with temporal transfer. Izuku stared. Could you explain that without assuming I've studied Magecraft for 10 years? Olga looked annoyed. Then she pointed toward a large screen. An image of Earth appeared. Chaldea observes human history. Several lines appeared around the planet. Our purpose is to guarantee the continuation of humanity. Izuku listened. Using Chaldeas, Shiba, and other observation systems, we monitor the future. The future. Yes. How far? Enough. Izuku noticed her expression. Something about the subject bothered her. And Rayshift. If history develops an abnormality severe enough to threaten humanity, a master and servant can be transferred to that point in time. Izuku slowly lowered his notebook. You travel into the past. Yes. To repair history. Essentially. Izuku stared at the earth. This organization wasn't training heroes. It was protecting human history itself. Olga continued. Chaldea recruited master candidates from across the world. Some are professional magi. Others were selected because of compatibility. She looked directly at him. And somehow, you appeared inside one of our transfer chambers without any record of arrival. Izuku froze. Appeared. Yes. You didn't bring me here. Number. Izuku's fingers tightened around the notebook. Then, his memories returned. His previous world. His home. His mother. Everything before waking in Chaldea. He looked down. Can I go back? Olga remained silent. That silence answered enough. Izuku swallowed. You don't know. Correct. His grip tightened. For several seconds he said nothing. Then he asked, can you find out? Olga nodded. We'll investigate. Thank you. He sat down. Olga watched him carefully. She had expected panic, anger, possibly denial. Instead, Izuku opened his notebook again. His hand trembled slightly, but he kept listening. Later that day, Izuku underwent his first controlled Magecraft test. The training chamber was empty except for Izuku, Olga, and several researchers behind reinforced glass. Izuku wore a dark green Chaldea training uniform that had been adjusted for him. A scarf rested around his neck. He looked at the target 20 meters away. What do I do? Olga's voice came through the speaker. Activate one circuit. How? Find the sensation you noticed earlier. Izuku closed his eyes. Warm lines. He found them. Then imagine opening one. Izuku concentrated. Nothing happened. He tried again. Nothing. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Obviously. Izuku frowned. That's not very helpful. One researcher coughed to hide a laugh. Olga ignored it. Magecraft requires a mental trigger. Magi develop their own. A trigger. Izuku thought. He remembered the scanner. The circuits had activated when he thought people might be in danger. So he changed his approach. He imagined the target moving towards someone behind him. His body reacted. Click. Izuku's eyes opened. One circuit activated. Heat entered his arm. I got it. The monitoring room erupted with activity. Circuit activation confirmed. Mana conversion stable. Output rising. Olga spoke. Don't increase it. Right. Izuku looked at his hand. Faint blue energy covered his fingers. He slowly clenched his fist. The energy followed. Reinforcement. Olga nodded. Direct it into your hand. Izuku concentrated. The mana moved. His muscles tightened. His skin tingled. The sensation was powerful. Dangerously powerful. How much? Minimal output. Izuku approached the target. He punched. Boom. The target flew backward. Izuku's eyes widened. Everyone behind the glass went silent. The reinforced training target hit the wall. Crash. Izuku stared at his fist. That was minimal. Olga immediately checked the reading. Apparently. Izuku looked worried. Did I break anything? The target. I meant my hand. He moved his fingers. No pain. Olga spoke again. Repeat the reinforcement. Izuku activated the circuit. Click. Mana flowed. This time he observed it carefully. Wait. What? Izuku stared at his arm. The energy isn't only strengthening the muscle. Olga frowned. Explain. It's reinforcing the structure. That's what reinforcement does. Number. Izuku shook his head. It's predicting where the force will travel. The researchers became quiet. Izuku pointed toward his elbow. When I prepare to punch, more mana moves here. Then his wrist. Then here. Then his shoulder. It's reinforcing the points that would normally receive the most stress. Olga looked at the readings. He was correct. How are you controlling that? I'm not. Then who is? Izuku stared at his arm. The circuits. The next test involved movement. Izuku reinforced both legs. Minimal output, Olga warned. Understood. Mana flowed downward. His shoes pressed against the floor. Izuku leaned forward, then moved. Whoosh. He disappeared from his starting position. Boom. Izuku crashed into the padded wall. Ow. Olga covered her face with one hand. Idiot. Izuku slid down. I underestimated the acceleration. Clearly. He stood. Nothing was broken. Again. Olga stared at him. You just hit a wall. That's why I know what not to do. One researcher laughed. Olga sighed. Fine. Izuku returned to the starting position. This time he lowered the output. He pushed forward. Whoosh. 5 meters. Stop. His shoes slid slightly. Izuku smiled. Better. Again. Whoosh. Turn. Stop. Again. Whoosh. Izuku began adjusting rapidly. The researchers watched the readings. His circuits changed with every movement. More mana entered his ankles during acceleration. His knees during landing. His spine during sudden turns. His body wasn't simply reinforced. The reinforcement adapted. Izuku stopped. He was breathing harder now. How long can I maintain it? Olga checked. At this level, perhaps several minutes. And higher output. Don't. I'm asking. Your circuits would generate more mana than your body can safely handle. Izuku looked at his hand. So there's a percentage limit. Olga frowned. Percentage. If this level is safe, I can treat it as a baseline. He immediately grabbed his notebook. Maybe 1% first. Then 3. 5. 10. You are not testing 10% today. Izuku kept writing. 20 might cause muscular damage. Midoriya. 30 could potentially. Midoriya. He looked up. Yes. Stop planning ways to injure yourself. Izuku closed the notebook. Right. The final test was supposed to be simple. A magically reinforced target was placed at the other end of the chamber. This one contains a basic bounded field, Olga explained. Izuku examined it. Can I touch it? Number. Why? Because we're testing observation. Izuku nodded. What am I looking for? Anything unusual? He stared at the target. Nothing. Just a metal dummy surrounded by a faint magical barrier. Then his eyes began to hurt. Izuku blinked. The world changed. Thin blue lines appeared across the target. He froze. What? Olga immediately noticed. What happened? Izuku stepped closer. The lines became clearer. Mana moved through the bounded field. Several points were brighter. One was unstable. I can see it. See what? The mana. Silence. Izuku pointed. It enters from the lower left. One researcher checked. Correct. Then splits into 3 pathways. Another check. Correct. The upper pathway is stable, but the central one is losing energy. The researchers stared at the monitor. He's right. Olga moved toward the glass. Midoriya, how are you doing this? I don't know. Izuku narrowed his eyes. The information became clearer. Structure. Flow. Weakness. He raised one finger. If someone struck here, he pointed toward a seemingly random section of the barrier. The whole thing should destabilize. Olga immediately spoke. Don't. Izuku released a tiny amount of mana. Crack. The energy shot from his fingertip. It struck the point. The bounded field shattered. Crash. Everyone stared. Izuku slowly lowered his hand. Touch it. Olga finished. Izuku looked embarrassed. Sorry. The test results reached the highest levels of Chaldea within hours. The classification was provisional. The researchers argued over terminology. Reinforcement. Structural analysis. Mystic eyes. Conceptual Magecraft. Adaptive circuits. None described the entire phenomenon. Eventually, one designation remained. Concept reinforcement. Heroic resonance. Izuku sat outside the laboratory while the adults argued inside. His notebook rested on his knees. He had already filled more than half of it. A voice came from beside him. "Excuse me." Izuku looked up. A girl stood nearby. Short pink hair. Glasses. A gentle expression. She wore a Chaldea uniform. "Hello." Izuku immediately stood. "Hi." The girl looked toward his notebook. "Are you another master candidate?" "Apparently." She smiled slightly. "Apparently. I only learned what a master was today." She blinked. "Really? It's complicated." "I see." Izuku offered his hand. "Izuku Midoriya." She shook it. "Mash Kyrielight." Izuku smiled. "Nice to meet you, Mash." "Nice to meet you too, Midoriya-san." Before either could continue, an alarm sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Izuku immediately turned. "What's that?" Mash looked toward the ceiling. An announcement. A voice echoed through the corridor. "All master candidates are ordered to assemble for the upcoming briefing." Izuku looked at Mash. "Guess that's us." "Yes." They started walking. Izuku opened his notebook while moving. Mash looked at him. "You're writing while walking." "I had an idea." "About what?" "Mana efficiency." He scribbled several lines. "If servants consume mana from masters, but my circuits can adapt their output depending on intent, maybe they could adjust themselves to a servant's spiritual structure." Mash stared at him. "You learned about servants today?" "Yes. And you're already thinking about mana transfer optimization." Izuku stopped writing. "Was that strange?" Mash smiled. "A little." They continued. Inside the command room, dozens of candidates gathered. Izuku remained near the back. He listened. Chaldea. Human order. Rayshift. Singularities. Masters. Servants. Every piece of information reinforced the same conclusion. The work performed here was dangerous. Far more dangerous than anything he had understood when he woke up. Olga stood at the front. Her expression was strict. "You were selected because each of you possesses the aptitude required to protect human history." Izuku looked around. Some candidates appeared confident, some bored, some nervous. He looked at his own hand. The circuits remained quiet, but he could feel them. Waiting. Olga continued. "Your personal backgrounds are irrelevant once an operation begins. Pedigree, wealth, magical lineage, and previous accomplishments mean nothing if you cannot perform your duty." Izuku listened closely. "Your responsibility is simple." The image of Earth appeared behind her. "Ensure humanity has a tomorrow." Izuku's eyes widened slightly. His fingers tightened. Click. One magic circuit activated. He looked down. Faint mana moved beneath his skin. He hadn't intentionally activated it. The circuit had reacted to the words. "Ensure humanity has a tomorrow." Izuku slowly closed his hand. Olga continued the briefing. He didn't interrupt. He didn't take notes. For once, he simply listened. He still wanted to return home. He still didn't understand why he had been brought into this world. He knew almost nothing about Magecraft. He had never commanded a servant. He had never performed a Rayshift. But if Chaldea was telling the truth, failure here would affect everyone. Not one city. Not one country. Humanity. The circuit in his arm grew warmer. Then another activated. Click. Another. Click. Mash, standing several places away, noticed the faint glow around his hand. She stared. Izuku didn't notice. Inside his body, the strange network continued reacting. Not to fear, not to ambition, not to magical theory, to the task placed before him. The monitoring equipment detected the change. One researcher looked at the reading. Director. Olga briefly glanced toward the screen. Izuku's circuit activity was rising. Yet his mana remained stable. No spell had been cast. No formal incantation had been used. The circuits were simply responding. Olga looked toward him. Izuku stood quietly among the other candidates. A boy without a magical crest. Without a known lineage. Without formal training. without any knowledge of the world he had entered. Yet Chaldea's systems had confirmed three things. His master aptitude was exceptional. His Rayshift compatibility was stable. And his magic circuits operated according to rules their researchers did not completely understand. Olga turned back toward the briefing. Izuku finally opened his notebook. He wrote one line. First priority. Learn how to use Magecraft without destroying my own body. He paused, then added another. Second priority. Understand servants and master contracts. Another. Third priority. Find a way home. He looked at the earth displayed before him. Then wrote one final line. Until then, help Chaldea protect everyone. The alarm suddenly changed. Beep, beep, beep. Several operators looked toward their monitors. One frowned. What? Another operator stood. Director. Olga turned sharply. Report. Sheba has detected an abnormal observation value. The room became quiet. Izuku looked up from his notebook. The earth on the central screen flickered. One region turned red. Then another warning appeared. Human history observation status. Unstable. Olga's face changed. Verify it. Already verifying. The screen flashed. Beep. A new reading appeared. The room fell silent. Izuku didn't understand every number. But he understood the expressions around him. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Olga stared at the screen. Prepare the control room. Operators immediately moved. All departments to emergency readiness. Doors opened. Staff rushed through the corridors. Mash looked toward Izuku. He closed his notebook. Mash. Yes. Does this normally happen? She shook her head. Number. Izuku looked toward the red warning covering the screen. His magic circuits activated again. Click, click, click. This time, he didn't stop them. Far away from Chaldea, beyond ordinary space and beyond the present era, a burning city waited. And without knowing it yet, Izuku Midoriya had just taken his first step toward Singularity F. The emergency alarm continued for several minutes. Beep. Beep, beep. Operators rushed between terminals while the massive display at the center of the command room showed a distorted projection of Earth. Izuku remained beside Mash. He didn't understand the technical information appearing across the screens, but he could recognize the expressions of the staff. Something had gone wrong. What's happening? He asked. Mash looked toward the operators. They're checking the human history observation system. Because of the red area. Yes. Does that mean the singularity has already appeared? Mash hesitated. We don't know. Izuku frowned. Then what are we supposed to do? Before Mash could answer, Olga's voice echoed across the room. All master candidates remain where they are. The room gradually became quieter. The abnormality has been confirmed. Chaldea has detected a distortion in human history. The central screen changed. A city appeared. Flames covered the streets. Buildings had collapsed. Thick black smoke filled the sky. Izuku's eyes widened. That's. Olga continued. The location has been identified as Japan, Fuyuki City. Several researchers exchanged worried looks. Izuku stared at the image. The city looked nothing like the place he remembered. There were no civilians. No traffic. No normal city sounds. Only fire. What happened there? He asked. Olga's expression hardened. We don't know yet. A researcher approached her. Director. We've completed the preliminary analysis. Report. The anomaly isn't merely a temporal deviation. The researcher looked toward the screen. The entire region has been converted into a pseudo-singularity. Izuku raised his hand slightly. What does that mean? The researcher looked at him. It means history has been overridden inside that area. Izuku's expression changed. Overridden? Yes. The events occurring there should not exist according to the proper timeline. Izuku looked back at the burning city. So if nobody fixes it, the distortion could spread. How far? The researcher hesitated. potentially throughout human history. Izuku's eyes widened. Olga immediately stepped forward. That's why we need masters. The room became silent. Izuku looked at her. You want us to go there? Eventually. Eventually. We don't have enough information to perform a Rayshift yet. Olga turned toward the main terminal. First, we need to understand what caused the singularity. Another alarm suddenly sounded. Beep. A researcher stared at his monitor. Director. What now? The Rayshift system is reacting. Olga turned. What? Someone is attempting to establish a connection with the singularity. From outside. Number. The researcher swallowed. From inside. The entire room froze. Izuku felt the magic circuits in his body activate. Click. He looked down. Faint light moved beneath his skin. Mash noticed. Midoriya-san. I know. Izuku clenched his hand. Something was calling from the burning city. The following hours were spent preparing the master candidates. Izuku was assigned to a training room. Mash accompanied him. The room contained several reinforced targets, magical barriers, and monitoring equipment. Izuku looked around. So this is where I'm supposed to train? Yes. Mash carried a large shield in one hand. Izuku stared at it. That's your equipment? Yes. It's huge. Mash smiled. I'm used to it. Izuku approached. Can I see it? Mash handed it over. Izuku immediately realized his mistake. The shield was heavy. Very heavy. His arms dropped slightly. Wow. Mash looked surprised. You're struggling. It's heavier than it looks. Izuku adjusted his grip. How do you fight with this? Training. Fair enough. He returned it. Mash took it effortlessly. Izuku looked at her again. Are you a master candidate too? Not exactly. Then what are you? Mash hesitated. I'm a demi-servant. Izuku's eyes widened. What does that mean? It's complicated. Everyone here says that. Mash laughed. You'll get used to it. Izuku opened his notebook. Can I write that down? If you want. He wrote. Mash Kyrielight. Demi-servant. Shield user. High physical ability. Mash leaned closer. You really take notes about everyone. It's useful. For what? Combat analysis. Mash blinked. Izuku looked toward the training target. If I know what my allies can do, I can coordinate with them better. Mash smiled. That's a good idea. Izuku turned toward her. Can we test something? What? Your shield. Mash lifted an eyebrow. What about it? I want to see how your defense works. She considered it. All right. She positioned the shield. Izuku stood several meters away. Attack me. What? Not directly. He pointed toward a training target beside her. I'll attack that. You defend against it. Mash nodded. Understood. Izuku activated his circuits. Click. Mana flowed into his legs. Then his right arm. His breathing became slower. He could feel every movement of energy. Reinforcement. The words were barely audible. The mana spread through his muscles. His body became lighter, faster, stronger. Izuku stepped forward. Whoosh. He punched. Boom. The target shook violently. Mash raised her shield. That was fast. Izuku looked at his hand. That was only about 5%. 5% of what? I'm not sure yet. He opened his notebook. I need a consistent scale. Mash looked confused. You're measuring your Magecraft like a training program. Yes. Izuku wrote several numbers. If I can identify my safe output, I can increase it gradually. Mash nodded. That sounds reasonable. Izuku looked at the target. Again. He activated the circuits. Click. This time, something changed. The mana did not simply reinforce his muscles. It flowed deeper, toward his bones, his joints, his nerves. Izuku's eyes widened. Interesting. Mash noticed. What? The reinforcement changed. How? It's distributing the mana differently. Izuku moved his fingers. Last time it focused mostly on the muscles. He stepped forward. Now it's strengthening the entire movement chain. He crouched. Mana gathered around his legs. This is different. Whoosh. Izuku launched himself. He crossed the room in an instant. Boom. His fist struck the target. The metal surface bent inward. Mash stared. Izuku landed. His shoes scraped against the floor. Skirt. He immediately looked at his hand. No pain. That's better. Mash approached the target. You damaged it. I noticed. Your reinforcement is powerful. Izuku shook his head. Not powerful enough. Mash looked at him. Why? Because I can't fight like a servant yet. He looked toward her shield. If I have to fight beside heroic spirits, I need to be useful. Mash smiled. You don't have to match a servant. Maybe not. Izuku looked at his hand. But I need to survive long enough to help them. The next test involved magical energy control. Izuku stood inside a circular formation. Several crystals surrounded him. Lev stood behind the observation glass. We'll measure your maximum safe output. Izuku nodded. How high? Start at 5%. Izuku raised one hand. Understood. He activated his circuits. Click. Mana flowed. The crystals lit up. A soft hum filled the chamber. Hum. Izuku concentrated. The energy moved through his arm. 5%. A faint green aura surrounded his body. The readings remained stable. 10%. Izuku increased the output. The aura became brighter. His muscles tightened. The floor beneath his feet cracked slightly. Crack. 10% stable. Lev looked at the monitor. Interesting. 15%. Izuku increased it. The pressure around him intensified. Wind moved through the chamber. Whoosh. His scarf lifted behind him. Mash watched from outside. He's doing fine. Lev nodded. For now. 20%. Izuku pushed harder. The circuits burned. Not physically. But he could feel the strain. His heart beat faster. Thump. 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 20%. The readings changed. Mana output increasing. Izuku gritted his teeth. I can still control it. That's enough. Lev said. Not yet. Midoriya. Izuku looked toward the glass. Lev's expression was serious. Stop. Izuku hesitated. Then lowered his hand. The energy disappeared. His breathing became heavier. Mash entered the room. Are you okay? Izuku nodded. Yes. She looked at his hand. Your fingers are shaking. Izuku noticed. He flexed them. Just muscle fatigue. Lev entered. It's not only fatigue. Izuku looked at him. Your magic circuits are showing microscopic fluctuations. Damage. Not yet. Lev pointed toward the display. But if you maintain 20% for an extended period, the strain will accumulate. Izuku stared at the numbers. Then 20% is my current limit. Probably. And above that. Lev looked at him. We don't know. Izuku nodded. Then I'll find out later. Olga's voice came from the doorway. Number. Izuku turned. Director. You won't. But, you're not allowed to deliberately exceed the safe limit. Izuku opened his mouth. Olga raised a hand. Don't argue. He closed it. Understood. Olga looked toward the monitor. Your Magecraft is unusual enough without you trying to destroy yourself. Izuku frowned. I don't want to destroy myself. Good. I just want to know how strong I can become. Olga paused. Why? Izuku looked at her. Because the singularity is still there. Olga's expression changed. Izuku continued. If I have to go there, I need to be prepared. That evening, Izuku was taken to a different laboratory. This time, the room was darker. A large circular device stood in the center. It contained dozens of glowing rings. Izuku stopped. What is that? Olga stood beside him. The Rayshift system. Izuku stared. This is how we travel to the past. Yes. He walked around it. How does it work? Spiritron conversion. What does that mean? Your physical body is converted into information. Izuku stopped. That sounds dangerous. It is. And then, The information is transmitted to a predetermined point in space-time and reconstructed. Izuku looked at the machine. So I'm basically being converted into data. Essentially. That's terrifying. Olga nodded. Correct. Izuku looked at Mash. You're going to, if selected, with me. Yes. Izuku smiled slightly. Good. Mash looked surprised. Why? Because you're the only person here who has actually fought beside me. Mash smiled. Then I'll do my best. The first compatibility test began. Izuku stood inside the Rayshift chamber. Mash stood several meters away. The operators activated the system. Light surrounded Izuku. His body became transparent. He could see energy moving through his hands. The circuits reacted. Click, click, click. The Rayshift system suddenly fluctuated. What? Operators shouted. Mana interference. Where? Inside the candidate. Izuku's eyes widened. What's happening? Olga immediately spoke. Midoriya, stay still. I am. The energy around him changed. His circuits activated faster. Click, 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 click. Izuku felt something connecting to his body. Not the machine. Something else. His Magecraft responded automatically. A series of glowing lines appeared around him. Mash raised her shield. Midoriya-san, I'm okay. The machine screamed. Warning lights flashed. Beep, beep, beep. Terminate the test. We can't. Why? The candidate's circuits have synchronized with the Rayshift system. Olga's eyes widened. What? Izuku felt the energy flowing through him. He could see the structure of the machine. Every ring, every energy pathway, every point where mana entered, every weakness. His eyes widened. I can see it, Olga shouted. See what? The Rayshift system. Izuku raised his hand. The energy is being compressed here. He pointed toward the central ring. Then transferred through this pathway. Another point. But the system is losing energy at this connection. The operators checked. He's right. How? Izuku didn't know. He simply saw it. The same way he had seen the weakness in the bounded field. Structure. Flow. Connection. Weakness. If you reinforce this section. He touched the air. Mana gathered around his fingertip. Don't. Too late. Izuku released a tiny pulse. Crack. The Rayshift chamber stabilized. All warning lights disappeared. Silence. The operators stared at the monitor. Olga stared at Izuku. Mash stared too. Izuku slowly lowered his hand. Did I do something wrong? Nobody answered. Finally, Lev spoke. You just corrected a temporal transfer system using your own Magecraft. Izuku blinked. Oh. Olga walked toward him. How did you know where to reinforce? I saw the unstable part. You saw it? Yes. With your eyes. Izuku nodded. Sort of. Olga stared at him for several seconds. That's impossible. Izuku shrugged. Apparently not. Later that night, Izuku sat alone in the cafeteria. He had a cup of tea in front of him. His notebook was open. The page contained several diagrams. Magic circuits, mana flow, Rayshift structure, reinforcement percentages, structural analysis. He had written one title at the top. Concept reinforcement. Beneath it, he had added another. Heroic resonance. He stared at the words. He still didn't fully understand why his circuits behaved this way. They weren't normal. They reacted to intent. They adapted to his body. They could analyze structures. And now they could even interact with the Rayshift system. Izuku closed the notebook. I need more information. A voice came from behind him. You say that a lot. Izuku turned. Mash stood there. Mash. She sat across from him. May I? Of course. She looked at his notebook. Still studying. Yes. You should rest. I will. You said that yesterday. Izuku laughed awkwardly. I'm trying. Mash smiled. For several seconds, neither spoke. Then she asked, Are you afraid? Izuku looked down. Of the Rayshift. Of everything. Izuku thought about it. Yes. Mash looked surprised. Izuku continued. I don't know this world. He looked toward the window. I don't know why I'm here. His hand rested on the notebook. I don't know if I'll ever see my family again. Mash remained silent. And now there's a singularity threatening humanity. Izuku took a breath. So yes. I'm afraid. Mash lowered her gaze. But you're still going. Yes. Why? Izuku looked at her. Because someone has to. Mash smiled. Then we'll go together. Izuku smiled back. Yeah. The next morning, the situation changed. The abnormality inside Fuyuki had stabilized enough for a preliminary Rayshift. Only 2 candidates were selected. Mash Kyrielight, Izuku Midoriya. The command room was filled with activity. Equipment was checked. Mana reserves were prepared. Combat equipment was distributed. Izuku wore his Chaldea uniform. A white jacket, dark trousers, boots. His green scarf rested around his neck. His notebook was secured inside a small pouch. Mash stood beside him. She carried her shield. Olga approached. Midoriya. Yes. You understand that this is not a training exercise. Izuku nodded. Yes. You'll be entering a hostile environment. Understood. Your Magecraft may behave differently inside the singularity. I'll adapt. Olga sighed. Of course you will. She handed him a communication device. Stay within communication range. Izuku accepted it. Yes. And don't exceed your safe output. Izuku hesitated. Yes. Olga narrowed her eyes. Say it properly. I won't exceed my safe output without permission. Good. Mash looked toward the Rayshift chamber. Ready. Izuku looked at the massive rings. His heart started beating faster. Thump. Thump. He clenched his fist. The magic circuits activated. Click. A faint green glow appeared around his fingers. Izuku took a breath. Ready. Mash nodded. The operators began the countdown. Rayshift system online. Energy filled the chamber. Spiritron conversion commencing. Izuku's body began dissolving into particles of light. His vision blurred. Mash stood beside him. Don't lose sight of me. Izuku nodded. I won't. 5. The chamber shook. 4. Energy surrounded them. 3. Izuku felt his circuits react. Click, click, click. 2. His entire body became light. 1. The world disappeared. Izuku opened his eyes. Heat hit him immediately. He coughed. Smoke filled the air. The ground beneath him was covered in ash. Mash was lying nearby. Mash. Izuku rushed toward her. She moved. I'm okay. Good. Izuku stood. Then froze. The city around them was burning. Buildings had collapsed. Fire covered the streets. The sky was dark red. Black smoke stretched toward the horizon. Izuku slowly looked around. This is Fuyuki. Mash stood beside him. Yes. A distant explosion shook the ground. Boom. Izuku immediately raised his hand. Mana flowed into his body. His circuits activated. Click. His eyes narrowed. Something was approaching. He could feel it. Footsteps. Many of them. Mash raised her shield. Someone's coming. Izuku looked toward the burning street. Shadows appeared through the smoke. 1, 2, 10. Dozens. Their forms were distorted. Black bodies. Red eyes. Weapons covered in dark energy. Izuku's breathing stopped. Servants. Mash shook her head. Number. The creatures charged. Roar. Izuku's eyes changed. Thin lines appeared across their bodies. Mana pathways. Movement patterns. Structural weaknesses. His Magecraft had activated on its own. He raised his right hand. Mash. Yes. Their left side is weaker. Mash tightened her grip on the shield. How many? Izuku looked at the approaching shadows. 23. He stepped forward. Mana gathered around his legs. I'll take the front. Mash looked at him. Midoriya-san. Wait. Izuku disappeared. Whoosh. He crossed the distance instantly. His fist struck the first shadow. Boom. The creature flew backward. Izuku turned. Another attacked from his right. He saw the mana pathway. He ducked. The weapon passed above his head. He stepped inside the attack. Reinforcement. Mana surged into his arm. His fist connected. Boom. Another shadow collapsed. Mash rushed forward. Her shield slammed into the ground. Lord Chaldea's. A massive barrier appeared. The remaining shadows crashed against it. Crash. Izuku landed beside her. His breathing remained steady. His eyes scanned the battlefield. They're not normal servants. Mash nodded. They're shadow servants. Izuku clenched his fist. The circuits inside his body responded. Click. A faint green glow surrounded his arm. Far beyond the burning city, something enormous moved. Izuku couldn't see it yet, but his Magecraft detected a massive concentration of magical energy. His eyes widened. Mash. What? We're not alone. A distant roar echoed through the ruined city. Roar. The shadows suddenly stopped attacking. They all turned toward the same direction. Izuku stared into the smoke. Something was coming. Something powerful enough to make the shadow servants retreat. His circuits activated automatically. Click, click, click. His eyes began mapping the incoming presence. And for the first time since arriving in this world, Izuku realized that his unique Magecraft wasn't merely going to help him fight. It was going to show him exactly what kind of monster awaited him in Singularity F. The smoke grew thicker. Izuku stood beside Mash with his right hand raised, his eyes fixed on the ruined street ahead. The shadows had stopped moving. Every one of them was staring toward the same direction. Something was approaching. Izuku's Magecraft continued mapping the area. Thin lines of mana appeared across his vision. The shadow servants were easy to understand now. Their magical energy was unstable, their movements were rigid, and their bodies were sustained by an external source. But the presence approaching them was completely different. Its mana density was enormous. Izuku swallowed. Mash. Yes. Whatever is coming. He narrowed his eyes. It's much stronger than these things. Mash tightened her grip on her shield. Then we should retreat. Izuku looked behind them. The street had already collapsed. Their path back to the original Rayshift point was blocked by burning debris. We can't. Mash glanced over her shoulder. Then we'll find another route. A heavy sound echoed through the smoke. Thud. Another. Thud. The ground trembled. Izuku lowered his stance. It's close. A massive silhouette appeared through the flames. Izuku's eyes widened. A gigantic figure stepped onto the street. Armor covered its body. Dark magical energy surrounded its enormous frame. Izuku's Magecraft activated automatically. Click. The world around him changed. Mana pathways became visible. The creature's body was covered with them. But there were too many. Far more than a normal human. Izuku stared. That's. Mash raised her shield. Heracles. The giant roared. Roar. The sound shook the surrounding buildings. Izuku felt the pressure against his body. He immediately reinforced his legs. Click. Midoriya-san. I'm fine. The giant raised his weapon. Izuku's eyes tracked the movement. The mana around the weapon suddenly concentrated. Mash. She understood immediately. Defensive formation. The weapon came down. Boom. The street exploded. Mash raised her shield. A massive barrier appeared in front of them. The impact pushed her backward several meters. Izuku was thrown through the air. Whoosh. He twisted his body. His circuits reinforced his spine and legs. He landed on one knee. Crack. The pavement beneath him broke. Midoriya-san. I'm okay. He stood. His eyes immediately returned to Heracles. The giant was already moving again. Izuku's vision filled with lines. Muscle movement. Mana concentration. Weapon trajectory. He could predict the next attack. Left. Mash moved. The weapon swept through the space where she had been standing. Whoosh! Izuku rushed forward. Mash! Don't block this one. What? Move! She stepped aside. Izuku jumped. Mana surged through his legs. Whoosh! He reached the giant's upper body. His fist struck. Boom! The impact pushed Heracles backward. Izuku landed. His arm trembled. That barely moved him. Mash stared. You attacked Heracles directly. I know. Why? I wanted to see how strong his body was. Mash looked at him. And Izuku shook his hand. Very. Heracles charged again. Izuku's eyes sharpened. But I found something. He pointed. His right knee. Mash looked. What about it? The mana flow is different. Izuku watched the giant move. His body is incredibly durable, but the magical reinforcement around that joint is weaker. Mash immediately understood. You want me to attack there? Yes. Heracles swung his weapon. Mash raised her shield. Boom. The impact sent her sliding backward. Izuku moved around the giant. Whoosh. He reinforced his legs. 5%. 10%. He reached the right side. Now, Mash slammed her shield into the ground. A wave of force struck Heracles. The giant's movement slowed for a fraction of a second. Izuku saw the opening. Reinforcement. Mana gathered into his right leg. He kicked. Boom. The attack struck the giant's knee. Heracles staggered. Izuku landed and immediately retreated. Mash moved forward. My turn. Her shield struck the giant. Boom. Heracles fell backward. The entire street shook. Crash. Izuku stared. We actually knocked him down. Mash breathed heavily. Don't celebrate yet. Heracles stood. Izuku's expression changed. Right. The giant's magical energy was rising. Rapidly. Something's wrong. Mash looked at him. What? Izuku's vision filled with red lines. His mana output is increasing. Heracles roared. Roar. The surrounding flames surged. Izuku stepped backward. He's stronger now. Mash raised her shield. Then we need to keep moving. Agreed. They ran. The ruined streets of Fuyuki stretched ahead. Izuku and Mash moved between burning buildings while the shadow servants pursued them. Izuku looked over his shoulder. Heracles was no longer visible. That was what worried him. He stopped following. Mash slowed. You noticed too? Yes. Izuku looked around. The shadow servants had also disappeared. The city was suddenly quiet. Too quiet. Only fire could be heard. Crackle. Izuku's circuits remained active. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Something isn't right. Mash looked toward the rooftops. Do you sense another enemy? Not exactly. He pointed toward the ground. The mana here is strange. Mash crouched. How? It's flowing. The mana in the ground. Yes. Izuku touched the pavement. Warmth entered his fingers. His vision changed. The city suddenly appeared as a massive network of magical pathways. Streets. Buildings. Underground structures. All connected. Izuku's eyes widened. This entire city is part of a bounded field. Mash looked surprised. The whole city? Yes. Izuku stood. Someone built a giant magical system around Fuyuki. Can you analyze it? I can try. He closed his eyes. The circuits in his body activated. Click. Mana flowed toward his eyes. His vision sharpened. He could see thousands of lines. Some were damaged. Others were stable. A few were completely black. Izuku followed one line. This goes underground. Another. This one connects to the eastern district. Another. And this. He stopped. A massive concentration of energy existed beneath the city. Izuku's breathing became slower. There's something underneath us. Mash immediately raised her shield. Enemy. I don't know. Izuku opened his eyes. But it's enormous. A sudden explosion came from the distance. Boom. Both turned. A pillar of flame rose above the ruined buildings. Mash immediately moved. We should investigate. Izuku nodded. They ran. Whoosh. As they approached, Izuku noticed another presence. This one was human, or at least partially human. Someone stood in the middle of the ruined street. A woman wearing a black outfit held a weapon in one hand. She turned toward them. Izuku stopped. Mash raised her shield. The woman looked at them. Then at Mash. Then at Izuku. You too. Her voice was calm. Are you from Chaldea? Izuku blinked. Yes. The woman's expression changed slightly. Then you're the master candidates. Mash stepped forward. Who are you? The woman didn't answer. Instead, she looked at Izuku. You're not a normal master. Izuku became tense. What makes you say that? Your mana. She narrowed her eyes. It's strange. Izuku looked at his hand. I've heard that before. The woman lowered her weapon. Good. Mash remained cautious. Are you an ally? The woman looked toward the burning city. For now. Izuku immediately opened his notebook. Mash glanced at him. You're taking notes. She's probably a servant. The woman looked at him. Probably. Izuku pointed at her. You have a spiritual body, but you're maintaining a physical form. The woman's eyes widened slightly. Izuku continued. Your magical energy is much denser than a normal human. He looked at her weapon. Your weapon also appears to be part of your spiritual foundation. The woman stared. How did you? Izuku's eyes glowed faintly. Analysis. Mash looked impressed. You figured that out already. Not completely. Izuku shook his head. I still don't know her class. The woman smiled faintly. Interesting. Before she could say anything else, a massive shadow appeared behind her. Izuku's eyes widened. Behind you. The woman turned. A shadow servant attacked. Whoosh. She blocked the strike. Clang. The impact sent sparks across the street. Mash charged. Lord Chaldea's. Her shield smashed into the shadow. Boom. The creature was thrown backward. Izuku moved immediately. Its mana is unstable. He pointed. Hit the chest. Mash followed the instruction. Boom. The shadow shattered. The woman stared at Izuku. You can identify their weaknesses instantly. Mostly. I'm still learning. The woman looked at his hand. What kind of Magecraft do you use? Izuku hesitated. I don't have a proper answer. Then make one. Izuku blinked. The woman turned toward the ruined street. We need to move. Mash nodded. Where? There's a surviving shelter nearby. Izuku looked at the woman. Are there civilians? Some. He immediately moved. Then let's go. The shelter was located beneath an old building. The entrance was hidden behind collapsed debris. The woman moved the rubble aside. Izuku stared. You did that with one hand. She ignored the comment. Inside were several civilians. Children. Elderly people. Injured adults. Mash immediately approached them. Are you all right? A man shook his head. We don't know what's happening. Mash crouched beside him. We're here to help. Izuku looked around. His eyes scanned the shelter. The walls had several magical markings. These symbols. The woman looked toward him. Protection. Yes. Izuku touched one. But they're damaged. The attacks weakened the barrier. I can repair it. Mash looked at him. Can you? I think so. Izuku knelt. His circuits activated. Click. Mana flowed from his body into his hand. He touched the marking. His vision changed. The structure of the barrier appeared. He could see the broken connections. This line should connect here. He moved his finger. And this one is reversed. The woman watched silently. Izuku released mana. Crack. The magical symbol lit up. Another symbol activated. Then another. The entire shelter began glowing faintly. The barrier stabilized. The civilians looked around. Izuku stood. It should hold for a while. The woman stared at the repaired barrier. You repaired a bounded field without a formal ritual. Izuku shrugged. It was mostly structural. That's not normal. Apparently nothing about me is. Mash smiled. The woman crossed her arms. What is your name? Izuku Midoriya. She nodded. All right, Midoriya. Izuku looked toward her. And yours? She paused. Then answered. Artoria. Izuku's eyes widened. Artoria. Mash looked at him. You know her. Number. Izuku immediately opened his notebook. But that's a famous name. Artoria raised an eyebrow. Famous. I'll explain later. Night came over the ruined city. The shelter remained protected. Izuku sat near the entrance while Mash and Artoria spoke quietly. He was studying his hand. His magic circuits were different from before. They had adapted after the battle. Izuku could feel it. The pathways were more efficient. The mana moved more smoothly. He activated reinforcement. Click. A faint green glow appeared around his fingers. Interesting. He raised his hand. 5%. The mana spread through his body. This time, the pressure was lower. His body handled it more easily. 10%. The same thing happened. The reinforcement became smoother. Izuku's eyes widened. The circuits adapted. Mash looked over. What? My output. Izuku stood. It's more efficient than before. Artoria approached. How much? 10%. And you can maintain it? Yes. Izuku took several steps. His movement was faster than before. Whoosh. He stopped. That's strange. Artoria watched him. Your Magecraft is evolving. Izuku frowned. That's the problem. Why? I don't know where the limit is. Artoria looked at him. Then don't test it recklessly. Izuku smiled awkwardly. Everyone keeps telling me that. Artoria almost smiled. Almost. Then the ground shook. Boom. The civilians screamed. Izuku immediately deactivated his reinforcement. What was that? Mash stood. Artoria grabbed her weapon. Another explosion followed. Boom. The barrier around the shelter flickered. Izuku looked toward the wall. His eyes activated. Mana lines appeared. Something is attacking the city. Mash moved toward the entrance. How many? Izuku stared at the readings. Dozens. Shadow servants. Yes. He paused. But there's something else. Artoria looked at him. What? Izuku pointed toward the north. Heracles. Mash's expression became serious. He found us. The barrier shook again. Crack. A large fracture appeared across the magical wall. The civilians panicked. Mash moved in front of them. Artoria stood beside her. Izuku looked at the damaged barrier. His circuits activated. Click. He could see the structure. The barrier wouldn't survive another direct impact. We can't defend this place forever. Mash nodded. Then we'll draw them away. Izuku shook his head. Number. Artoria looked at him. What? Izuku pointed toward the damaged barrier. If we leave, the shadow servants will attack the shelter. He looked toward the civilians. We need to make sure they have somewhere to survive. Artoria watched him. And how do you intend to do that? Izuku looked at the barrier. Then at his own hand. I'll reinforce it. Mash frowned. Midoriya-san, that's too much magical output. Not necessarily. Izuku's eyes narrowed. I don't need to reinforce the entire barrier. He pointed toward several points. Only the structural nodes. Artoria understood. You're going to reinforce the weak points. Exactly. Izuku placed both hands against the wall. His circuits activated. Click, click, click. Mana flowed outward. The barrier brightened. One damaged section repaired itself. Then another. Then another. Izuku gritted his teeth. The strain increased. 15%. His arms began shaking. Mash stepped closer. Stop if it becomes too much. I can handle it. Midoriya-san. Just a little longer. Another impact struck the barrier. Boom. Izuku's body shook. His circuits reacted instantly. The mana flow changed. Instead of increasing output, the circuits redirected energy toward the damaged sections. Izuku's eyes widened. There. He smiled. That's it. The barrier stabilized. The shadow servants outside roared. Roar. Artoria looked toward the entrance. They're preparing another attack. Izuku removed his hands. He was breathing heavily, but he remained standing. Mash looked at him. Are you all right? Yes. Izuku raised his fist. Now we can fight. The entrance exploded. Boom. The barrier shattered. Mash raised her shield. Artoria stepped forward. Izuku stood behind them. Dozens of shadows flooded the street. The air became filled with dark magical energy. Mash shouted, Midoriya-san, I'm ready. He activated his circuits. Click. 10%. Mana spread across his body. His green scarf moved in the wind. Artoria charged. Clang. Her weapon struck the first shadow. Mash followed. Boom. Izuku moved between them. Whoosh. His eyes tracked every enemy. 3 on the left. Artoria changed direction. 2 behind you. Mash turned. 1 above. Artoria jumped. Izuku's analysis continued. Every enemy became a diagram. Every attack had a trajectory. Every weakness became visible. He pointed. Mash. Lower right. She struck. Boom. Artoria. Shoulder. Clang. 3 seconds. They moved together. For the first time, Izuku wasn't merely fighting beside servants. He was coordinating them. The battlefield became organized around his analysis. Mash blocked. Artoria attacked. Izuku predicted. Whoosh. Boom. Clang. The shadows fell one after another. Then the ground shook. Thud. Everyone stopped. A massive silhouette appeared at the end of the street. Heracles. His eyes glowed through the smoke. Izuku's vision immediately activated. The lines around the giant became clearer than before. But this time, something else appeared. A strange symbol surrounded Heracles. Izuku stared. That's... Mash looked at him. What is it? Izuku's expression hardened. His spiritual core. Artoria raised her weapon. Can you find a weakness? Izuku stared at the giant. The information kept expanding. Mana. Spiritual foundation. Physical structure. Noble phantasm. Life force. He could see all of it. But there was one problem. The core was surrounded by layers of protection. Izuku's eyes widened. I can analyze him. He clenched his fist. But I don't think I can break through that defense. Heracles roared. Roar. He charged. The ground exploded beneath his feet. Boom. Mash raised her shield. Artoria prepared her weapon. Izuku stepped forward. His circuits surged. Click. 15%. His body vanished. Whoosh. He moved directly toward Heracles. Mash shouted, Midoriya-san. Izuku didn't stop. His eyes remained fixed on the giant's spiritual structure. One weak point. One opening. One fraction of a second. He found it. There. He pulled his fist back. Mana gathered around his arm. Concept reinforcement. His circuits screamed. Izuku released the attack. Boom. His fist struck Heracles directly in the chest. The giant staggered. Izuku was thrown backward. Whoosh. Mash caught him. Got him. Izuku coughed. Did it work? Artoria stared at Heracles. The giant remained standing. But a crack had appeared across the dark magical armor around his chest. Izuku's eyes widened. Yes. Artoria tightened her grip. Then we know where to strike. Heracles raised his weapon again. Izuku stood beside Mash. His arm trembled. But his eyes remained focused. The battle had only begun. And somewhere beneath the burning city, something ancient had started to awaken in response to the clash of servants and masters. The entire singularity trembled. Boom. Izuku looked toward the ground. His Magecraft detected an enormous magical structure beneath Fuyuki. This time, he could feel something else. A presence. Watching them, Izuku's expression became serious. Mash. Yes. We're not the only ones investigating this singularity. Mash looked at him. What do you mean? Izuku stared toward the burning horizon. Someone else is controlling these shadows. Artoria's eyes narrowed. And you can tell. Izuku nodded. Their mana has a pattern. He looked at the battlefield. Someone is giving them orders. The flames continued burning. The shadows began advancing again. And above the ruined city, an unfamiliar magical energy slowly spread through the sky. Izuku tightened his fist. Click. His Magecraft activated once more. This time, he wasn't analyzing a monster. He was searching for the master behind the singularity. The burning city shook beneath another impact. Boom. Izuku steadied himself beside Mash. His right arm was still trembling from the previous attack, but he ignored it. His eyes remained fixed on Heracles. The giant stood in the middle of the ruined street. The crack in his armor was still visible. Izuku could see the damage clearly. More importantly, he could see what was underneath it. Thin streams of dark mana moved through Heracles' body, converging toward a dense spiritual core buried deep within his chest. Izuku narrowed his eyes. There. Mash looked at him. What did you find? The core. Artoria raised her weapon. You said that before. This time I can see more. Izuku's vision continued changing. The world around him became covered with glowing lines. The physical structure of Heracles was only one layer. Beneath it was his spiritual body. Beneath that was his magical foundation. And beneath all of it was something far more complicated. Izuku swallowed. His body isn't the real problem. Artoria looked toward him. Explain. The physical damage doesn't matter as much as it should. Izuku pointed toward Heracles. His spiritual foundation is reinforcing his body from the inside. Mash stared. So attacking his body won't be enough. Right. Izuku's eyes moved across the giant. There's something else. Heracles suddenly raised his weapon. Izuku's pupils contracted. Move. Mash immediately raised her shield. Artoria jumped backward. Heracles swung. Whoosh. The enormous weapon tore through the street. Boom. The ground erupted. Chunks of stone flew through the air. Izuku reinforced his legs. Whoosh. He jumped over the debris. His eyes remained active. The movement of Heracles' mana was becoming clearer. His right shoulder. Artoria moved. Clang. She struck the indicated point. Heracles barely reacted. Izuku frowned. No. The mana shifted. He changed it. Mash blocked another strike. Boom. Midoriya-san. I see it. Izuku looked at the giant again. The flow of magical energy wasn't fixed. It adapted according to the attack. Every time he identified a weakness, the surrounding mana rearranged itself. Izuku's eyes widened. His defense is adaptive. Artoria landed beside him. Can you find another weakness? Maybe. Then do it. Izuku concentrated. His circuits responded. Click. Mana flowed toward his eyes. His perception sharpened. He could see individual magical particles. He could see the way Heracles' spiritual foundation connected to his body. He could see how his defensive energy reacted to external force. Then something appeared. A faint line. Almost invisible. Izuku stared. There. Mash looked. Where? Between the spiritual foundation and the physical body. Artoria's expression became serious. What about it? There's a delay. Izuku pointed. When his body moves, the magical reinforcement reacts a fraction of a second later. Artoria immediately understood. So the defense isn't instantaneous. Exactly. Heracles charged. Izuku watched. The giant's leg moved. Then his magical reinforcement followed. A tiny delay. Less than a second. But enough. Mash. She raised her shield. Yes. Hold him for 3 seconds. Mash stared. 3. Yes. She stepped forward. Her shield slammed into the ground. Lord Chaldea's. A massive barrier appeared. Heracles collided with it. Boom. The barrier shook. Mash's feet slid backward. NGH. Izuku watched the mana. 1 second. 2. The barrier began cracking. Crack. 3. Mash shouted. The barrier collapsed. Izuku moved. Whoosh. His body shot forward. 10%. Then 15. Mana spread through his legs. His circuits adjusted automatically. He reached Heracles' side. His eyes tracked the spiritual connection. There. The gap appeared. Izuku clenched his fist. Reinforcement. Mana concentrated around his arm. He punched. Boom. The strike hit the exact point between Heracles' physical and spiritual structures. The giant staggered. His magical reinforcement flickered. Artoria moved instantly. Now, she attacked. Clang. Her weapon struck the crack in his armor. The impact pushed Heracles backward. Mash followed. Boom. Her shield slammed into his chest. Heracles fell to one knee. The street shook. Izuku landed several meters away. His breathing was heavier. Did we? Heracles slowly stood. Izuku's eyes widened. Number. The damage was already disappearing. The crack in his armor was closing. Mash tightened her grip. He regenerated. Yes. Izuku stared. But that's not regeneration. Artoria looked toward him. What? His magical structure is restoring itself. Izuku's eyes continued analyzing. He's reconstructing the damaged information. Mash looked confused. What does that mean? It means destroying his body isn't enough. Izuku's gaze hardened. We have to damage the spiritual foundation itself. Heracles roared. Roar. Dark energy exploded outward. Izuku felt the pressure immediately. His body moved before he could think. Mash. She raised her shield. A massive wave of magical energy crashed against it. Boom. The shield barrier bent. Mash was pushed backward. Izuku grabbed her shoulder. Keep your shield up. I am. I'll reinforce it. Izuku placed his hand against the shield. His circuits activated. Click. Mana flowed from his body. Then into Mash's shield. The barrier brightened. Mash looked at him. You're transferring mana. Yes. How? I don't know. Izuku's eyes remained on the incoming attack. My circuits seem to synchronize with your magical structure. Mash stared. The barrier suddenly became stronger. Heracles' attack was pushed away. Boom. The dark energy dispersed. Mash looked at her shield. It's stronger. Izuku pulled his hand away. The resonance works. Artoria looked at him. You can supply mana to servants. Apparently. That could become useful. Izuku nodded. If I can learn how to control it. Heracles attacked again. Mash raised her shield. Artoria charged from the side. Izuku remained behind them. His eyes continued analyzing. The longer he watched Heracles, the more information he collected. Every movement, every attack, every defensive adjustment, every magical fluctuation. His brain began connecting the patterns. Then he noticed something. Wait. Artoria stopped. What? He's repeating the same defensive sequence. Mash looked at Heracles. Are you sure? Yes. Izuku pointed. When he receives an attack from the left, his mana shifts toward the right side. He moved his finger. When the attack comes from above, the energy moves downward. Another point. It's not random. Artoria understood. His defense prioritizes the direction of the incoming attack. Right. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Which means we can force it to move. Mash smiled. Then we create an opening. Exactly. Artoria raised her weapon. Give us the sequence. Izuku quickly analyzed the battlefield. Artoria attacks from the front. Understood. Mash attacks from the right. Mash nodded. Then I'll attack from the left. Artoria frowned. I don't need to damage him. Izuku pointed toward his own eyes. I just need him to move his defense. Artoria looked at him for a moment. Then nodded. Fine. Mash raised her shield. Ready. Izuku took a breath. His circuits activated. Click. 15%. Mana spread through his body. The pressure around him increased. He moved. Whoosh. Artoria attacked first. Clang. Heracles blocked. The mana shifted. Mash. Boom. Her shield struck his right side. The magical energy shifted again. Now, Izuku moved toward the left. Whoosh. Heracles turned. His defensive mana followed, and for a fraction of a second, the center of his chest was exposed. Izuku saw it. There. Artoria understood. She thrust her weapon forward. Clang. The attack struck the exposed area. Heracles staggered. His magical structure flickered violently. Izuku's eyes widened. We broke through. Mash rushed forward. Then finish him. She slammed her shield into the giant. Boom. Heracles was thrown backward. He crashed through a building. Crash. Dust filled the street. Silence followed. Izuku breathed heavily. Did we win? Artoria didn't lower her weapon. Number. The dust began moving. Izuku's eyes widened. He's standing. Heracles emerged. His armor was damaged. His body was covered in cracks. But he was still moving. Izuku stared. That's impossible. Artoria's expression remained calm. He is a heroic spirit. I know. Izuku's eyes moved rapidly. But his spiritual foundation should have collapsed after that attack. Mash looked toward him. Should have. Yes. Izuku's vision suddenly changed. The magical energy surrounding Heracles was no longer uniform. There was something else inside it. Something hidden. Izuku stared. Wait. His breathing stopped. There's another layer. Artoria looked at him. Another layer. Yes. Izuku stepped closer. His eyes burned from the continuous analysis. His spiritual foundation is protected by a conceptual defense. Mash frowned. What kind? Izuku shook his head. I don't know yet. He concentrated harder. The lines became clearer. Then words appeared inside his thoughts. A name. A legend. A structure. A series of countless lives. Izuku's expression changed. 12. Artoria looked confused. What? There are 12 layers. 12. 12 separate protections. Izuku pointed toward Heracles. Each one is connected to his legend. Mash's eyes widened. Then, we have to break them one by one. Artoria looked toward Heracles. That is not possible through ordinary attacks. Izuku nodded. Then we need something that attacks the concept itself. The battle resumed. Heracles charged. Izuku moved alongside Mash. This time, he wasn't trying to overpower the giant. He was studying him. Mash, block high. Boom. The shield intercepted the attack. Artoria, right side. Clang. Her weapon struck. Now, Izuku reinforced his legs. Whoosh. He moved beneath Heracles' arm. His eyes focused on the spiritual structure. The first layer appeared. A dense shell around the core. Izuku raised his hand. Conceptual analysis. Mana flowed into his eyes. The shell became transparent. He could see the structure. Not physical. Not magical. Conceptual. His breathing stopped. I can see it. Mash blocked another attack. What do you see? A connection. Izuku pointed toward Heracles. His defense is based on his legend. Artoria looked at him. And, the legend itself is acting as armor. Artoria's expression became serious. Then we need to overcome the legend. Izuku nodded. Exactly. Heracles roared. Roar. Dark energy exploded. The three separated. Izuku landed. His feet scraped across the ground. He looked at his hands. I might have an idea. Mash looked toward him. What? If his defense is based on a legend. Izuku clenched his fist. Then maybe my Magecraft can analyze the structure of that legend. Artoria stared. You intend to analyze a noble phantasm? Yes. From here, yes. While it is attacking us. Izuku looked embarrassed. Probably. Artoria almost smiled. You're reckless. I've heard that before. Heracles attacked. Boom. Izuku moved. His circuits activated. Click. 15%. His eyes glowed. The giant's entire spiritual foundation appeared before him. Izuku focused on the first layer. His mind filled with information. A hero. A monster. A warrior. A legend. A series of impossible battles. The information was overwhelming. Izuku gritted his teeth. Too much. Mash shouted. Midoriya-san. Izuku barely moved in time. Heracles' weapon passed above him. Whoosh. The pressure alone threw him backward. He rolled across the ground. Crash. Midoriya. Mash rushed toward him. I'm okay. He stood. Blood wasn't visible, but his body was aching. His circuits were under strain. Click. Warning. He could feel it. His body was approaching its limit. But the analysis had worked. He had seen the first layer. Izuku raised his hand. Mash. Yes. I found a way. What? I can interfere with the structure of his noble phantasm. Artoria's eyes narrowed. How? Izuku looked toward his hand. I don't need to destroy it. He pointed at Heracles. I only need to find the point where the concept connects to his spiritual foundation. Artoria understood. Then our attacks can damage it. Yes. Mash raised her shield. What do you need? 10 seconds. Artoria smiled faintly. We can give you that. Mash charged first. Her shield slammed into Heracles. Boom. The giant pushed forward. She held her ground. Now. Artoria attacked. Clang. Her weapon struck his arm. Heracles turned. Mash blocked. Boom. The impact shook the street. Izuku closed his eyes. His circuits activated. Click. 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 Mana flowed into his eyes. The world disappeared. There was only structure. Heracles' spiritual foundation. The noble phantasm. The conceptual layers. Izuku searched. First layer. Second. Third. He continued. 1. Another. 2. Another. 3. His head began hurting. 4. The magical information became overwhelming. 5. He gritted his teeth. 6. His circuits burned. 7. Mash shouted. Midoriya-san. I'm fine. 8. He found it. A narrow connection. A tiny point where the conceptual defense connected to Heracles' spiritual core. Izuku's eyes opened. There. He pointed. Artoria. She turned. The center of his chest. Understood. Not the body. Izuku shouted. The spiritual connection behind it. Artoria's expression sharpened. She gathered magical energy into her weapon. Heracles moved toward Mash. Izuku saw the attack. Mash. Duck. Mash dropped. The weapon passed above her. Artoria moved. Whoosh. Her attack pierced the magical defense. Boom. A massive shockwave erupted. The first conceptual layer shattered. Crack. The sound was unlike metal breaking. It sounded like something much deeper. Heracles staggered. His roar echoed across the city. Roar. Izuku stared. The first layer had disappeared. It worked. Mash stood. Then we can do it again. Izuku nodded. Yes. But before they could continue, a massive wave of magical energy descended from the sky. Whom? Everyone stopped. The flames around Fuyuki suddenly turned blue. The shadows across the city froze. Heracles also stopped moving. Izuku looked upward. His eyes widened. What is that? Artoria raised her weapon. Mash lifted her shield. A voice echoed through the burning city. Calm, cold, and unmistakably powerful. So, the voice paused. The Chaldea master has arrived. Izuku's circuits activated automatically. Click, click, click. His eyes turned toward the source. A figure stood atop a distant building. The mana surrounding the figure was enormous. Far beyond the shadow servants. Izuku couldn't identify the structure. His Magecraft failed to map it. For the first time since arriving in Fuyuki, his analytical vision returned nothing. Izuku's expression became tense. I can't read them. Mash looked at him. You can't. Izuku shook his head. Nothing. Artoria raised her weapon. The figure watched them from the rooftop. Then smiled. Interesting. Izuku clenched his fist. His circuits continued searching. Nothing. No structure. No clear spiritual foundation. No readable mana pathway. It was as if the figure existed outside the rules his Magecraft understood. The figure raised one hand. The entire city responded. Dark magical energy rose from the streets. Izuku's eyes widened. Mash. Yes. The city. What about it? Izuku looked around. It's not just a bounded field. His voice became quieter. The entire city is connected to that person. The figure's smile widened. Heracles suddenly roared. Roar. The shadow servants began moving again. Izuku stepped forward. His circuits activated. Click. His body became surrounded by a faint green glow. 15%. Then 16. Mash looked at him. Midoriya-san, your output. I know. You shouldn't increase it. Izuku stared at the figure. I need to. Artoria looked at him. Why? Izuku raised his fist. Because our enemy just showed us that the entire singularity is part of their weapon. His eyes sharpened. If we don't understand how it works, we won't be able to save anyone. The figure disappeared from the rooftop. Whoosh. Izuku's eyes widened. They're gone. Artoria lowered her weapon slightly. For now, the city remained silent. Then, somewhere in the distance, another explosion erupted. Boom. Izuku looked toward it. The battle had changed. They were no longer simply fighting shadow servants. Someone was watching. Someone who understood Chaldea. Someone who knew they had arrived. And Izuku's unique Magecraft had just encountered its first structure it could not analyze. He tightened his fist. We need to find out who that was. Mash nodded. Then let's investigate together. Artoria turned toward the burning streets. And first, we need to survive this singularity. Izuku looked at Heracles. The giant's damaged spiritual defense was already beginning to rebuild. One conceptual layer was gone. 11 remained. Izuku took a breath. Then we'll start with him. His circuits activated once more. Click. This time, the green aura around his body became brighter. And the second round against Heracles began. The second battle against Heracles began without warning. The giant stepped forward. Thud. The ground cracked beneath his foot. Izuku stood several meters away with Mash and Artoria beside him. His breathing was controlled, but his body remained tense. The first layer of Heracles' conceptual defense had been destroyed. 11 remained. Izuku raised his hand. Mash. Keep his attention. Mash tightened her grip on the shield. Understood. Artoria. Wait until I identify the next connection. Artoria nodded. Then I'll follow your instructions. Heracles roared. Roar. He charged. Mash moved first. Lord Chaldea's. Her shield slammed into the ground. A defensive barrier appeared. Boom. Heracles collided with it. The barrier shook violently. Crack. Mash gritted her teeth. He's stronger than before. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. The giant's spiritual structure appeared. The first conceptual layer was gone. The remaining layers had shifted. Izuku's eyes widened. He's rearranging them. Artoria looked at him. Can you still analyze them? Yes. Izuku focused. The second layer appeared. Then disappeared. Wait. The third layer moved. The fourth followed. Izuku frowned. The remaining layers aren't fixed. What does that mean? Mash asked. Every time we destroy one, the others change position. Heracles swung his weapon. Boom. Mash's barrier cracked. Then tell me where to hit. Izuku's eyes moved rapidly. Left shoulder. Mash shifted her shield. Artoria attacked. Clang. Her weapon struck the giant's shoulder. Heracles staggered. Izuku saw the second layer flicker. Again. Artoria attacked. Boom. The second layer cracked. Izuku raised his hand. Mash. Now. Mash charged. Her shield struck Heracles' chest. Boom. The conceptual layer shattered. Crack. Heracles staggered backward. Izuku breathed out. Second layer destroyed. Mash smiled. 10 more. Heracles roared. Roar. His magical energy surged. Izuku's eyes widened. That's not good. Artoria looked toward him. What? His output is rising. The giant's body became surrounded by dark energy. The remaining conceptual layers tightened around his spiritual foundation. Izuku's vision filled with lines. He's adapting again. Mash raised her shield. Can we still defeat him? Izuku hesitated. Yes. He clenched his fist. But it'll take longer. The battle continued through the burning streets. Mash blocked. Artoria attacked. Izuku analyzed. Their coordination became smoother with every exchange. Izuku didn't need to shout every instruction anymore. He could recognize their movements. Mash favored defensive positioning. Artoria attacked whenever an opening appeared. And both trusted his analysis. Right. Mash moved. Low. Artoria struck. Clang. Back. They retreated. Boom. Heracles' weapon destroyed the building behind them. Izuku watched the debris. His eyes immediately found another connection. Third layer. Artoria moved. Whoosh. Her weapon struck. Boom. The third layer shattered. Fourth. Mash slammed her shield into Heracles. Boom. Fifth. Artoria attacked again. Clang. The giant staggered. The fifth layer cracked. Izuku's breathing became heavier. His Magecraft was consuming more mana than expected. He lowered his output. 15%. Then 14. Then 13. His body relaxed slightly. Mash noticed. You're reducing your output. Yes. Why? Because I don't need more. Izuku looked toward Heracles. I need control. Artoria glanced at him. Good. Izuku blinked. Good. Power without control is useless. Izuku smiled. That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid. Heracles attacked again. The battle resumed. Several minutes later, the sixth conceptual layer was destroyed. The seventh followed. Then the eighth. But the ninth refused to break. Izuku couldn't find the connection. He stared at Heracles. It's different. Mash blocked another attack. Boom. How? The ninth layer isn't connected to his body. Artoria frowned. Then where is it? Izuku looked around. His eyes widened. The city. Mash looked confused. What? The ninth layer is connected to the singularity itself. Izuku pointed toward the burning streets. It's using the city as an anchor. Artoria looked around. Then destroying the layer means destroying part of the city. Maybe. Izuku frowned. We can't do that. Mash nodded. There are still civilians. Izuku looked toward the shelter. His expression hardened. Then we need another way. Artoria studied him. Can you separate the connection? Izuku stared at the network of magical lines. Maybe. He crouched. His fingers touched the ground. Mana entered the pavement. Click. His Magecraft activated. The entire city appeared before him. Thousands of magical pathways. The ninth conceptual layer connected to dozens of points. Izuku followed them. There. One pathway. And there. Another. He traced them. The layer is being supported by 4 major nodes. Mash approached. Can you break them? Not break. Izuku looked at his hand. Redirect. Artoria understood. You want to transfer the energy. Yes. To where? Izuku looked toward himself. Into my Magecraft. Mash's expression changed. That's dangerous. I know. Midoriya-san. I can handle it. You don't know that. Izuku looked at her. She was serious. Your circuits are already strained. Izuku looked at his hand. She was right. His fingers were trembling. But the shelter was behind them. Civilians were still there. And the ninth layer protected Heracles. If they couldn't destroy it, the fight could continue indefinitely. Izuku stood. I don't have to absorb all of it. He looked at the 4 nodes. Just enough to disconnect the structure. Artoria nodded. Then we need to hold him still. Mash lifted her shield. We can do that. Heracles charged. Mash stepped forward. Lord Chaldea's. Boom. The barrier appeared. Heracles struck it. Boom. Mash's feet dug into the pavement. Now. Artoria moved. Clang. Her weapon struck his arm. The giant turned. Izuku ran. Whoosh. His circuits activated. 10%. 15. He reached the first node. His palm touched the ground. Concept reinforcement. Mana flowed. The magical node resisted. Izuku gritted his teeth. Come on. Crack. The node flickered. The 9th layer shifted. 1. He moved. Whoosh. Second node. His palm struck the pavement. 2. The energy surged into his circuits. Izuku's vision blurred. His heart raced. Thump. Thump. 3. Another node. Boom. Heracles broke through Mash's barrier. Mash was thrown backward. Mash. Artoria moved to intercept. Clang. Heracles' weapon struck her defense. Izuku reached the final node. He placed both hands against it. 4. The entire network flashed. The 9th conceptual layer disconnected. Heracles stopped. His magical energy suddenly dropped. Izuku smiled. We did it. Then the energy returned. His smile disappeared. Wait. The 9th layer had not vanished. It had moved. The connection had transferred. Straight into Izuku's circuits. His eyes widened. No. Mana exploded through his body. Izuku was thrown backward. Midoriya-san. He crashed against the ground. Boom. Mash rushed toward him. Midoriya-san. Izuku couldn't answer. His vision was blurred. The 9th conceptual layer was inside his magical network. He could see it. A massive structure. Far too large. Far too powerful. His circuits began reacting. Click, click, click. They tried to analyze it. Then reinforce it. Then separate it. None worked. Stop. Izuku gritted his teeth. Stop. The energy continued. Mash knelt beside him. What's happening? Izuku looked at her. The 9th layer. He struggled to breathe. It's inside my circuits. Mash's expression changed. Can you remove it? I'm trying. Artoria arrived. We need to break the connection. Izuku shook his head. If you attack it directly, you'll hit me. Mash tightened her grip. Then what do we do? Izuku closed his eyes. He could feel the foreign structure inside his magical pathways. His Magecraft was reacting. Not fighting it. Studying it. Adapting. Izuku's eyes opened. Wait. Mash looked at him. What? My circuits are analyzing it. Artoria frowned. And the structure is changing. Izuku looked at his hand. The foreign energy was slowly breaking apart. It's losing stability. Mash stared. Your Magecraft is destroying it. Not exactly. Izuku shook his head. It's rewriting the connection. The 9th layer began shrinking. Izuku concentrated. His circuits formed a new pathway around it. I can separate the conceptual layer from the city. Artoria understood. Do it. Izuku gritted his teeth. I'm trying. His entire body trembled. Mana surged through him. Click, click, click. Come on. The connection cracked. Crack. The 9th layer separated. Izuku screamed. Now. Artoria attacked. Clang. The conceptual layer shattered. The magical energy dispersed. Silence. Izuku collapsed. Mash caught him before he hit the ground. Midoriya-san. Izuku's eyes were barely open. He breathed. Did we get it? Mash looked toward Heracles. The 9th layer was gone. Yes. Izuku smiled weakly. Good. Then his eyes closed. Midoriya-san. Mash checked his breathing. He was alive, but exhausted. Artoria looked toward Heracles. The giant still stood. 3 conceptual layers remained. We're not finished. Mash looked at her. He can't fight anymore. Artoria looked at Izuku. Then we protect him. Heracles raised his weapon. Roar. Mash stood. She placed her shield between Izuku and the giant. Artoria stood beside her. We won't let him reach the master. Izuku woke several minutes later. His first sensation was warmth. His head rested against something soft. He opened his eyes. Mash was sitting nearby. Midoriya-san. Izuku blinked. Where? You're safe. He tried to sit up. Mash immediately stopped him. Don't move too quickly. Izuku looked at his hands. His fingers were still trembling. How long? About 6 minutes. Heracles. Still fighting. Izuku immediately tried to stand. Mash pushed him back down. But, you've done enough. Izuku looked toward the battlefield. Artoria was fighting alone. Heracles swung his weapon. Boom. Artoria blocked. Izuku clenched his fist. I can still help. Mash shook her head. Your circuits are overloaded. I can use low output. Izuku looked at her. She didn't move. You can't keep treating your body like it's disposable. Izuku became silent. Mash continued. You don't have to carry everything yourself. Izuku looked down. His fingers slowly relaxed. I know. Do you? Izuku didn't answer. Mash smiled slightly. You don't have to prove that you're useful every second. Izuku looked at her. But I'm the master. Yes. Then I have to protect my servant. Mash's expression softened. And I'm your servant. She pointed toward the battlefield. Which means my job is to protect my master too. Izuku stared at her. For several seconds, he said nothing. Then he smiled. Fair. Artoria returned a moment later. She had a few scratches across her armor, but remained standing. We need a new strategy. Izuku looked toward her. How many layers? 2. Izuku blinked. 2. Artoria nodded. While you were unconscious, we destroyed 1. Izuku smiled. Then only 2. Yes. He looked toward Heracles. The giant's remaining conceptual layers were moving. Izuku activated his Magecraft at the lowest possible level. Click. His eyes sharpened. I see them. Mash frowned. Can you fight? Not directly. Izuku looked at the battlefield. But I can analyze. He pointed. The next layer is concentrated around his right arm. Artoria nodded. And the final? Izuku stared. His vision became cloudy. He pushed harder. Wait. The final layer was different. It wasn't protecting Heracles. It was protecting something else. Izuku's eyes widened. The final layer isn't defense. Artoria looked at him. What is it? Izuku whispered. It's a weapon. Heracles suddenly raised his weapon. The entire sky darkened. A massive concentration of magical energy formed around him. Izuku's eyes widened. That's his noble phantasm. Mash raised her shield. What do we do? Izuku looked toward the city. Then toward Heracles. He remembered what he had seen. The 12 layers. The legend. The spiritual foundation. And the final layer. We don't let him activate it. Artoria tightened her grip. Then give us a plan. Izuku took a breath. His body still hurt. His circuits were still unstable. But his mind was clear. Artoria attacks the right arm. Understood. Mash, protect her. Yes. I'll analyze the final layer. Mash looked at him. From here. Yes. Artoria frowned. You'll need to remain still. I know. Izuku sat down. He closed his eyes. The battlefield disappeared. His Magecraft activated. Click. The final conceptual layer appeared. It was enormous. A name existed within it. A legend. A weapon. A promise of overwhelming destruction. Izuku's breathing stopped. I understand. He opened his eyes. I know what we have to do. Artoria charged. Whoosh. Mash followed. Heracles roared. Roar. The giant raised his weapon. Artoria struck his arm. Clang. Mash's shield slammed into his chest. Boom. Izuku watched. His eyes followed the flow of mana. Left. Artoria moved. Higher. Mash blocked. Now. Artoria attacked. The 10th conceptual layer shattered. Crack. Heracles staggered. Only one remained. Izuku's eyes focused. The final layer was opening. No. The giant raised his weapon. Dark energy flooded the sky. Izuku shouted. Mash. She looked toward him. What? Shield. Mash planted her feet. Lord Chaldea's. A massive barrier appeared. Artoria stepped beside her. Izuku stood behind them. His body was exhausted. His circuits were unstable, but his eyes remained focused. He understood the final layer now. It wasn't simply a weapon. It was a legend compressed into a single attack. A noble phantasm. And if he could understand its structure, perhaps he could predict it. Izuku raised one finger. Mana gathered. Not enough for an attack. Just enough for analysis. Structural analysis. His vision exploded with information. The final layer opened. The magical energy reached its peak. The city shook. Boom. Izuku saw the path. He saw the direction. He saw the point where the attack would manifest. And he saw one weakness. There. He pointed. Artoria. Strike the weapon. She moved. Whoosh. Her weapon collided with Heracles' attack. Clang. The magical energy destabilized. The final layer cracked. Crack. Izuku shouted. Again. Artoria attacked. Boom. The final layer shattered. The enormous magical pressure vanished. Silence. Heracles remained standing. But his spiritual foundation was now exposed. Izuku stared. We did it. Mash lowered her shield. Artoria raised her weapon. Heracles suddenly disappeared into black particles. The giant dissolved. The battlefield became quiet. The burning city remained. But the immediate threat was gone. Izuku finally allowed himself to sit. Mash rushed toward him. Midoriya-san. I'm okay. She looked at his hands. You're shaking. I know. You need rest. Probably. Artoria approached. Your analysis was accurate. Izuku smiled. Thanks. You defeated a noble phantasm without possessing one yourself. Izuku looked embarrassed. We all defeated it. Artoria nodded. Yes. Mash smiled. Together. Several hours later, the three returned to the shelter. The civilians were safe. The magical barrier still held. Izuku sat against the wall while Mash checked his condition. His circuits had stabilized. Barely. Your magical pathways are recovering, Mash said. Good. But you're not allowed to use high-output reinforcement for the next several hours. Izuku nodded. Understood. Artoria stood nearby. Your Magecraft is unusual. Izuku looked up. That's what everyone says. It is more than unusual. Artoria looked at his hand. You analyzed my spiritual structure during combat. Yes. And you analyzed Heracles' noble phantasm. Yes. Then your ability may become more important than your physical strength. Izuku looked thoughtful. Maybe. Mash sat beside him. What will you call it? Call what? Your Magecraft. Izuku looked at his notebook. He thought about the strange way his circuits responded to the idea of protecting others. The reinforcement. The analysis. The connection with servants. The way it adapted to heroic spirits. He slowly wrote. Concept reinforcement. Heroic resonance. Mash read it. Heroic resonance. Izuku nodded. It seems appropriate. Artoria looked at the name. Then remember it. Izuku smiled. I will. That night, Izuku stood outside the shelter. The burning city stretched before him. The fires had not stopped. The sky remained dark. Mash approached. You should sleep. I know. You're thinking about the enemy. Izuku nodded. The person we saw. Mash stood beside him. Yes. Izuku looked toward the distant rooftop. My Magecraft couldn't analyze them. That's concerning. Very. He opened his notebook. Several pages contained sketches of the mysterious figure. But I learned something. Mash looked at the drawings. What? Their presence wasn't like Heracles. Izuku pointed. Heracles had a defined spiritual structure. Then another sketch. The mysterious person didn't. Meaning. Izuku frowned. Either they're using a concealment technique. He paused. Or they're connected to the singularity differently. Mash looked toward the city. Then we'll find them. Izuku nodded. Yes. A distant explosion shook the horizon. Boom. Izuku looked up. His magic circuits activated. Click. His eyes scanned the burning city. This time, he detected a familiar magical signature. Artoria's. Mash's. His own. And something else. A vast magical presence somewhere beneath Fuyuki. Izuku's expression changed. There's something under the city. Mash looked at him. Again. This time it's different. His eyes widened. The energy is moving. The ground beneath them trembled. Crack. The civilians inside the shelter shouted. Mash raised her shield. Artoria immediately stepped outside. Izuku looked toward the ground. His Magecraft revealed an enormous magical structure awakening beneath Fuyuki. It's coming from below. Another tremor. Boom. A section of the distant city collapsed. Izuku stared. Something is waking up. Artoria looked toward the horizon. Then our next objective is clear. Mash nodded. We investigate the source. Izuku closed his notebook. His body was exhausted. His circuits were recovering. But his determination remained. He looked at the ruined city. Then tomorrow, we go underground. Far beneath Fuyuki, something answered. Whom? And the lights of the burning city suddenly went out one by one. The lights of Fuyuki had gone out. One by one, the fires that had illuminated the ruined city disappeared until only the faint glow of embers remained. Izuku stood outside the shelter with Mash and Artoria. The ground beneath their feet trembled again. Crack. Izuku looked down. His magic circuits activated automatically. Click. The ruined streets became covered with glowing lines. Mana was moving beneath the city. Not randomly. It was being drawn toward a single location. It's still there. Mash tightened her grip on her shield. The energy beneath the city. Izuku nodded. It's moving toward the center. Artoria looked toward the dark horizon. Then we should investigate. Izuku closed his notebook. Agreed. Before they could move, a familiar voice came through their communication device. Midoriya. Izuku immediately recognized it. Director. Olga's voice was distorted by interference. Your signal has been restored. Izuku's eyes widened. Chaldea. Yes. Barely. Mash stepped closer. Director. Are you all right? We're operational. For the moment. Izuku looked at the communication device. We found a surviving shelter and eliminated the shadow servants in the area. Good. Olga paused. We also received a report about Heracles. Izuku looked at Artoria. We defeated him. You defeated a servant. Not alone. Artoria glanced at him. The victory was shared. Olga was silent for a moment. That's not what the reports said. Izuku frowned. What did they say? That the unknown master candidate analyzed the servant's spiritual foundation and identified weaknesses in its noble phantasm. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Oh, Olga sighed. We'll discuss your Magecraft later. Understood. For now, you need to locate the Singularities core. Izuku looked toward the underground magical flow. We were planning to do that. Then be careful. The communication signal weakened. There is another servant class presence approaching your location. Mash immediately raised her shield. Another servant. Yes. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Friendly. Olga hesitated. Unknown. The signal cut out. Silence returned. Izuku slowly raised his hand. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Nothing. Then, whoosh, a massive object flew over the shelter. Izuku looked up. What was that? Artoria's expression changed. Dragon. Izuku stared. Dragon. Another roar echoed across Fuyuki. Roar. The sound shook the remaining buildings. Mash raised her shield. That's not a normal dragon. Izuku's Magecraft activated. Click. The sky filled with magical lines. Something enormous was moving above them. Its magical energy was dense enough to distort his vision. Izuku swallowed. I can't fully analyze it. Artoria looked at him. How much? Less than half. Then don't force it. Izuku nodded. Right. A massive shadow descended from the clouds. The three prepared themselves. Then the creature changed direction. It wasn't attacking them. It flew toward the center of Fuyuki. Izuku stared. It's following the mana. Artoria nodded. Then the underground structure may be attracting it. Mash looked toward the distant ruins. We should follow. Izuku hesitated, then nodded. Yes. The three moved through the ruined city. Fuyuki was almost unrecognizable. Buildings had collapsed. Streets were covered in ash. Black magical residue clung to walls. Izuku kept his eyes active. He tracked the underground flow. Left. Mash followed. Why? The mana concentration is stronger there. They turned. Straight. Another turn. Right. Artoria looked at him. You're navigating using the magical network. Yes. Even though you've never been here before. The city itself is giving me a map. Artoria nodded. Convenient. Izuku smiled. Very. They eventually reached a large intersection. A massive crater occupied the center. Izuku stopped. His eyes widened. The energy is directly beneath us. Mash looked at the crater. There's no entrance. Izuku knelt. His hand touched the ground. Click. His circuits activated. Mana spread beneath the surface. He could see a structure several hundred meters below. A huge chamber. Multiple magical rings. And something in the center. Izuku's expression changed. There's a ritual. Artoria immediately looked serious. What kind? I don't know. Izuku concentrated. The structure became clearer. It's enormous. Mash crouched beside him. Can you disable it? Probably. Probably. I need to see the whole thing first. Izuku stood. We need to get underground. Artoria looked around. There may be an entrance. Izuku pointed toward a damaged building. There. They moved. The entrance was hidden beneath the remains of an abandoned building. Izuku found a magical seal beneath the rubble. He brushed away the dust. This is old. Artoria examined it. Not as old as it appears. Izuku looked at her. How can you tell? The magical structure. Izuku immediately crouched. Let me see. His eyes activated. Click. The seal appeared. He studied its construction. You're right. Mash looked at him. What did you find? The surface is designed to look ancient. Izuku touched one of the markings. But the mana pathways are recent. Artoria's expression hardened. Someone constructed this deliberately. Yes. Izuku looked toward the seal. And they don't want anyone opening it. Mash raised her shield. Then maybe we shouldn't. Izuku looked at the underground structure. We have to. He placed one hand against the seal. Mana flowed. The seal resisted. Izuku frowned. It's reinforced. Artoria stepped forward. Allow me. She raised her weapon. Izuku immediately moved aside. Artoria struck the seal. Clang. The entire entrance shook. Crack. The seal fractured. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait. A pulse of magical energy erupted. The ground beneath them opened. Mash grabbed Izuku. Midoriya-san. I've got you. They fell. Whoosh. Izuku's stomach dropped. This wasn't part of the plan. Mash activated her shield. I know. Artoria followed them. The three disappeared into darkness. They landed several seconds later. Boom. Izuku hit the stone floor. Ow. Mash landed nearby. Artoria landed on her feet. Izuku sat up. Everyone okay? Mash nodded. Yes. Artoria looked around. This place is enormous. Izuku stood. His Magecraft activated. Click. The underground chamber appeared. Massive pillars. Ancient-looking walls. Magical circuits covering the floor. The same dark energy they had detected from the surface flowed through the entire structure. Izuku's eyes widened. This isn't just a ritual chamber. Mash looked toward him. What is it? An energy transfer system. Artoria frowned. Transfer to where? Izuku pointed toward the center. There. A massive crystal floated above a circular formation. Dark energy flowed into it. Izuku approached. His eyes widened. It's storing magical energy. Mash looked at the crystal. For what? Izuku didn't answer. His analysis continued. Then he saw the structure. A network of spiritual signatures. 1, 2, dozens. Hundreds. Izuku's expression changed. These aren't just energy signatures. Artoria stepped closer. What are they? Izuku whispered. Servants. Mash's eyes widened. Servants. Yes. He pointed toward the crystal. It's storing information about servants. Artoria stared. Why? Izuku looked deeper. The answer appeared. His eyes widened. To summon them. Mash tightened her grip. How many? Izuku counted the signatures. His expression became increasingly serious. Too many. The chamber suddenly shook. Boom. A crack appeared across the floor. Izuku looked down. Something is coming. Another impact. Boom. The crystal above them flickered. The stored servant signatures began activating. One. Then another. Then another. Mash raised her shield. Midoriya-san. I see them. Black figures began emerging from the floor. Shadow servants. Dozens. Izuku immediately began analyzing. Their spiritual structures are weaker than Heracles. Artoria raised her weapon. Then we can defeat them. Yes. The shadows charged. Roar. Mash moved first. Boom. Her shield destroyed the first one. Artoria followed. Clang. Another collapsed. Izuku reinforced his legs. Whoosh. He moved through the battlefield. His eyes tracked every target. Left. Mash blocked. Right. Artoria attacked. Behind you. Mash turned. Boom. The shadow disappeared. Izuku moved between them. His Magecraft allowed him to coordinate their movements with increasing precision. But the number of enemies continued growing. There are more. Mash shouted. Izuku looked toward the crystal. They're being generated by the system. Artoria destroyed another. Then destroy the system. Izuku looked at the crystal. I'm trying. He rushed toward it. Whoosh. Several shadows followed. Mash intercepted them. Keep going. Izuku reached the central formation. His hand touched the magical ring. Click. His Magecraft activated. The entire system became visible. Izuku's eyes widened. This is much more complicated than the bounded field. He followed the pathways. Energy enters here. Another line. Then gets compressed. Another. Then converted into spiritual information. He looked at the crystal. The crystal isn't the source. Artoria shouted from behind him. Then what is? Izuku pointed downward. The entire chamber. The ground shook. Crack. Izuku realized something. It's using the singularity itself as a giant summoning circle. Mash looked at him. Can you shut it down? Yes. Izuku hesitated. But it'll take time. Artoria blocked another attack. How much? 3 minutes. Mash raised her shield. Then we'll give you 3 minutes. Izuku nodded. Thanks. Izuku placed both hands against the central formation. Mana flowed through his circuits. Click, click, click. The magical system resisted. Izuku's teeth clenched. Come on. The first pathway disconnected. Crack. One section of the chamber went dark. Then another. The shadow servants began disappearing. Mash looked surprised. It's working. Not fast enough. Izuku redirected his mana. The circuits adapted. Instead of forcing the entire system apart, he identified the key nodes. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I destroy these, he concentrated. The entire network collapses. His hand glowed. Concept reinforcement. Mana struck the first node. Crack. The second. Boom. The third. Crack. The fourth. A massive roar interrupted him. Roar. Izuku froze. The entire chamber went silent. Mash looked upward. Artoria raised her weapon. Something was approaching from above. Then the ceiling exploded. Boom. Stone fragments fell everywhere. A gigantic dragon descended into the chamber. Its body was covered in dark magical energy. Izuku stared. That's the dragon from Fuyuki. Mash raised her shield. It's here. The dragon roared. Roar. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. He tried to analyze it. The information flooded his mind. Spiritual body. Dragon core. Magical energy. Flame. But there was something else. A human spiritual signature existed inside the dragon's magical structure. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait. Artoria looked at him. What? There's a servant inside it. Mash stared. Inside the dragon. Yes. Izuku focused harder. His Magecraft mapped the structure. Then he found it. A female spiritual signature. A human soul. Izuku's expression changed. She's being controlled. The dragon opened its mouth. Dark flames began forming. Izuku shouted. Mash. She raised her shield. Lord Chaldea's. A barrier appeared. The dragon fired. Boom. Dark flames engulfed the chamber. The barrier shook violently. Mash gritted her teeth. I can't hold it forever. Izuku looked at the dragon. His eyes tracked the spiritual signature. He could see the connection. Something had attached itself to the servant's spirit. A dark magical parasite. Izuku clenched his fist. I can separate them. Artoria looked toward him. Are you certain? Yes. How? Izuku raised his hand. Same principle as Heracles. He pointed. I'll analyze the connection. Mash looked at him. Then what? We cut it. The dragon roared again. Roar. The barrier cracked. Crack. Izuku took a deep breath. His circuits activated. Click. 15%. Then 20. His body immediately protested. Pain spread through his arms. NGH. Mash looked at him. Midoriya-san. I need the output. You're already injured. I know. Izuku stepped forward. But I only need a few seconds. His eyes glowed. The dragon's spiritual structure became visible. The parasite appeared. A black knot wrapped around the servant's spiritual core. Izuku stared. There. He could see it. The connection was complicated, but not impossible. Artoria. Yes. When I give the signal, attack the dragon's left wing. Artoria nodded. Understood. Mash. Hold its head. Mash raised her shield. All right. Izuku gathered mana into his right hand. And I'll cut the connection. The dragon charged. Boom. Mash rushed forward. Her shield collided with its head. Boom. Artoria attacked its wing. Clang. The dragon roared. Roar. Izuku moved. Whoosh. His reinforced legs carried him directly toward its chest. The spiritual structure became clearer. The parasite was exposed. Now. Artoria struck. Boom. The dragon staggered. Mash held its head. Izuku reached the spiritual connection. His right hand glowed. Conceptual severance. He pushed his mana forward. Crack. The black connection fractured. The servant's spiritual signature suddenly surged. Izuku gritted his teeth. Almost. The parasite resisted. His circuits adapted. The magical flow changed. Come on. Crack. Another fracture. The dragon screamed. Roar. Izuku pushed harder. Break. Boom. The connection shattered. The black energy exploded outward. Whom. The dragon collapsed. The massive body began dissolving into magical particles. Izuku fell with it. Mash caught him. Midoriya-san. He looked upward. The dragon was disappearing. Inside the fading magical energy, a human figure appeared. A woman. She was unconscious. Mash stared. There's someone there. Artoria caught the falling servant. Izuku looked at her. His analysis activated one final time. She's alive. Mash exhaled. Thank goodness. Izuku's body finally gave out. His eyes closed. When Izuku woke again, he was lying inside the shelter. The ceiling above him was familiar. Mash sat nearby. You're awake. Izuku blinked. The dragon. Gone. The servant. Alive. Izuku smiled. Good. Mash looked at him. You used 20%. Izuku immediately looked away. Temporarily. You promised. I know. Mash crossed her arms. You're terrible at following orders. Izuku sighed. Probably. Artoria entered. The servant has regained consciousness. Izuku sat up. Who is she? Artoria looked toward the doorway. Her name is Jeanne d'Arc. Izuku froze. Jeanne d'Arc. Mash nodded. Yes. Izuku immediately reached for his notebook. Mash laughed. You're already taking notes. This is important. He opened the notebook. Jeanne d'Arc. He wrote the name. Saint. Ruler. Heroic spirit. He looked toward the doorway. A woman with silver white hair entered. Her expression was gentle but confused. She looked at Izuku, then Mash, then Artoria. You saved me. Izuku stood. We all did. Jeanne shook her head. I remember the dragon. She looked at her hands. I couldn't control my body. Izuku frowned. Something was attached to your spiritual core. Jeanne looked at him. You were the one who removed it. Izuku nodded. My Magecraft can analyze spiritual structures. Jeanne smiled. Then you are a very unusual master. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I've been hearing that a lot. Jeanne laughed softly. For the first time since arriving in Fuyuki, the atmosphere inside the shelter felt slightly lighter. Then the communication device on Izuku's belt activated. Beep. Olga's voice returned. Midoriya. Report. Izuku looked toward the others. We found the source of the underground energy. And it was a summoning system. Silence. What kind? One capable of storing servant spiritual information. Olga's voice became tense. How many? Izuku looked at Artoria. Then Jeanne. Too many. Explain. Someone has been using the entire singularity as a summoning circle. Olga didn't respond immediately. Then another voice entered the communication channel. A nervous operator. Director. What? We've detected another spiritual signature. Where? Fuyuki. Izuku's expression changed. Another servant. Yes. The operator hesitated. But this one is different. Izuku immediately stood. How? The system cannot classify it. His eyes narrowed. Can't classify it. Number. The communication line filled with static. Then a final message arrived. The spiritual signature is increasing. Beep. The signal cut out. Izuku looked toward the burning city. His circuits activated. Click. He could feel the presence. Far away, powerful, angry, and surrounded by an enormous amount of magical energy. Jeanne stepped beside him. Something is coming. Izuku nodded. Yes. Mash raised her shield. Artoria gripped her weapon. Outside, the sky above Fuyuki suddenly turned red. Dark clouds gathered over the city. Then a woman's voice echoed across the burning streets. Where is the master? Izuku's eyes widened. The voice continued. Where is the one who interfered with my dragon? A massive magical pressure descended. The shelter walls shook. Crack. Jeanne looked toward the sky. That voice. Artoria's expression hardened. She's here. Izuku raised his hand. His Magecraft activated. Click. A figure appeared through his vision. A woman surrounded by flames. Behind her, enormous dragons flew through the burning sky. Izuku stared. His analytical vision struggled against the sheer magical output. He could barely process the information. Then he saw her spiritual signature. The same dark pattern that had controlled Jeanne. Izuku's eyes narrowed. She's the source. Mash stepped forward. Who is she? Jeanne looked toward the sky. Her expression became sorrowful. That is, the woman descended through the flames. Her eyes glowed with hatred. Jeanne d'Arc altar. Izuku clenched his fist. Click. His circuits activated. The next battle had arrived. The sky above Fuyuki had turned red. Dark clouds twisted above the ruined city while enormous magical signatures moved through them. Izuku stood outside the shelter with Mash, Artoria, and Jeanne. His eyes remained fixed on the woman descending through the flames. Jeanne d'Arc altar. Behind her, several dragons circled through the burning sky. Roar. Izuku's magic circuits activated. Click. His vision filled with information. Magical energy. Spiritual foundation. Flame concentration. Servant parameters. But the data around Jeanne altar was distorted. Her magical output is enormous. Artoria raised her weapon. She is the ruler of this singularity. Jeanne's expression became complicated. She is me. Izuku looked at her. Not exactly. Jeanne glanced at him. What? Izuku pointed toward the figure in the sky. Her spiritual structure is different from yours. His eyes narrowed. She has your foundation, but the structure has been altered. Jeanne looked toward her counterpart. Then she is a version of me created by this singularity. That's my guess. A voice echoed from above. How interesting. Jeanne Alter floated above the ruined street. You've been analyzing me this entire time. Izuku looked up. Yes. She smiled. Then analyze this. She raised one hand. The dragons descended. Roar. Mash immediately raised her shield. Lord Chaldea's. A massive barrier appeared. Boom. The dragons slammed into it. The barrier shook. Izuku stepped backward. There are 6. Artoria moved beside him. We can handle them. Wait. Izuku's eyes scanned the dragons. They aren't attacking randomly. Jeanne Alter smiled. Too late. The dragons spread apart. Their magical energy connected. Izuku's expression changed. They're forming a formation. Mash looked at him. What kind? Containment. The 6 dragons released their flames simultaneously. Boom. The entire area erupted. Mash's barrier absorbed the first impact. The second. The third. Crack. The barrier began breaking. I can't hold it. Izuku stepped forward. I'll reinforce it. Mash looked at him. Your circuits are still recovering. I'll use 10%. He placed his hand against the shield. Click. Mana flowed. The barrier brightened. The flames were pushed outward. Izuku gritted his teeth. This is heavier than the last attack. Artoria moved. Then I'll eliminate the dragons. She charged. Whoosh. Her weapon struck the nearest dragon. Clang. The creature recoiled. Jeanne Alter watched from above. You brought a saber. Artoria looked toward her. Yes. Then let us see which saint and knight deserves this battlefield. Jeanne Alter raised her hand. A massive fireball appeared. Burn. Boom. The fireball descended. Artoria jumped. Her weapon cut through the attack. Whoosh. The explosion spread across the sky. Izuku watched. His eyes widened. Artoria. She turned. What? The fire. He pointed. It's following you. Artoria looked behind her. The flames changed direction. They curved around her. Izuku's eyes narrowed. It's guided. Jeanne Alter smiled. Of course it is. The flames chased Artoria through the sky. Whoosh. Izuku immediately began analyzing the spell. The fire isn't normal. Mash looked at him. What do you see? It's connected directly to her mana. He pointed toward Jeanne Alter. As long as she's controlling it, it can change direction. Artoria blocked another blast. Boom. Then interrupt her concentration. Izuku nodded. Exactly. He turned toward Jeanne. Mash. Yes. Protect me. Mash raised her shield. Where are you going? Closer. Izuku activated his reinforcement. Click. 10%. His body accelerated. Whoosh. He ran across the ruined street. Mash followed. Jeanne Alter noticed. The master is charging. Izuku jumped onto a collapsed building. Whoosh. He reached the roof. His eyes locked onto Jeanne Alter. She raised her hand. The dragons turned toward him. Izuku stopped. Too many. 6 dragons surrounded him. Roar. Mash arrived below. Midoriya-san. Izuku looked down. I'll handle them. Alone. Temporarily. He lowered his stance. The first dragon attacked. Whoosh. Izuku jumped. Its claws missed. He landed on its back. His eyes activated. Click. He saw the magical pathway. Weak point. His fist struck. Boom. The dragon fell. Another attacked from behind. Izuku turned. Whoosh. He ducked. The claws passed above him. He struck the creature's chest. Boom. It fell. The remaining dragons roared. Roar. Izuku's breathing became heavier. 4. He moved. Whoosh. Another dragon attacked. Izuku reinforced his legs. He jumped over it, then struck its wing. Boom. 3. Another. 2. The final dragon attacked. Izuku raised his arm. The impact threw him backward. Boom. He crashed through a wall. Crash. Mash shouted. Midoriya-san. Izuku pushed himself up. His shoulder hurt, but nothing was broken. I'm okay. He looked at the dragon. But that's stronger. His Magecraft analyzed it. The creature's scales were reinforced by Jeanne Alter's mana. Izuku narrowed his eyes. They're being powered externally. He raised one finger. Then, mana gathered. If I cut the connection. He fired a small concentrated blast. Crack. The magic struck the dragon's neck. The external mana connection broke. The dragon weakened. Izuku punched. Boom. The creature collapsed. He looked toward the sky. Jeanne Alter was staring directly at him. You. Izuku froze. Your Magecraft. She raised her hand. You're interfering with my control. Izuku smiled nervously. That's the idea. Jeanne Alter's expression hardened. Then die. The sky exploded. Boom. Flames covered the entire area. Mash raised her shield. Artoria rushed toward Izuku. Jeanne's attack descended. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. He could see the spell. The flames were enormous, but their structure was simple. He raised his hand. Reinforcement. Mana concentrated around his palm. Conceptual analysis. The fire became lines. He saw the central magical pathway. 1 point. 1 weakness. Izuku pointed. There. Artoria immediately understood. She swung her weapon. Boom. The flame split apart. The explosion spread harmlessly around them. Jeanne Alter's eyes widened. You broke my spell. Izuku landed. Not exactly. He raised his hand. I found the point where your mana was concentrating. Jeanne Alter stared. Annoying. She raised her weapon. Dark energy surrounded it. Izuku's expression changed. That's stronger. Artoria stepped forward. Stay behind me. Izuku shook his head. Number. Artoria looked at him. What? I can help. He pointed toward Jeanne Alter. Her attack has a weakness. Jeanne Alter smiled. Does it? Izuku's eyes activated. Yes. The weapon began glowing. Izuku saw the magical structure. Then the spiritual structure beneath it. It's a noble phantasm. Artoria's expression became serious. Yes. Then I need to analyze it. That will take time. Give me 10 seconds. Artoria nodded. I'll give you 10. Jeanne Alter raised her weapon. The sky darkened. Massive magical energy gathered around her. Burn everything. Whom? The dragons roared. Roar. Fire spread across the city. Mash planted her shield. Lord Chaldea's. A massive barrier appeared. Artoria stood in front. Izuku closed his eyes. Click, click, click. His Magecraft activated. The world disappeared. Only the noble phantasm remained. Izuku saw layers. Mana. Spiritual energy. Concept. Legend. Destruction. The information overwhelmed him. His head throbbed. Too much. His circuits began burning. He pushed harder. Come on. The structure became clearer. He found the first connection. Then the second. Then the third. Izuku's eyes widened. It's not a single attack. Mash shouted. What? It's a chain reaction. Artoria looked back. Explain. The first explosion triggers the second. Izuku pointed toward the sky. Then the third. Another point. Then the fourth. His expression hardened. It's designed to destroy everything in the area. Artoria tightened her grip. Then how do we stop it? Izuku looked at the structure. We don't. Mash stared. What? We redirect it. Izuku pointed toward the magical network beneath the city. The Singularities energy is connected to her. Artoria understood. You want to use the connection against her. Yes. Mash looked worried. Can you do that? Izuku hesitated. I don't know. Jeanne Alter released the attack. Boom. A massive wave of flame descended. Izuku raised his hand. I'll try. His circuits activated. Click. 15%. Mana surged through his body. Pain spread across his arms. NGH. Mash noticed. Midoriya-san. Keep the shield up. He stepped forward. His eyes locked onto the noble phantasm. The first layer approached. He identified the connection. There. His fingertip glowed. Crack. He struck the magical pathway. The flame changed direction. It moved sideways. The second layer approached. Izuku redirected it. Boom. The explosion spread across the sky. The third. Crack. The fourth. Boom. Izuku continued. His body shook. His circuits were overheating. He breathed heavily. One more. The final layer approached. He saw the connection. But this one was different. It wasn't connected to Jeanne altar. It was connected to the entire singularity. Izuku's eyes widened. Number. Mash looked at him. What? This final part is anchored to Fuyuki. Artoria understood. If you redirect it, the city will absorb the impact. Mash's expression changed. Then don't. Izuku stared at the spell. There had to be another way. His Magecraft searched. The structure. The city. The spiritual foundation. Then he saw it. Another pathway. Small. Hidden. Leading directly to Jeanne altar. Izuku smiled. There. Artoria looked toward him. What? The real connection. Izuku pointed toward Jeanne altar. The spell isn't anchored to the city. He narrowed his eyes. She is. Jeanne altar's expression changed. What are you doing? Izuku raised his hand. Ending this. He fired. Crack. The mana struck the hidden connection. Jeanne altar staggered. The noble phantasm destabilized. Boom. The flames exploded harmlessly into the sky. Silence. Jeanne altar looked at Izuku. You. Izuku breathed heavily. Got you. She raised her weapon. Then stopped. Her expression was furious. You really are annoying. A massive magical wave erupted around her. She disappeared into the smoke. The dragons followed. Mash lowered her shield. She escaped. Artoria looked toward the sky. Yes. Izuku collapsed onto one knee. Mash immediately caught him. Midoriya-san. I'm okay. You're not. Izuku looked at his hand. His fingers were trembling. 15%. He breathed. That was too much. Artoria approached. You pushed yourself beyond your safe level. Izuku nodded. I know. Why? Izuku looked toward the direction Jeanne altar had disappeared. Because if she had released that attack. He looked around. The city was damaged. But still standing. Everyone here would have died. Mash remained silent. Artoria looked at him for several seconds. Then she nodded. Then your decision was correct. Izuku smiled faintly. Thanks. They returned to the shelter before dawn. Jeanne remained with them. The saint sat near Izuku while Mash treated his exhausted body. You should rest, Jeanne said. Izuku nodded. I will. You say that often. Apparently. Jeanne smiled. Your Magecraft is remarkable. Izuku looked at her. Really? Yes. I still don't understand it completely. Jeanne looked thoughtful. Perhaps that is because you are not treating it like ordinary Magecraft. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Your abilities react to your intention. Izuku looked down. Yes. When you seek to protect someone, your circuits change. Izuku remained silent. Jeanne continued. When you analyze an enemy, they adapt. Izuku nodded. And when I synchronize with a servant, your mana becomes more compatible. Izuku looked at her. So what does that mean? Jeanne smiled. Perhaps your Magecraft isn't about controlling mana. She placed a hand over her chest. Perhaps it is about connecting with the concept of a hero. Izuku stared. The words reminded him of the name he had given his Magecraft. Heroic resonance. He opened his notebook, then stopped. For once, he didn't immediately write. Maybe. Jeanne smiled. You don't need to understand everything today. Izuku finally nodded. Right. Outside the shelter, the first light of dawn appeared. Fuyuki remained a burning ruin. But the survivors had a place to stay. The dragons were gone. Jeanne altar had retreated, and the underground summoning system had been partially disabled. Izuku stood near the entrance. Mash approached. How are you feeling? Better. Really? Mostly. Mash looked at his hand. Your circuits. Recovering. Good. Artoria joined them. There is another matter. Izuku looked at her. What? She pointed toward the distant city. The enemy retreated, but her magical signature remains. Izuku activated his Magecraft. Click. He looked toward the horizon. Yes. He could see it. A faint trail of dark energy. Leading toward the center of Fuyuki. Izuku's expression became serious. She's going back to the ritual chamber. Jeanne immediately stood. Then we have to stop her. Izuku nodded. Yes. Mash raised her shield. Together. Artoria lifted her weapon. Together. Izuku clenched his fist. Click. His circuits activated. Then let's go. The three servants and the master moved through the ruined streets. Jeanne walked beside Izuku. Midoriya. Yes. You called me a servant earlier. Yes. Then what will you call me now? Izuku looked at her. He smiled. An ally. Jeanne smiled back. Then I'll gladly accept. Mash looked at them. You two are getting along quickly. Izuku laughed. She saved us too. Jeanne shook her head. You saved me first. Artoria walked ahead. Save the conversation for later. Izuku nodded. Right. They continued toward the center of Fuyuki. But as they approached, the magical pressure increased. The ground shook. Crack. Izuku stopped. His Magecraft activated. The underground network was active again. Much stronger than before. She restarted the system. Mash raised her shield. How long until it's active? Izuku stared at the magical structure. Less than 5 minutes. Artoria looked toward the ruined tower ahead. Then we have 5 minutes. Izuku clenched his fist. We'll shut it down. A massive dragon roar echoed through the city. Roar. Another answered. Then another. The sky filled with dark silhouettes. Izuku looked upward. Dozens of dragons appeared through the clouds. His eyes widened. That's not possible. Jeanne looked at him. What? The summoning system. He pointed toward the sky. It's not summoning servants anymore. Mash looked up. Then what is it summoning? Izuku's expression hardened. Dragons. The entire city shook. Boom. And somewhere in the center of Fuyuki, Jeanne altar laughed. Come. Her voice echoed across the ruins. Let's see how many heroes your little master can save. Izuku raised his hand. Green mana surrounded his fingers. Click. His circuits activated. We'll find out. The next battle was already beginning. The sky above Fuyuki was filled with dragons. Dozens of dark silhouettes moved through the clouds, their wings blotting out what remained of the morning light. Roar. Another roar followed. Roar. Izuku stood in the middle of the ruined street with Mash, Artoria, and Jeanne. His right hand was surrounded by a faint green glow. His circuits were still recovering from the previous battle. There are too many, Mash said. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. Magical lines spread across his vision. Each dragon was connected to the underground summoning system. They're not independent. Jeanne looked toward the sky. What do you mean? Every dragon is connected to the ritual. Izuku pointed toward the center of Fuyuki. Jeanne altar is using the summoning system to control them. Artoria tightened her grip. Then destroying the dragons won't solve the problem. Right. Izuku looked at the enormous magical network beneath the city. We need to reach the central chamber. Mash raised her shield. Then let's go. A dragon suddenly descended. Whoosh. Its enormous claws struck the street. Boom. The pavement exploded. Mash raised her shield. Lord Chaldea's. The impact slammed into the barrier. Crack. Izuku immediately moved. Whoosh. He jumped over the dragon's wing. His eyes activated. Click. Its mana core is on the left side. Artoria attacked. Clang. Her weapon struck the dragon's scales. The creature recoiled. Jeanne followed. Her flag swept forward. Boom. Holy energy struck the dragon. It fell. But 3 more descended. Roar. Izuku looked upward. We can't keep fighting them one by one. Artoria nodded. Then create an opening. Izuku thought quickly. His eyes moved across the battlefield. The dragons were connected. If one was damaged, the others compensated. I have an idea. Mash looked at him. What? We don't destroy them. Izuku pointed toward the sky. We disrupt the network. Izuku moved to the center of the street. He placed his palm against the ground. Click. His Magecraft spread through the pavement. The magical network appeared. Thousands of pathways crossed beneath Fuyuki. The dragons were connected through them. Izuku followed the connections. There. One node. Then another. And there. A third. His eyes widened. They're using 3 primary control nodes. Jeanne looked at him. Can you disable them? Yes. Artoria raised her weapon. Where? Izuku pointed. North, east, and west. Mash looked toward him. What about the central node? That's protected. Izuku looked toward the massive magical structure beneath the city. We'll reach it after the other 3 are disabled. Artoria nodded. Then we split up. Izuku immediately shook his head. Number. Artoria raised an eyebrow. Why? Because the dragons are using the same network. He pointed toward the sky. If one group attacks a node, the others will know. Jeanne understood. Then we attack all 3 simultaneously. Izuku nodded. Exactly. Mash smiled. How? Izuku looked at the 3 of them. We use the resonance. The first group moved north. Mash and Izuku ran through the ruined streets. Whoosh. A dragon landed ahead of them. Boom. Mash raised her shield. Izuku immediately analyzed it. Don't attack the body. Mash stopped. Why? The network will reinforce it. Izuku pointed toward its wing. Hit the wing joint. Mash charged. Boom. Her shield slammed into the wing. The dragon stumbled. Izuku ran past it. Keep moving. They reached the northern control node. It was hidden inside a ruined church. Izuku stepped inside. His eyes widened. The walls were covered in magical circuits. This is it. Mash looked around. What do we do? I need to disconnect it. He placed his hand against the central seal. Click. Mana surged. The system resisted. It's stronger than the previous nodes. Mash raised her shield. Then I'll protect you. Izuku nodded. Thanks. A dragon crashed through the church wall. Boom. Mash blocked the impact. Midoriya-san. Almost. Izuku concentrated. His Magecraft traced the node. The structure was complicated, but he could see its core. There. He pressed his palm against it. Conceptual severance. Crack. The node fractured. The dragons outside suddenly stopped. Mash looked surprised. It worked. Izuku breathed heavily. One down. Far across the city, Artoria reached the eastern node. She stood before a massive tower surrounded by dragons. Roar. The creatures attacked. Artoria raised her weapon. Then come. Whoosh. She moved through them. Clang. Boom. Clang. One after another, the dragons fell. She reached the tower. Her eyes narrowed. The entire building was covered in magical circuits. So this is the source. A dragon descended. Boom. Artoria blocked. The impact pushed her backward. The creature attacked again. She jumped. Whoosh. Her blade struck its neck. Boom. The dragon fell. Artoria placed her hand against the tower. The magical structure responded. She could feel the energy flowing through it. Interesting. The node wasn't simply a magical machine. It was connected directly to the ley lines of the singularity. Artoria raised her weapon. Then I'll cut the connection. She swung. Clang. The tower cracked. Again. Boom. The magical circuits shattered. The eastern node collapsed. The dragons above the city lost their coordination. Jeanne reached the western node. The structure was hidden beneath an old fortress. She walked through the entrance. Her expression became serious. This place. She recognized the markings. They resembled the ritual used to create her altered spiritual foundation. Jeanne altar. She touched one of the symbols. What did you do? A voice answered from the darkness. I created a world where you were never abandoned. Jeanne froze. Jeanne altar stepped out of the shadows. Her weapon rested over her shoulder. And yet you came here to destroy it. Jeanne stared at her. This isn't a world. It is. Jeanne altar smiled. It's my world. You are controlling these dragons. Yes. You attacked innocent people. They're irrelevant. Jeanne's expression hardened. Then I cannot allow you to continue. Jeanne altar raised her weapon. You sound exactly like the saint they wanted you to be. She charged. Whoosh. Jeanne raised her flag. Clang. Their weapons collided. Boom. The fortress shook. Jeanne altar attacked again. Jeanne blocked. Clang. You're weaker than me. Jeanne altar pushed forward. You know that. Jeanne stepped backward. Perhaps. She raised her flag. But strength isn't everything. Holy energy spread through the fortress. Jeanne altar's eyes widened. What are you doing? Jeanne slammed the flag into the ground. Boom. The magical circuits beneath the fortress were disrupted. The western node flickered. Jeanne altar looked around. You. Jeanne smiled. You connected yourself to the node. She pointed her flag toward the floor. So I'll break it. Jeanne altar's expression darkened. Don't. Jeanne struck. Boom. The western node collapsed. The dragons across Fuyuki suddenly stopped. Izuku felt the change. The magical network weakened. His eyes widened. All three nodes are down. Mash lowered her shield. Then we can reach the central chamber. Izuku nodded. Yes. But then he noticed something. The central node was still active. Stronger than before. Wait. Mash looked at him. What? Izuku stared at the magical network. The system is changing. Changing. Yes. The central node was absorbing the energy from the destroyed nodes. Izuku's expression hardened. She expected us to do this. Mash frowned. What does that mean? The three control nodes weren't only controlling the dragons. Izuku pointed toward the center. They were also supplying energy. Mash's eyes widened. And now that they're destroyed, all their energy is going into the central node. The ground shook. Boom. Izuku stumbled. That's bad. A massive magical wave erupted beneath them. The sky darkened. A huge magical circle appeared above Fuyuki. Mash raised her shield. What is that? Izuku looked up. His analytical vision nearly failed. It's a summoning circle. Artoria arrived. What is being summoned? Izuku stared at the center of the circle. His face became pale. Something enormous. Jeanne approached. Then we must stop it. Izuku nodded. We have to reach the center. The four moved toward the ritual chamber. The streets trembled with every step. Crack. Buildings collapsed around them. Boom. Dark energy rose from underground. Izuku kept his eyes active. The central chamber is 300 meters ahead. Artoria looked toward the ruined tower. Then we go directly. A dragon descended. Roar. Artoria raised her weapon. Leave it to me. She charged. Boom. The dragon fell. Another appeared. Jeanne attacked. Whoosh. Holy energy struck it. Mash protected Izuku from another. Boom. Keep moving. Izuku ran. Whoosh. He could feel the magical pressure increasing. His circuits began reacting. Click. Click. His body felt heavier. The closer we get, the stronger the system becomes. Mash looked at him. Can you keep analyzing? Barely. Then stop. Izuku shook his head. Not yet. They reached the entrance. A massive stone door blocked the way. Magical symbols covered it. Izuku placed his hand against the surface. Click. His eyes activated. This isn't a door. Artoria looked at him. What is it? A spiritual barrier. Izuku traced the symbols. It's designed to reject servants. Jeanne stepped forward. Then I'll open it. She placed her hand against the barrier. Nothing happened. She frowned. It recognizes me as an enemy. Izuku looked at the structure. Wait. His eyes widened. It doesn't reject servants. He looked at Mash. It rejects spiritual beings connected to the singularity. Mash understood. Then you can open it. Izuku nodded. I'm a living human. He placed both hands against the barrier. Mana flowed. The barrier resisted. Come on. Click. His circuits activated. The symbols changed. The door opened. Darkness appeared beyond it. Izuku looked inside. We're close. The chamber beneath Fuyuki was enormous. The ceiling couldn't be seen. Magical rings floated in the air. At the center stood Jeanne altar. Behind her was a gigantic black dragon. Izuku stopped. His analytical vision activated. Click. The information flooded his mind. Dragon core. Spiritual foundation. Massive magical output. Then something else. The dragon wasn't being summoned. It was being constructed. Izuku's eyes widened. She's creating it. Mash raised her shield. What is it? Izuku swallowed. A dragon made from the Singularities' magical energy. Artoria stepped forward. Then we destroy it. Jeanne Alter laughed. You're too late. The black dragon opened its eyes. Roar. The entire chamber shook. Boom. Jeanne Alter raised her weapon. Welcome to the world I created. Izuku's eyes remained fixed on the dragon. He saw thousands of magical pathways connecting it to the city. Then he noticed something. A small spiritual signature existed inside the dragon. His expression changed. There's someone inside. Mash looked at him. Another servant. Number. Izuku concentrated. It's the Singularities core. Artoria's expression became serious. Then destroying the dragon may destroy Fuyuki. Izuku nodded. Yes. Jeanne Alter smiled. Now you understand. She raised her weapon. If you kill my dragon, you kill the singularity. Izuku clenched his fist. Then we won't kill it. Jeanne Alter's smile disappeared. What? Izuku looked at the dragon. His eyes activated. Click. We'll separate it. The black dragon attacked. Roar. Boom. Mash raised her shield. The impact pushed her backward. Artoria charged. Clang. Her weapon struck the dragon's scales. Jeanne attacked from the opposite side. Boom. Izuku remained behind them. His eyes tracked the structure. The core is moving. Mash shouted. Where? Toward the chest. Artoria struck again. Can you isolate it? Yes. Izuku moved closer. His circuits activated. Click. 10%. The dragon's structure became clearer. The core was surrounded by layers of magical energy. Izuku counted. 7 layers. Mash blocked another attack. Can you break them? Not alone. Artoria looked toward him. Then tell us where to strike. Izuku nodded. Mash. Left wing. Boom. Mash struck. Artoria. Chest. Clang. Artoria attacked. Jeanne. Head. Whoosh. Jeanne's holy energy struck. The first layer cracked. Crack. Izuku smiled. 1. The dragon roared. Roar. The second layer shifted. Izuku followed it. Again. Mash attacked. Boom. 2. Artoria. Clang. 3. Jeanne. Boom. 4. The dragon's magical energy surged. Izuku's body shook. It's resisting. Mash looked toward him. What should we do? Izuku stared at the structure. Change the frequency. Mash frowned. Frequency. Yes. Izuku raised his hand. All 3 of you attack simultaneously. Artoria nodded. Understood. Mash raised her shield. Jeanne lifted her flag. Izuku concentrated. Now. Boom. Clang. Hoom. 3 attacks struck simultaneously. The magical layers resonated. Crack. The 5th layer shattered. Izuku's eyes widened. It worked. The 6th layer began cracking. Jeanne Alter shouted. Stop. Dark energy exploded from her body. The attack knocked everyone backward. Izuku crashed against the wall. Boom. Mash fell. Artoria slid across the floor. Jeanne staggered. Jeanne Alter raised her weapon. You will not take this from me. Izuku pushed himself up. His body hurt, but he could still move. He looked at the dragon. The sixth layer was almost broken. One more. He raised his hand. Mana gathered around his finger. Jeanne Alter noticed. No. She fired. Boom. Mash jumped in front of Izuku. Her shield absorbed the attack. Crack. The barrier broke. Mash was thrown backward. Mash. Izuku caught her. Are you okay? She nodded. Yes. Izuku looked at her shield. There was a large crack across it. His expression changed. Your shield. It's fine. It's not. Mash smiled. Then make sure this wasn't for nothing. Izuku looked at her. Then toward the dragon. His eyes sharpened. Right. He turned. Artoria. She stood. Yes. Jeanne. I'm ready. Izuku raised his hand. One more time. They attacked together. Boom. Clang. The sixth layer shattered. The final layer remained. Izuku stared at it. The last one. His analytical vision suddenly revealed something unexpected. The final layer wasn't protecting the core. It was protecting Jeanne Alter. Izuku's eyes widened. She's connected to the dragon. Artoria understood. If we separate them, the dragon will lose its control. Jeanne looked toward her counterpart. Then I know what to do. She stepped forward. Jeanne Alter stared at her. You. Jeanne raised her flag. This ends here. Jeanne Alter's eyes narrowed. You think you can defeat me? Number. Jeanne smiled. But I can stop you. The two saints charged. Whoosh. Their weapons collided. Clang. Boom. Izuku watched. The final layer began shifting. His eyes followed it. There. Mash looked toward him. What? The connection. Izuku raised one finger. I found it. He gathered mana. 10%. 15. His circuits protested. Click. Warning. He ignored it. Conceptual severance. A concentrated beam of mana shot from his fingertip. It struck the connection between Jeanne Alter and the dragon. Crack. The final layer shattered. Jeanne Alter froze. The dragon stopped moving. Silence. Then, boom. The black dragon collapsed. Jeanne Alter was thrown backward. Izuku ran. Whoosh. He caught her before she hit the ground. She looked at him in disbelief. Why? Izuku frowned. Why what? Why save me? Izuku looked toward Jeanne. Then Mash. Then Artoria. Because you're still alive. Jeanne Alter stared at him. Izuku released her carefully. And we're here to save humanity. She looked away. Idiot. But her voice was quieter than before. The central ritual began collapsing. Crack. The magical rings shattered one after another. Izuku looked around. Everyone out. Mash raised her shield. The four ran toward the exit. Boom. The chamber began collapsing behind them. Artoria pulled Jeanne forward. Mash shielded Izuku. They reached the surface. Then the entire underground structure collapsed. Boom. A massive cloud of dust rose over Fuyuki. Silence followed. Izuku fell onto his back. We did it. Mash sat beside him. Yes. Artoria looked toward the sky. The dragons were gone. The dark clouds were beginning to disappear. Jeanne stood several meters away. She looked toward the ruined city. It's over. Izuku nodded. For now. Then his communication device activated. Beep. Olga's voice returned. Midoriya. Izuku sat up. Yes. The Singularities' stability is improving. Mash smiled. We succeeded. Olga continued. However, there's something else. Izuku frowned. What? The Rayshift system is ready. Izuku's eyes widened. Already? Yes. A short pause followed. Your next destination has been determined. The screen displayed a new location. Izuku stared. Rome. Olga answered. The second singularity. Izuku closed his notebook. He looked toward Mash. Then Artoria. Then Jeanne. Then we're going to Rome. Mash smiled. Together. Jeanne looked at Izuku. May I accompany you? Izuku smiled. Of course. Artoria nodded. Then our next battle awaits. Far away, the burning city of Fuyuki began to fade. The singularity was collapsing. The four stood together as the light of the Rayshift surrounded them. Izuku felt his body becoming lighter. The last thing he saw was Fuyuki disappearing into white light. Then the world changed. Izuku opened his eyes. The first thing he heard was music. Loud music. The second thing he noticed was a crowd. The third was the enormous stone arena surrounding them. He blinked. Where are we? Mash looked around. I don't know. Artoria immediately raised her weapon. Jeanne looked toward the banners hanging from the buildings. Izuku activated his Magecraft. Click. His eyes widened. Rome. A massive crowd erupted. Roma. Roma. Izuku stared at the banners. This isn't normal Rome. Artoria nodded. Number. Jeanne looked toward the arena. We have arrived in another singularity. A loud voice echoed through the arena. Welcome, champions. Izuku looked upward. A servant stood on a massive platform. She wore elaborate armor. Her expression was confident, and she was smiling directly at them. You have entered the glorious empire of Rome. The crowd roared. Roma. Izuku swallowed. Mash whispered. Midoriya-san. Yes, I think we're in trouble. Izuku looked at the enormous arena. Then at the servant. Then at the army surrounding them. He sighed. Yeah. His magic circuits activated. Click. The second singularity had begun. The light of the Rayshift vanished. Izuku opened his eyes. Cold air struck his face. He immediately noticed the smell. Smoke, oil, rain. His surroundings were completely different from Rome. Stone buildings lined both sides of a narrow street. Lamps illuminated the wet pavement, while thick gray fog covered everything beyond a few dozen meters. Mash looked around. This isn't Rome. Izuku shook his head. Number. Artoria studied the buildings. The architecture is unfamiliar. Jeanne looked toward the street. Where are we? Izuku activated his Magecraft. Click. His vision filled with magical information. The fog wasn't ordinary. Mana particles were suspended throughout the air. Izuku narrowed his eyes. This isn't natural fog. Mash looked at him. Magical. Yes. He reached toward it. The fog reacted to his mana. Izuku immediately pulled his hand back. It has a defensive property. Artoria looked toward him. Meaning, it interferes with magical perception. Izuku looked deeper into the fog. It's also carrying something. Mash became alert. Poison. Maybe. Izuku's eyes scanned the particles. Not ordinary poison. Jeanne stepped closer. Then what is it? Izuku frowned. Negative magical energy. A loud sound came from the distance. Clang. Then another. Clang. Then the unmistakable sound of machinery. Izuku turned toward the noise. There's something nearby. Artoria raised her weapon. Then we investigate. They moved through the fog. The farther they went, the stronger the sound became. Clank. Clank. Steam escaped from pipes attached to the buildings. Izuku stared. This is London. Mash looked at him. How do you know? The architecture. He pointed toward a distant clock tower. And the industrial equipment. Jeanne looked around. But something is wrong. Izuku nodded. Very wrong. The city was too quiet. No pedestrians. No merchants. No carriages. Only machines. And the fog. Izuku's Magecraft continued scanning. Click. Then he stopped. Wait. Mash turned. What? Someone is nearby. A figure emerged from the fog. A man wearing a long coat. His face was hidden beneath a hat. He held a metallic weapon in one hand. Izuku raised his guard. The man stopped. You are not from London. Izuku blinked. You're right. Servants. Artoria stepped forward. Yes. The man studied them, then looked toward Izuku. And you are the master. Izuku nodded. Yes. The man raised his weapon. Then you're the enemy. Boom. A bullet of magical energy shot through the fog. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. He saw the projectile's trajectory. Mash. She raised her shield. Clang. The projectile struck. The impact pushed her backward. Izuku stared. That's not a normal bullet. Artoria charged. Whoosh. The man fired again. Clang. Artoria deflected it. She continued forward. The man disappeared into the fog. Whoosh. Artoria stopped. He vanished. Izuku looked around. His Magecraft searched. Nothing. The fog is masking his spiritual signature. Jeanne raised her flag. Then we need to disperse it. Izuku shook his head. We can't. Why? The fog is connected to the city. He pointed toward the surrounding buildings. If we remove it forcefully, we could destabilize the entire area. Artoria lowered her weapon. Then we follow him. Izuku nodded. Yes. They followed the magical trail. It led deeper into London. The machinery became more complex. Large metal structures stretched between buildings. Pipes carried glowing mana through the streets. Izuku stared. These machines are using magical energy. Mash looked at one of the pipes. Like a magical power grid. Yes. Izuku approached. His Magecraft activated. Click. The structure appeared before him. Mana was being compressed, filtered, then converted into energy. His eyes widened. This is advanced. Artoria looked at him. Can you understand it? Some of it. He touched the pipe. They're using steam as a carrier. Steam. Yes. Izuku's eyes moved across the structure. The pressure moves the mana. Jeanne looked around. Why would someone build something like this? Izuku frowned. Because they're powering something. A massive sound echoed through the city. Whom? The ground shook. Crack. Mash raised her shield. What was that? Izuku looked toward the source. A machine. How large? Izuku's expression became serious. Very. They reached a massive industrial complex. The building was surrounded by metal towers. Each tower had a magical core. Steam poured from hundreds of pipes. Whom? Izuku stared. This is the source of the fog. Artoria looked at the towers. Then we destroy it. Izuku immediately shook his head. Not yet. Why? Because the fog isn't the only thing being produced. His Magecraft revealed a second system beneath the complex. Izuku's eyes widened. There's an engine. Mash frowned. What kind? An arcane engine. He followed the magical pathways. It's converting human spiritual energy into magical power. Jeanne's expression hardened. Human. Izuku nodded. Yes. Artoria's grip tightened. Then we stop it. Before they could move, the entire complex activated. Whom? Metal doors opened. Dozens of mechanical soldiers emerged. Their bodies were covered in metal armor. Magical energy glowed in their eyes. Izuku stared. Automata. The machines raised their weapons. Clang. Mash stepped forward. There are too many. Izuku looked around. They're all connected to the central engine. Artoria nodded. Then cut the connection. Izuku activated his Magecraft. Click. The magical network appeared. I can. He pointed. There's a central control line beneath us. Jeanne raised her flag. Then lead us there. The battle began. Clang. Clang. Boom. Mash blocked the mechanical soldiers. Artoria cut through their armor. Jeanne destroyed several with holy energy. Izuku moved between them. His eyes tracked the magical network. Left. Mash raised her shield. Clang. Behind. Artoria turned. Boom. Center. Jeanne attacked. Whom? The machines collapsed. Izuku ran toward the main building. Whoosh. An automaton intercepted him. He raised his arm. Reinforcement. Click. 10%. His fist struck. Boom. The machine flew backward. Izuku stared at his hand. That felt heavier than normal. He looked at the machine. Its armor was reinforced by compressed mana. Interesting. Another machine attacked. He ducked. Whoosh. His fist struck its chest. Boom. The armor cracked. Izuku moved forward. Their reinforcement has a delay. His eyes activated. Every time they fire their weapons, the magical armor temporarily redirects energy. He turned toward Mash. Mash, attack when they fire. She nodded. Understood. The automata fired. Boom. Mash struck. Clang. The armor shattered. Artoria followed. Whoosh. 3 machines fell. Jeanne attacked the remaining group. Boom. The courtyard became quiet. Izuku looked toward the main entrance. Let's go. Inside the complex, the air was hotter. Pipes covered the walls. Mana flowed through them. Izuku's eyes followed the pathways. The engine is below us. Mash looked at the floor. How deep? About 50 meters. Artoria raised her weapon. Then we go down. They found a stairway. It descended into darkness. Clank, clank. The sound of machinery became louder. Izuku placed his hand against the wall. The magical pressure is increasing. Jeanne looked at him. Are you all right? Yes. He smiled. Just a little overwhelmed. They continued. At the bottom was an enormous chamber. A giant machine occupied the center. Metal rings rotated around a glowing magical core. Steam surrounded it. Izuku stared. This is incredible. Mash looked at him. You like machines? A little. Artoria looked at the engine. Focus. Izuku nodded. Right. He activated his Magecraft. Click. The entire engine became visible. His eyes widened. This isn't just an engine. Jeanne stepped closer. What is it? A magical processor. Izuku followed the pathways. It's collecting spiritual energy. Mash looked horrified. From where? Izuku pointed upward. The entire city. Silence. Artoria's expression hardened. Then the people of London are being used as fuel. Yes. Izuku looked at the central core. And someone is controlling it. A voice echoed through the chamber. Correct. Everyone turned. The man from earlier stood on a platform above them. This time, several mechanical soldiers stood beside him. He removed his hat. You've come quite far. Izuku recognized him. You're the one who attacked us. Yes. Artoria raised her weapon. Identify yourself. The man smiled. That would spoil the fun. He raised his hand. The engine activated. The chamber shook. The fog outside became darker. Izuku's eyes widened. He's increasing the engine output. Mash raised her shield. Why? To strengthen the machines. The man laughed. Exactly. Hundreds of magical pathways opened around the chamber. Mechanical soldiers emerged. Clang, clang, clang. Izuku looked around. There are too many. The man pointed toward him. Especially for a human master. Izuku clenched his fist. We'll see. His circuits activated. Click. 10%. Then 15. Green mana spread across his body. The man smiled. Interesting. Izuku charged. Whoosh. He punched the first automaton. Boom. The machine flew backward. Another attacked. He ducked. Whoosh. He kicked its leg. Crack. The machine collapsed. 2 more attacked from opposite sides. Izuku raised both arms. Clang. He blocked them. His feet slid backward. Strong. Mash rushed in. Boom. Her shield knocked them away. Artoria cut through the machines. Jeanne unleashed holy energy. The chamber filled with explosions. The mysterious man watched. You fight differently from ordinary masters. Izuku looked toward him. I'm not an ordinary master. Indeed. The man raised his weapon. Then show me what makes you different. He fired. Boom. The projectile traveled directly toward Izuku. His analytical vision activated. Click. He saw its structure. But this time, something was wrong. The projectile wasn't simply magical energy. It contained a compressed spell. Izuku's eyes widened. It's going to split. The projectile separated into 6 smaller projectiles. Whoosh. Mash raised her shield. Clang. 3 struck the barrier. Artoria deflected 2. The 6th curved around them. Izuku jumped. Whoosh. He avoided it. The projectile curved again. Izuku's eyes widened. It tracks. He reinforced his legs. Whoosh. He ran. The projectile followed. Seriously. He jumped over a machine. The projectile followed. He slid beneath another. Whoosh. Still following. Izuku looked at the ceiling. Then smiled. I've got an idea. He ran toward the engine. The projectile followed. Come on. He jumped. The projectile struck the engine. Boom. The chamber shook. The man froze. What have you done? Izuku landed. The engine flickered. He pointed. Your projectile uses the same magical network as the engine. His eyes glowed. So I redirected it. The man stared. Izuku smiled. Your own spell damaged your machine. The man raised his weapon. Artoria moved. Clang. Her attack forced him backward. Jeanne followed. Boom. The man disappeared into the fog. He escaped. Mash looked toward Izuku. The engine. Izuku turned. The central core was unstable. We have a bigger problem. The machine began overloading. Izuku's eyes widened. It's going to explode. Artoria looked around. Can we stop it? Yes. How? Izuku approached the engine. I have to shut it down manually. Mash immediately grabbed his shoulder. Alone? Yes. Number. Izuku looked at her. Mash. You don't have to do everything yourself. Izuku hesitated. Then nodded. Right. He looked at the engine. Then I'll tell you what to do. The engine's core was overheating. Mana surged through the chamber. Izuku's Magecraft analyzed the structure. Click. 3 valves. Mash looked around. Where? Left wall. She moved. Second. Artoria moved. Third. Jeanne moved. All of them must be closed simultaneously. Mash nodded. Ready. Izuku placed both hands against the central control panel. His circuits activated. Click. Now. Mash closed the first valve. Clang. Artoria closed the second. Boom. Jeanne closed the third. Clang. The engine slowed. Then stopped. Silence. The fog outside began dissipating. Izuku exhaled. We did it. Mash smiled. Together. Izuku nodded. Together. Later that evening, the streets of London became visible again. The fog had thinned. People slowly emerged from their homes. The magical oppression was disappearing. Izuku stood on a rooftop overlooking the city. Mash joined him. You did well. Izuku smiled. We did. Mash looked toward the city. The people are safe. For now. Artoria approached. We have another issue. Izuku looked at her. What? She held up a small metallic device. We found this in the engine room. Izuku took it. His Magecraft activated. Click. His expression changed. This isn't from London. Mash looked at him. Then where? Izuku studied the magical signature. Someone from outside this singularity supplied the technology. Jeanne approached. Can you identify them? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. He turned the device over. A strange symbol was engraved on the back. His Magecraft reacted. Click. A faint magical projection appeared. A map. Multiple points across London. And one location glowing brighter than the others. Izuku's eyes widened. That's the source. Artoria looked toward the map. Where? Izuku pointed toward the city. The clock tower. Mash looked at the enormous structure in the distance. Then that's where we're going. Izuku nodded. But before they could move, a familiar communication signal appeared. Beep. Olga's voice came through. Midoriya, we've identified the singularity. Izuku listened. The London singularity is being distorted by an unknown magical system. We found it. Good. Olga paused. Then prepare yourself. Izuku frowned. Why? Because the next enemy has been identified. The communication crackled. He is a servant-class existence with a high-level Magecraft system. Izuku looked toward the clock tower. Who? Olga answered. Mordred. Silence. Artoria's expression immediately changed. Izuku looked at her. You know her. Artoria's eyes remained fixed on the distant tower. Yes. Her grip tightened around her weapon. Very well. Mash looked between them. Then we know our next opponent. Izuku closed his hand around the strange device. His Magecraft activated. Click. The symbol on the device began glowing. A voice echoed faintly through the receiver. Master. Izuku froze. Who was that? The voice continued. If you wish to understand this singularity. A pause. Come to the clock tower. The transmission ended. Izuku stared at the device. Artoria stepped forward. We're going. Izuku nodded. Yes. He looked toward the clock tower. Its enormous clock face illuminated the dark sky. Somewhere inside, magical energy surged. And for the first time since arriving in London, Izuku felt a presence that his Magecraft recognized immediately. A heroic spirit, powerful, unstable, and waiting for him. Let's go. The clock tower stood above London like a black silhouette against the night sky. Its enormous clock face had stopped moving. The hands remained fixed at midnight. Izuku stood at the bottom of the tower with Mash, Artoria, and Jeanne. The metallic device they had discovered inside the arcane engine continued glowing faintly in his hand. Click. His Magecraft activated. Izuku stared upward. There are magical circuits throughout the tower. Mash looked at the walls. How many? Thousands. Artoria's expression remained serious. Then whoever controls this place has prepared for intruders. Jeanne raised her flag. We should expect an ambush. Izuku nodded. Yes. The massive doors suddenly opened. Creak. Darkness waited beyond them. A voice echoed from inside. Come. Izuku's eyes narrowed. That's the same voice. Artoria stepped forward. Then we have our answer. They entered. The interior of the clock tower was far larger than it appeared from outside. Massive gears rotated behind transparent walls. Clanked, clanked, clanked. Magical energy flowed through metallic pipes. Izuku's eyes immediately activated. Click. He studied the machinery. This entire tower is one giant magical circuit. Mash looked around. Like the engine. Similar, but more advanced. Izuku pointed toward the floor. The engine used the city as its power source. He looked upward. This tower is doing something else. Artoria asked. What? Izuku frowned. It's compressing magical energy. Jeanne looked at him. For what purpose? I don't know yet. A metallic sound echoed above them. Clang. Everyone looked up. A figure stood on one of the enormous gears. Red armor. A sword resting over one shoulder. Long hair flowing behind her. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. His vision filled with magical information. Servant. Saber. High magical output. High physical parameters. The spiritual signature was unstable. Izuku swallowed. That's her. Artoria looked upward. Her expression changed. Mordred. Mordred smiled. Father. The word echoed through the tower. Artoria tightened her grip. Mordred. Mash looked between them. So that's the servant we were warned about. Mordred jumped from the gear. Boom. She landed several meters ahead of them. Her sword struck the floor. Clang. You brought another version of yourself. She looked toward Jeanne. And a master. Her eyes stopped on Izuku. You must be the strange little mage. Izuku blinked. Little. Mordred laughed. You don't look like much. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. I hear that sometimes. Mordred grinned. Good answer. Artoria stepped forward. Why are you cooperating with this singularity? Mordred's expression hardened. Because I was promised something. What? The chance to defeat you. Artoria's eyes narrowed. That is all. That's enough. Mordred raised her sword. I don't care what this place becomes. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. He analyzed her weapon. The magical structure was dense. But unlike the previous enemies, her spiritual foundation was remarkably stable. His eyes widened. She's much stronger than the others. Mordred looked at him. You can see that. Yes. Interesting. She raised her sword. Then look closely. Whoosh. She disappeared. Izuku's eyes barely followed her. Fast. Mash moved. Clang. Mordred's sword struck her shield. Boom. Mash was pushed backward. NGH. Izuku reinforced his legs. Click. 10%. Whoosh. He moved toward Mash. Mash. She recovered. I'm okay. Mordred attacked again. Whoosh. Artoria intercepted. Clang. The two swords collided. The shockwave shook the tower. Boom. Izuku stared. Their physical strength. Jeanne raised her flag. They're evenly matched. Artoria and Mordred separated. Mordred grinned. Still as strong as ever. Artoria's expression remained calm. You haven't changed. Of course I have. Mordred charged. Whoosh. I've gotten stronger. Clang. Artoria blocked. Mordred swung again. Clang. Again. Clang. Again. Boom. The floor cracked beneath them. Izuku watched. His analytical vision activated. Click. He began tracking both combatants. Mordred's movement. Artoria's movement. Their mana distribution. Their sword trajectories. His brain processed everything. Artoria. She didn't look at him. What? Her left foot. Mordred's eyes widened. Artoria immediately changed direction. Clang. Her blade struck Mordred's guard. Mordred stumbled. Izuku's eyes sharpened. She shifts her weight before every heavy attack. Mordred looked toward him. You. Izuku pointed. Your shoulder also moves slightly before you swing. Mordred grinned. You're analyzing me. Yes. Then I'll give you something worth analyzing. Mordred's magical energy exploded. Her armor began glowing. Artoria's expression changed. Midoriya. Move. Izuku jumped backward. Mordred raised her sword. Clarent. Red energy gathered around the blade. Izuku's eyes widened. Noble Phantasm. Mash raised her shield. Everyone behind me. The chamber shook. Boom. Mordred released the attack. A massive beam of red energy tore through the tower. Mash's shield absorbed the first impact. Crack. The barrier began breaking. Izuku's Magecraft activated. Click. His vision filled with the noble phantasm structure. The energy is concentrated at the center. Artoria shouted. Can you stop it? Not stop. Izuku pointed. Redirect. He rushed forward. Whoosh. Mash shouted. Midoriya-san. Izuku reached the shield. He placed one hand against it. Resonance. Mana flowed from his circuits into Mash's shield. The barrier strengthened. Mordred's noble phantasm collided with it. Boom. The entire tower shook. Izuku gritted his teeth. It's too strong. Mash held her ground. Then don't do it alone. Jeanne placed her hand against the shield. Holy mana flowed. Artoria joined them. The barrier brightened. Izuku stared. His Magecraft reacted to the three servants. Click. The mana pathways synchronized. The resonance. Mash looked at him. What? It's getting stronger. The three servants' magical energy connected through his circuits. A new pattern appeared. Izuku's eyes widened. I can amplify the connection. He concentrated. Heroic resonance. The shield expanded. Mordred's attack split around it. Boom. The red energy tore through the ceiling instead. The tower shook. Mordred lowered her sword. What was that? Izuku breathed heavily. Something new. Mordred smiled. Then I'll remember it. The tower continued shaking. Large pieces of stone fell from above. Crash. Mash raised her shield. We need to get out. Izuku looked toward the machinery. Wait. Artoria looked at him. What? The tower's magical system changed after Mordred activated her noble phantasm. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. He followed the energy. His expression changed. The tower absorbed the noble phantasm. Jeanne looked at the machinery. Absorbed it. Yes. Izuku pointed. The magical energy is being redirected underground. Artoria frowned. To the engine. Number. Izuku traced the pathway. Somewhere else. Mordred watched him. You're clever. Izuku looked toward her. You knew. Of course. Mordred lowered her sword. That's why I brought you here. Izuku froze. What? Mordred smiled. You think I was guarding the tower? She pointed toward the floor. I was waiting for you. Izuku's expression became serious. Why? Mordred turned toward a large gear. Because the person controlling this singularity wants to meet you. The gear began rotating. Clanked. Clanked. A hidden staircase opened. Darkness appeared beneath the tower. Mash raised her shield. Trap. Probably. Izuku said. Artoria looked toward Mordred. And you? Mordred shrugged. I'm done. Artoria frowned. You aren't going to fight. Not tonight. Mordred sheathed her sword. I got what I wanted. She looked toward Izuku. I wanted to know what kind of master could make servants fight together like that. Izuku blinked. And Mordred grinned. You're interesting. She turned away. Don't die. Mash stared. She's leaving. Jeanne looked confused. Apparently. Artoria watched Mordred disappear into the darkness of the tower. Izuku looked at the staircase. She wasn't our real enemy. Artoria nodded. Number. She was testing us. Yes. Izuku tightened his fist. Then whoever is below knew we'd come. The staircase descended deep beneath the clock tower. The air became colder. The machinery disappeared. Stone walls replaced metal. Izuku's Magecraft activated. Click. His vision revealed an enormous underground chamber. This is huge. Mash looked at him. What do you see? Another magical engine. Jeanne frowned. Another. Yes. Izuku continued analyzing. But this one isn't using the city's mana. Artoria looked at him. Then what powers it? Izuku stared. Servant spirit cores. Silence. Mash's expression changed. They're using servants. Yes. Izuku pointed toward several crystalline structures embedded in the walls. Those are spiritual containers. Jeanne stepped closer. Are there people inside? Izuku scanned them. Some. His expression became grim. Others are empty. Artoria's eyes hardened. Then this must end. The chamber suddenly illuminated. Whom? A large magical circle appeared beneath them. Mash raised her shield. Midoriya-san. I see it. Izuku jumped backward. The circle activated. Boom. A wall of magical energy separated them. Mash. She struck the barrier. Clang. Nothing happened. I can't break it. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. He analyzed the barrier. It's keyed to our spiritual signatures. Artoria attacked. Boom. The barrier remained. Jeanne raised her flag. Whom? Still nothing. Izuku frowned. It's not meant to imprison us. Mash looked at him. Then what is it? Izuku stared at the magical circle. It's scanning us. A voice echoed through the chamber. Correct. Everyone turned. A man appeared on a platform above them. He wore elaborate robes and carried a metallic staff. His face remained hidden. Welcome, Chaldea. Izuku stared. You're the one controlling the engine. Partially. Then why bring us here? The man smiled. Because your Magecraft is something this singularity has never encountered. Izuku's expression hardened. What do you want? Your resonance. Izuku froze. My what? Your ability to connect with heroic spirits. The man raised his staff. Magical lines spread throughout the chamber. It is the missing component. Artoria stepped forward. For what? The man looked toward her. For the final engine. The entire chamber shook. Whom? Massive magical machinery began activating beneath them. Izuku's eyes widened. What is that? The man smiled. An artificial throne. Jeanne looked toward the machinery. For whom? The man answered immediately. For the king of this singularity. Izuku's expression changed. Who? The man pointed toward the darkness behind him. A massive spiritual signature emerged. Click. Izuku's analytical vision overloaded. Warning. 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 His eyes widened. I can't analyze it. Mash looked at him. Midoriya-san. Izuku stepped backward. This is impossible. Artoria stared into the darkness. What is it? Izuku swallowed. Something on the level of a high-ranking servant. The darkness moved. A figure stepped forward. Armor. Long hair. A massive sword. And an overwhelming spiritual presence. Izuku's Magecraft finally produced a result. The name appeared. Lancelot. Mash's eyes widened. Another knight of the Round Table. Artoria's expression hardened. Lancelot looked toward her, then toward Izuku. His eyes glowed faintly. The man with the staff smiled. Now, Master of Chaldea. The magical circle beneath Izuku began glowing. Let us see how your heroic resonance performs against the greatest knights of Britain. Lancelot charged. Whoosh. Artoria moved instantly. Clang. Their swords collided. Boom. The chamber shook. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. His vision filled with countless lines. He watched Lancelot's movements, his sword trajectory, his mana flow, his spiritual foundation. Then something unexpected appeared. A second magical signature was hidden inside Lancelot's armor. Izuku's eyes widened. Artoria. She blocked another attack. What? He's being controlled. Lancelot attacked again. Clang. I know. Number. Izuku's eyes sharpened. It's deeper than that. He pointed toward Lancelot. His noble phantasm is being forced open. Artoria's expression changed. Then we must stop him. Izuku nodded. Yes. His circuits activated. Click. Green mana surrounded his body. Mash stepped beside him. What's the plan? Izuku watched Lancelot. His Magecraft traced the hidden connection. We break the control. Jeanne raised her flag. And how? Izuku clenched his fist. By reaching the servant himself. Lancelot roared. Roar. He raised his sword. Dark energy filled the chamber. Izuku stepped forward. His body still ached. His circuits were still recovering. But this time, he didn't plan to fight alone. Mash. Yes. Artoria. Ready. Jeanne. Yes. Izuku looked at the three servants. Let's synchronize. Their mana began flowing toward him. Click, click, click. Green light spread across the chamber. Heroic resonance activated. And beneath London, the battle against the corrupted knight of the Round Table began. The Rayshift chamber became silent. White light surrounded Izuku, Mash, Artoria, and Jeanne. The sensation of falling through endless space lasted only a few seconds. Then, Izuku's feet touched the ground. He immediately opened his eyes. Sand. That was the first thing he noticed. Sand stretched across the landscape beneath a pale sky. Broken stone structures stood in the distance, half buried beneath the desert. The air was dry and hot. Mash appeared beside him. We've arrived. Izuku looked around. This isn't London. Number. Artoria stepped forward. Jeanne looked toward the horizon. The atmosphere is completely different. Izuku activated his Magecraft. Click. His vision expanded. Magical energy covered the entire region. But unlike London, the energy wasn't concentrated around machinery. It was coming from the land itself. Izuku's eyes widened. This place has an enormous amount of magical energy. Artoria looked toward him. You recognize the era. Izuku checked the information displayed by his communication device. Singularity designation. He paused. Camelot. Mash's expression changed. Camelot. Izuku nodded. Yes. Artoria became silent. Jeanne looked toward her. Something wrong. Artoria didn't answer immediately. Her eyes remained fixed on the distant horizon. Izuku noticed. Artoria. She finally spoke. There is a kingdom ahead. Camelot. Yes. Her voice was quieter. But this is not the Camelot I remember. A distant explosion interrupted them. Boom. Izuku immediately turned. A column of smoke rose from beyond the dunes. Mash raised her shield. Someone is fighting. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. Multiple magical signatures. He focused. Humans. Then another group appeared. And servants. Artoria drew her weapon. We should investigate. Izuku nodded. Let's move. They crossed the desert as quickly as possible. The closer they came, the clearer the battle became. A group of refugees was running through the sand. Behind them, several armored soldiers pursued them. Their armor carried a familiar symbol. Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. Those aren't ordinary soldiers. Mash looked ahead. What do you see? Magical reinforcement. Izuku watched their movements. Their bodies have been enhanced. Jeanne tightened her grip on her flag. They're chasing civilians. Artoria stepped forward. Then we stopped them. The soldiers noticed the newcomers. One raised his weapon. Halt. Izuku stood between them and the fleeing civilians. Why are you attacking these people? The soldier pointed his weapon toward him. They are enemies of the Holy Kingdom. What did they do? They refused the king's protection. Izuku frowned. That's enough reason to attack them. The soldier didn't answer. He simply raised his weapon. Leave this place. Izuku looked toward the refugees. Children were among them. Mash moved beside him. Midoriya-san. I know. Artoria stepped forward. You will not harm them. The soldier shouted. Attack. The knights charged. Whoosh. Izuku activated his reinforcement. Click. 10%. He moved. Whoosh. His fist struck the first knight's shield. Boom. The knight flew backward. Another attacked from the side. Izuku ducked. Clang. The sword passed over his head. He struck the knight's chest. Boom. The armor cracked. Mash blocked another attack. Clang. Jeanne's flag struck the ground. Whom. Holy energy pushed several knights away. Artoria moved through the formation. Clang. 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 Within seconds, the soldiers were defeated. Izuku looked at them. None of them had been seriously injured. They're alive. Mash nodded. Good. One of the refugees approached. He looked terrified. Thank you. Izuku crouched slightly. Are you hurt? The man shook his head. Number. Then get somewhere safe. The man looked toward the horizon. There is nowhere safe. Izuku paused. What? The man pointed toward the distant fortress. The holy city. Artoria looked toward the massive structure. Its white walls were visible even from the desert. Camelot. The man nodded. The king protects the city. He lowered his head. But those outside the walls are abandoned. Izuku stared at the fortress. Why? Because only those chosen by the king are allowed inside. Jeanne's expression hardened. And everyone else. The refugee swallowed. They survive on their own. Izuku looked toward the fortress. Something about the entire arrangement bothered him. His Magecraft activated. Click. The walls of Camelot appeared in his vision. Massive magical barriers. Multiple layers. A powerful defensive system. But there was something else. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The city is using the surrounding land. Artoria looked at him. Explain. The magical barrier isn't powered by the city alone. He pointed toward the desert. It's drawing mana from the entire region. Jeanne frowned. Including the people. Izuku hesitated. Possibly. Before he could investigate further, another magical signature appeared. Far stronger than the soldiers. Everyone turned. A figure stood on a distant ridge. White armor. A massive sword. The pressure coming from him was overwhelming. Mash raised her shield. Servant. Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. His expression changed. High rank. Artoria looked at the figure. He is a knight of the Round Table. The servant raised his weapon. You have entered the territory of the holy city. His voice carried across the desert. Identify yourselves. Izuku stepped forward. We are from Chaldea. The knight's expression remained cold. There is no Chaldea in this era. Izuku sighed. I know. The knight raised his sword. Then you are enemies. Mash immediately raised her shield. Wait. The knight charged. Whoosh. Artoria intercepted. Clang. The collision produced a shockwave. Boom. Sand erupted around them. Izuku stared. Artoria. She held her position. The knight pushed forward. His strength is enormous. Izuku activated his analytical eye. Click. He studied the knight's body. Mana reinforcement. High physical parameters. Armor enchanted with defensive Magecraft. Then he noticed something. Artoria. What? His right shoulder. She adjusted her stance. The knight attacked. Artoria stepped aside. Whoosh. Her blade struck his shoulder. Clang. The knight staggered. Izuku's eyes widened. The armor is weaker there. The knight looked toward him. You. Izuku pointed. Your reinforcement has an uneven distribution. The knight's expression hardened. Artoria attacked again. Clang. This time the knight blocked. Mash joined the battle. Boom. Her shield slammed into his chest. Jeanne attacked from the side. Holy energy forced him backward. The knight landed several meters away. He looked at them. You fight well. Izuku remained cautious. We don't want to fight. Yet you attack the knights. Because they were attacking civilians. The knight remained silent. Then he lowered his weapon slightly. You protect those outside the walls. Izuku nodded. Yes, even though they are not your people. They're people. The knight stared at him. Izuku didn't move. After several seconds, the knight turned away. Then perhaps you are not like the others. Mash lowered her shield. Who are you? The knight looked back. Bedivere. Artoria's eyes widened. Bedivere. He bowed slightly. Yes. Izuku looked between them. You know him. Artoria nodded. He was one of the Knights of Camelot. Bedivere looked at Artoria. His expression changed. You. Artoria remained silent. Bedivere's eyes widened. King Arthur. The desert became silent. Mash looked at Izuku. Izuku stared at Artoria. Bedivere slowly lowered his sword. It cannot be. Artoria finally spoke. This is not the Camelot you remember. Bedivere's expression became complicated. Then you have returned. They traveled with Bedivere toward a small settlement outside Camelot. The refugees followed behind them. Bedivere explained the situation while they walked. The holy city was created by the Lion King. Izuku listened carefully. The Lion King? Yes. Who is that? Bedivere looked at him. The ruler of Camelot. Izuku frowned. King Arthur. Bedivere shook his head. Number. Artoria remained silent. Bedivere continued. The Lion King is a different existence. Izuku's analytical instincts immediately activated. A different spiritual foundation. Yes. Then who is she? Bedivere looked toward the fortress. The king has gathered the knights of the Round Table. Mash asked. All of them? Not all. Bedivere's expression became grim. Some have died. And the others? They serve the Lion King. Izuku looked at the fortress. What happens to people who refuse? Bedivere didn't answer. That was enough. They reached the settlement by evening. The refugees were given food and water. Izuku helped carry supplies. Mash joined him. You've been quiet. Izuku placed a container on the ground. I'm thinking. About Camelot. Yes. He looked toward the fortress. There's something strange about the Lion King. Mash nodded. What? Her magical structure. Izuku activated his Magecraft. Click. A distant image of Camelot appeared in his vision. The city isn't just protected. He pointed toward the walls. It's being isolated. Mash frowned. Isolated from what? The rest of the world. Izuku followed the magical pathways. The Lion King is creating a controlled territory. Why? I don't know. A voice interrupted them. Because she believes the world must be preserved. Izuku turned. Bedivere stood behind them. Preserved. The Lion King believes humanity must be protected from its own weakness. Izuku frowned. By forcing them into the holy city. Yes. And everyone else. Bedivere looked away. They are considered unworthy. Izuku clenched his hand. That's not protection. Bedivere looked at him. You disagree. Completely. Izuku stared toward Camelot. People should be allowed to decide how they live. Bedivere remained silent. Mash watched Izuku. She knew that tone. He had already made his decision. That night, Izuku couldn't sleep. He sat outside the settlement with his notebook open. His pen moved rapidly. Camelot, Lion King, Holy City, Knights, Magical Barrier, Human Selection. He drew a diagram of the city's magical network. Then he noticed something. One of the pathways extended far beyond Camelot. Izuku's eyes widened. What? He activated his Magecraft. Click. The pathway became clearer. It wasn't simply collecting mana. It was creating a massive spiritual structure. Something designed to preserve selected souls. Izuku stared. This isn't a city. Mash appeared behind him. What do you mean? Izuku pointed at the diagram. It's a container. Mash looked confused. For what? Humanity. Silence. Izuku continued. The Lion King isn't trying to rule everyone. His eyes moved across the structure. She's trying to preserve a specific group. Mash frowned. Then what happens to everyone else? Izuku looked toward the desert. They're being excluded. A sudden tremor shook the ground. Boom. Izuku stood. What was that? Bedivere rushed out of the settlement. The holy city. Everyone looked toward Camelot. A pillar of light rose above the fortress. The sky changed. Massive magical energy spread across the region. Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. His eyes widened. The barrier is expanding. Bedivere looked horrified. The Lion King is beginning another selection. Mash raised her shield. What does that mean? Bedivere looked toward the refugees. Everyone outside the chosen territories will be considered hostile. Izuku clenched his fist. Then we can't stay here. Bedivere looked at him. What will you do? Izuku looked toward Camelot. We're going there. Mash stared. Into the holy city. Yes. Artoria approached. That will make us enemies of the Lion King. Izuku nodded. I know. Jeanne stood beside him. Then we will face her. Bedivere looked at the group. You intend to challenge the Lion King? Izuku closed his notebook. If she's threatening innocent people, yes. Bedivere stared at him. Then he slowly smiled. Then perhaps I have finally found the allies I was seeking. The next morning, they began their journey toward Camelot. The fortress grew larger with every step. Massive white walls surrounded the city. Magical energy flowed through them. Knights stood atop the battlements. Izuku activated his Magecraft. Click. He counted. At least 200. Mash looked up. And there are more inside. Yes. Artoria looked toward the gate. We won't be allowed to enter peacefully. Izuku nodded. Then we need another route. Bedivere pointed toward a rocky valley. There is an old passage beneath the walls. Izuku looked at the terrain. How stable? Unstable. How dangerous? Very. Izuku sighed. So that's our entrance. Mash smiled. Probably. They entered the valley. After several minutes, Izuku noticed magical traces on the rocks. Click. His eyes widened. Stop. Everyone froze. What is it? Izuku pointed toward the ground. Traps. Bedivere looked surprised. How did you detect them? The magical circuits are hidden beneath the stone. Izuku crouched. They're designed to activate when a servant crosses. Artoria looked at him. Can you disable them? Izuku examined the structure. Yes. He placed his hand against the ground. Click. Mana flowed. Conceptual interference. Crack. The magical circuit flickered, then disappeared. Bedivere stared. Remarkable. Izuku stood. We're not inside yet. They continued. Another trap. Then another. Izuku disabled each one. Eventually, they reached a narrow passage. Darkness waited inside. Bedivere raised a torch. This leads beneath the holy city. Izuku activated his Magecraft. The passage appeared before him. There's a magical barrier ahead. How strong? Izuku stared. Very. Mash raised her shield. Can we break it? Izuku shook his head. Not directly. Artoria looked at him. Then what? Izuku smiled slightly. We find the weak point. They reached the barrier. It covered the entire passage. Izuku placed his hand against it. Click. His vision filled with magical pathways. The barrier was enormous. Layers upon layers of reinforcement. This is absurd. Mash looked at him. Can you do it? Izuku continued scanning. Yes. He followed the structure. 1 layer. 2. 3. Then he found something. A small irregularity. There. He pointed. That's the anchor. Artoria raised her weapon. Should I destroy it? Number. Izuku shook his head. If we destroy it, the entire barrier may collapse. Then what? We open it. Izuku placed both hands against the barrier. His circuits activated. Click. Mana flowed. The barrier resisted. His arms trembled. Come on. 15%. Click. His reinforcement activated. Green mana spread across his body. The barrier began changing. A narrow opening appeared. Now, everyone passed through. Izuku followed last. The barrier closed behind him. Silence. They were beneath Camelot. Izuku looked upward. His Magecraft revealed countless structures above them. We're inside. Mash smiled. Then let's find the Lion King. A loud metallic sound echoed through the underground passage. Clang. Everyone froze. Footsteps approached. Slow. Heavy. A figure emerged from the darkness. Silver armor. Long sword. A crimson cloak. Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. His expression became serious. Another servant. Bedivere raised his sword. That armor. The knight stopped. His eyes fell upon Artoria. Then upon Bedivere. Finally, he looked at Izuku. Intruders. Izuku raised his hand. Green mana surrounded his fingers. We don't want to fight. The knight drew his sword. Then surrender. Artoria stepped forward. Who are you? The knight answered. The Knight of the Lion King. His magical energy surged. Gawain. Izuku's eyes widened. Gawain. Artoria tightened her grip. This is going to be difficult. Gawain raised his sword. You have entered the holy city. His eyes focused on Artoria. And you will not leave. Izuku lowered his stance. His Magecraft activated. Click. He analyzed the knight. The magical structure was far beyond the servants they had fought before. And then he noticed the source. The sunlight pouring through the cracks above the underground chamber. His eyes narrowed. His mana is increasing. Mash looked at him. Why? Izuku stared at Gawain. The sunlight. Gawain smiled. Now you understand. His sword began glowing. Under the sun, I am invincible. Izuku clenched his fist. Green mana surged through his body. Then we'll have to fight him before that becomes a problem. Gawain raised his sword. Boom. The underground chamber shook. The battle for Camelot had begun. Boom. The underground chamber shook as Gawain's sword struck the stone floor. Cracks spread across the ground. Dust fell from the ceiling. Izuku remained in front of Mash, his body surrounded by a thin layer of green mana. His eyes were fixed on Gawain. Click. His analytical vision activated. The knight's magical structure appeared before him. Physical reinforcement. High-density mana circulation. Spiritual foundation. Armor reinforcement. Weapon reinforcement. And above all, sunlight. Izuku's eyes narrowed. His mana output is increasing. Mash raised her shield. Because of the sunlight. Yes. Gawain slowly raised his sword. You have already understood the principle. His expression remained calm. Then you should also understand that resistance is meaningless. Artoria stepped forward. Gawain. The knight's eyes shifted toward her. My king. Artoria tightened her grip. You are serving the wrong king. Gawaine's expression didn't change. The Lion King is my sovereign. Artoria raised her sword. Then I will stop you. Gawaine smiled faintly. As you wish. Whoosh. He disappeared. Izuku's eyes widened. Fast. Clang. Artoria blocked the attack. The impact sent her sliding backward. Boom. Mash immediately moved forward. Lord Chaldea's. Her shield collided with Gawaine's sword. Clang. Mash's feet dug into the stone. NGH. Gawaine pushed harder. You are not strong enough. Mash struggled to hold him back. Izuku's analytical vision accelerated. Click, click, click. His strength increased again. Jeanne moved beside Mash. Then we'll stop him together. Holy energy surged. Gawaine was pushed backward. He landed several meters away. His sword remained steady. 4 against 1. He looked toward Izuku. Yet your master is the weakest link. Izuku froze. Gawaine charged. Whoosh. Izuku's eyes tracked him. Coming. Mash moved. Clang. She blocked the sword. Gawaine twisted. The blade changed direction. Izuku saw it. Mash. Right. She moved. Clang. The sword passed beside her. Izuku stepped forward. His fist glowed. Reinforcement. Click. 10%. He struck Gawaine's armor. Boom. Gawaine moved backward. For the first time, his expression changed. You. Izuku looked at his hand. That worked. Gawaine stared at him. You are a master. Yes. Yet you possess physical reinforcement comparable to a servant. Not quite. Izuku lowered his stance. I'm still far below you. Gawaine smiled. Honesty. He raised his sword. Good. His magical energy surged. The chamber became brighter. Izuku's analytical vision immediately reacted. Click. Warning. Warning. His output is rising again. Artoria looked at him. How much? Izuku swallowed. Far too much. Gawaine stepped forward. The sun has reached its peak. The light coming through the opening above intensified. His armor began glowing. Now. Gawaine raised his sword. I shall show you the power of the sun. Boom. The entire chamber erupted with golden energy. Izuku raised both arms. The blast struck. Boom. His body was thrown backward. He crashed into the stone wall. Crack. Midoriya-san. Mash rushed toward him. Izuku pushed himself upright. I'm okay. Mash looked worried. You're bleeding. Izuku touched his forehead. A small cut. It's nothing. Artoria blocked another attack. Clang. Focus. Izuku looked toward Gawaine. His eyes activated again. Click. His vision became filled with golden light. The sunlight was feeding his magical circuits. But there was a limit. Izuku began searching for it. Every magical structure had a weakness. Even Gawaine. There. He saw it. A slight delay. Every time sunlight entered Gawaine's spiritual foundation, his magical energy required a fraction of a second to circulate. Izuku's eyes widened. The sunlight isn't instant. Jeanne looked at him. What do you mean? There's a delay. He pointed toward Gawaine. Tiny. How tiny? Less than a second. Artoria understood. Enough to attack. Izuku nodded. If we hit him during that moment, his output should drop. Gawaine heard them. You believe you have found my weakness. Izuku stared at him. Yes. Gawaine smiled. Then come and test it. Artoria charged. Whoosh. Gawaine met her. Clang. Their swords collided. Mash moved from the side. Boom. Her shield struck his armor. Gawaine staggered. Jeanne attacked. Holy energy forced him backward. Izuku watched. Click, click, click. Not yet. He waited. Gawaine absorbed sunlight. His mana surged. Izuku's eyes widened. Now. Artoria struck. Clang. Gawaine blocked. But his magical output dropped for an instant. Izuku moved. Whoosh. He rushed forward. Full reinforcement. Click. 15%. Green mana covered his legs and arms. He punched Gawaine's chest. Boom. The knight was pushed backward. His armor cracked. Gawain looked at the damaged plate. Then at Izuku. Impressive. Izuku breathed heavily. It worked. Gawain smiled. Once. His magical energy surged again. But you cannot repeat it forever. Izuku's expression became serious. I know. His circuits were already beginning to hurt. 15% was approaching his limit. The mana flowing through his body felt like burning wires. Click. Warning. Warning. Izuku ignored it. Gawain charged. Whoosh. Izuku raised his arms. Clang. The sword struck. His entire body shook. He was pushed backward. Crack. His feet broke through the stone floor. NGH. Mash shouted. Midoriya-san. Izuku gritted his teeth. Don't worry. Gawain pressed harder. You are forcing your body beyond its limits. Izuku looked at him. I know. Then stop. Number. Gawain's eyes narrowed. Why? Izuku pushed against the sword. Because everyone behind me is depending on us. Gawain increased his strength. Boom. Izuku was pushed to one knee. His circuits screamed. Click. Warning. 20%. Mash stared. Midoriya-san. Don't. Izuku's mana output increased. Green light covered his entire body. His muscles tightened. His senses accelerated. The world slowed. Gawain's sword moved. Izuku saw it. He moved his head. Whoosh. The blade passed beside him. Izuku stepped inside Gawain's guard. Now. His fist struck. Boom. Gawain flew backward. He crashed into the opposite wall. Crack. The chamber became silent. Izuku remained standing. His breathing was heavy. His arms trembled. Mash ran toward him. Stop using it. Izuku looked at her. I'm still okay. Your circuits are overheating. I know. Then why? Izuku looked toward Gawain. Because 20% is still manageable. Mash frowned. For how long? Izuku didn't answer. That was enough. Gawain emerged from the rubble. His armor was damaged. But he was still standing. His expression had changed. There was genuine respect in his eyes. You are reckless. Izuku smiled faintly. I've heard that before. Yet you analyze every movement before acting. Gawain raised his sword. That combination is unusual. Izuku's eyes activated. I have to compensate. For what? For being human. Gawain stared at him. Izuku lowered his stance. Servants are stronger than humans. His green aura intensified. So I have to think faster. Gawain smiled. Then think. He charged. The next clash was faster. Whoosh. Clang. Boom. Izuku moved between attacks. He couldn't match Gawain's strength. But his analytical vision predicted his movements. Left. Right. High. Low. He dodged. Blocked. Redirected. Every movement was calculated. Gawain's sword passed within centimeters of his body. Izuku ducked. Whoosh. He punched. Boom. Gawain blocked. The impact shook his arm. Good. Gawain attacked again. Izuku jumped. Whoosh. He landed behind him. Weak point. Click. He saw the armor's magical reinforcement. Izuku struck. Boom. The armor cracked. Gawain turned. Clang. His sword struck Izuku's reinforced forearm. Izuku was pushed backward. NGH. He landed. His arm shook. Mash moved toward him. Are you okay? Yes. Izuku looked at his arm. It's bruised. That's not okay. It's still moving. Mash sighed. That's not the standard. Jeanne almost smiled. Even Artoria glanced toward them. Gawain raised his sword. Your companions care about you. Izuku looked at him. Yes. Yet you continue to risk yourself. Izuku nodded. Because they risked themselves too. Gawain's expression became complicated. For a brief moment, he lowered his weapon. Then the magical energy around him surged again. The sunlight intensified. Then I shall respect your resolve. His sword began glowing. By giving you my strongest attack. Artoria's expression changed. Gawain. Jeanne raised her flag. His mana. Mash lifted her shield. It's enormous. Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. The information overwhelmed him. His vision blurred. Warning. 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 This is bad. Artoria looked at him. How bad? Izuku stared at Gawain. He's gathering everything. Everything. All the sunlight he's absorbed. Gawain raised his sword. Excalibur Galatine. The blade erupted with golden light. The chamber shook violently. Izuku's mind raced. He couldn't block that. Even heroic resonance wouldn't be enough. He needed another method. His eyes moved. Gawain's body. His sword. The magical energy. The sunlight. The floor. The ceiling. Then, he saw it. A weakness. Not in Gawain. In the chamber. The ceiling. Artoria looked up. What? Izuku pointed. The sunlight is entering through that opening. Jeanne understood. If we block it, his output will drop. Gawain heard them. You will not stop the sun. Izuku smiled. We don't need to. He turned toward Mash. Mash. Yes. Your shield. She raised it. What about it? Can you launch it upward? Mash blinked. Launch. Yes. She understood. I can try. Izuku turned toward Artoria. When the light is blocked, attack. Artoria nodded. And you? Izuku looked toward Gawain. I'll create the opening. Gawain charged. Boom. Golden energy filled the chamber. Mash moved. Whoosh. She slammed her shield into the ground. Then used the recoil to launch herself upward. Lord Chaldea's. Boom. Her shield struck the opening in the ceiling. Stone collapsed. Crack. The sunlight disappeared. The chamber became dark. Gawain's aura dropped. His eyes widened. What? Izuku shouted. Now. Artoria charged. Whoosh. Her sword struck Gawain's weapon. Clang. The golden energy dispersed. Gawain staggered. Jeanne followed. Holy energy struck his armor. Gawain fell to one knee. Izuku activated his reinforcement. 20%. Click. His body accelerated. Whoosh. He appeared in front of Gawain. Gawain raised his sword. Izuku's eyes saw the weak point. There. His fist struck. Boom. The impact sent Gawain backward. He crashed through the wall. Crack. Silence. Izuku dropped to one knee. His body trembled. Mash landed beside him. Midoriya-san. I'm okay. Mash looked at him. You're not. Izuku smiled weakly. Still standing. Gawain slowly emerged from the rubble. His armor was damaged. His sword had fallen several meters away. But he remained conscious. Artoria approached. Enough. Gawain looked at her. Then toward Izuku. He slowly stood. Yes. Mash lowered her shield. Gawain looked toward the ceiling. The sunlight was blocked. His power had returned to normal. You defeated me through strategy. Izuku shook his head. We defeated you together. Gawain looked at the others. Indeed. He looked toward Artoria. My king. Artoria remained silent. Gawain lowered his head. I cannot raise my sword against you again. Izuku looked at him. Then help us. Gawain looked toward him. Help you. Yes. Izuku stepped closer. The Lion King is doing something to the people of this land. Gawain remained silent. You know it. The knight's expression hardened. He stopped. Then lowered his sword. There are things I cannot accept. Izuku nodded. Then help us change them. Gawain looked toward Artoria. After several seconds, he bowed. I will. Mash smiled. Then we're allies. Gawain looked at her. For now. Izuku smiled. That's enough. The chamber suddenly shook. Boom. Everyone looked around. Gawain's expression changed. The Lion King knows. Izuku activated his Magecraft. Click. Massive magical energy was spreading throughout Camelot. She detected the battle. Artoria raised her sword. Then we have little time. Gawain nodded. You must leave. Izuku frowned. What about you? I will remain here. Gawain looked toward the city above them. If I disappear now, The Lion King will know I betrayed her. Jeanne understood. You will stay behind as a spy. Gawain nodded. Yes. Izuku looked toward him. Can you survive? Gawain smiled. I am a knight of the Round Table. He retrieved his sword. Do not underestimate me. Izuku smiled. I won't. Gawain looked toward him. Master. Izuku stopped. Yes. Your Magecraft. What about it? You called it heroic resonance. Izuku nodded. Yes. Gawain looked at him seriously. Do not allow it to consume you. Izuku was silent. Gawain continued. A hero who destroys himself cannot protect anyone. Izuku looked at his trembling hands. Then nodded. I'll remember that. Gawain turned away. Good. The group left the underground chamber. They returned to the settlement through the hidden passage. Night had fallen. The refugees were still safe. Izuku sat against a stone wall. Mash brought him water. Drink. Izuku accepted it. Thanks. He took a sip. Mash sat beside him. You scared me. Izuku looked at her. Sorry. You always say that. Do I? Yes. Izuku smiled. Then I'll try to stop. Mash looked at his hands. Your circuits are still damaged. Izuku nodded. 20% was too much. Then don't do it again. Izuku hesitated. I can't promise that. Mash sighed. I knew you'd say that. Artoria approached. You should rest. Izuku nodded. I will. Jeanne sat nearby. What will we do next? Artoria looked toward Camelot. We need allies. Izuku opened his notebook. We already have one. Mash smiled. Gawain. Yes. Izuku began writing. But we need more. Bedivere approached. Then there is one place we should visit. Izuku looked up. Where? Bedivere's expression became serious. The village of the mountain. Artoria frowned. The Hassans. Bedivere nodded. Yes. Izuku stared at him. Assassins. Yes. Are they our allies? Bedivere looked toward Camelot. They may become them. Izuku closed his notebook. Then let's meet them. Far away, inside the holy city, a figure stood before a massive window. White armor, a crown, a lance. The Lion King watched the distant settlement. A knight stood behind her. Gawain has fallen. The Lion King's voice was calm. And yet he lives. The knight bowed. Yes, interesting. The Lion King looked toward the desert. The master is unlike the others. The knight asked, should we eliminate him? The Lion King remained silent. Then she spoke. Not yet. Her eyes glowed. I want to see how far his heroic resonance can develop. The knight lowered his head. As you command. The Lion King turned away from the window. Let him gather allies. A faint smile appeared. When he reaches the mountain. She lifted her lance. We shall see whether his ideals survive the Holy Land. Outside Camelot, the desert wind began to rise. And somewhere beyond the walls, Izuku prepared to meet the assassins of the mountain. The desert was quiet. Too quiet. Izuku walked beside Mash as they followed Bedivere through the rocky mountain path. The settlement had disappeared behind them hours ago. Camelot was now far in the distance. Only the enormous walls of the holy city remained visible beneath the morning sun. Izuku kept his notebook in one hand. His other hand occasionally trembled. The damage caused by his 20% reinforcement had not completely disappeared. Mash noticed. Your circuits still hurt. Izuku looked at his hand. A little. Okay. More than a little. Mash sighed. You shouldn't have pushed yourself that far. I know. And you're probably going to do it again. Izuku hesitated. Only if necessary. That's what I'm worried about. Jeanne walked behind them. He has already admitted it. Izuku looked back. You aren't helping. Jeanne smiled. Bedivere suddenly stopped. Everyone froze. Izuku immediately activated his Magecraft. Click. Nothing. No magical signature. No movement. No sound. He frowned. What happened? Bedivere looked toward the mountain. We have arrived. Mash looked around. Where? The territory of the Hassans. Izuku's eyes widened. I don't see anyone. Bedivere nodded. That is the point. A voice came from behind them. You have been seen since you entered the mountain. Izuku turned. Nothing. Another voice came from the opposite direction. Every step. Izuku looked left. Nothing. Then another. Every breath. Nothing. Mash raised her shield. Artoria's hand moved toward her sword. Jeanne raised her flag. Izuku's eyes activated again. Click. His vision expanded. Still nothing. They're hiding their spiritual signatures. Bedivere nodded. Yes. Izuku swallowed. That's impressive. A figure suddenly appeared on a nearby rock. Black clothing. A skull-like mask. A massive sword. Izuku immediately recognized the spiritual presence. Servant. The figure looked at him. Master. Izuku's eyes widened. You know who I am. The masked figure remained silent. Another figure appeared behind Mash. She immediately turned. Too late. The assassin had already disappeared. Mash raised her shield. There are multiple. Bedivere looked toward the mountain. Many. Izuku's analytical vision struggled. Click, click, click. I can't track them. A deep voice echoed from the darkness. Good. The figure stepped forward. A towering old man wearing dark armor. A massive sword rested over his shoulder. The pressure surrounding him was completely different from the other assassins. Izuku felt his entire body tense. That one, Jeanne whispered. He's stronger. The old man stopped before them. His eyes were hidden beneath the shadow of his helmet. You have come to the mountain. Bedivere lowered his weapon. Yes. The old man looked at him. You serve the king. Bedivere nodded. Not anymore. Silence. The old man looked toward Izuku. Then who do you serve? Bedivere answered. The future of humanity. The old man remained silent. Then he looked directly at Izuku. And you? Izuku took a breath. I'm here to save people. The old man studied him. Even those who oppose you. Yes. Even those who hate you. Izuku hesitated. Then nodded. Yes. The old man's gaze became sharper. Even those who would kill you. Izuku looked toward the surrounding darkness. If I can stop them without killing them, I will. One of the hidden assassins laughed. Naive. Another voice followed. Weak. Izuku didn't respond. The old man raised his sword. Then prove that your words are not empty. The mountain exploded into movement. Whoosh. Assassins emerged from every direction. Mash raised her shield. Clang. A blade struck the barrier. Another attack came from behind. Clang. Mash turned. There. She blocked again. Izuku activated his reinforcement. Click. 10%. He moved through the formation. Whoosh. One assassin appeared beside Jeanne. Izuku rushed over. Behind you. Jeanne turned. Her flag blocked the blade. Clang. She pushed the assassin away. Thank you. Izuku looked around. There were too many. They're coordinating. Bedivere attacked one. Clang. Another appeared behind him. Izuku shouted. Bedivere. He turned. The assassin disappeared. Bedivere frowned. They use the terrain. Izuku nodded. And they aren't trying to defeat us. Mash looked at him. Then what are they doing? Testing us. Another blade appeared beside Izuku. Whoosh. He ducked. The assassin vanished. Izuku looked at the mountain. They want to see how we react. The old man watched from above. His expression remained unreadable. Izuku suddenly stopped. His analytical vision activated. Click. He looked at the shadows. Then smiled. I understand. Mash looked at him. What? They're using their own shadows as pathways. Jeanne stared. Their shadows. Yes. Izuku pointed. Every time they attack, their spiritual energy passes through the shadow before they move. Mash understood. So you can predict where they'll appear. Maybe. Izuku's eyes narrowed. If I can track the energy. An assassin appeared. Izuku turned. There. Mash struck. Boom. The assassin was pushed backward. Another appeared. Izuku pointed. Left. Jeanne attacked. Whom? The assassin vanished. Another. Behind. Bedivere blocked. Clang. The hidden figure retreated. The assassin stopped. Silence returned. The old man looked at Izuku. You have adapted quickly. Izuku breathed heavily. I'm still trying. That is enough. The old man stepped forward. Then the true test begins. The old man disappeared. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. Nothing. His vision failed to track him. Where? Mash raised her shield. Clang. The old man's sword struck. Mash was pushed backward. Boom. Izuku rushed forward. Mash. The old man swung again. Izuku blocked with his reinforced arm. Clang. Pain shot through his body. NGH. He was thrown backward. Crash. He landed against a rock. His arm trembled. The old man stood before Mash. Your shield is strong. Mash raised it. And I'm not alone. She looked toward Izuku. Izuku stood. Right. His Magecraft activated. Click. He analyzed the old man. His body. His weapon. His spiritual foundation. But the information remained incomplete. The assassin's presence was too faint. Izuku narrowed his eyes. You're hiding your spiritual structure. The old man remained silent. But your sword doesn't disappear. Izuku stared at the blade. The weapon has a fixed spiritual signature. Mash looked at him. Can you track it? Yes. The old man moved. Whoosh. Izuku followed the sword. Now. Mash blocked. Clang. Izuku moved simultaneously. Whoosh. He struck the old man's arm. Boom. The assassin stepped backward. Izuku landed. Got him. The old man looked at his arm. Then at Izuku. You have good eyes. Izuku smiled. Thanks. But your body cannot keep up. The old man vanished. Izuku's eyes widened. Again. The sword appeared beside him. Whoosh. Izuku ducked. Another strike. Clang. He blocked. Another. Clang. Another. Clang. His arms began hurting. The old man's speed was too high. Izuku backed away. He's faster than Gawain. Artoria spoke. Then don't fight him directly. Izuku nodded. I know. He activated his Magecraft. Click. He stopped focusing on the old man. Instead, he analyzed the entire battlefield. Trees, rocks, shadows, wind, sunlight, spiritual traces. Then he saw it. The assassin always avoided one area. A patch of sunlight between the trees. Izuku's eyes widened. He doesn't move through direct light. Mash looked at him. What? His presence is strongest in darkness. Jeanne understood. Then force him into the light. Izuku nodded. Exactly. Mash raised her shield. How? Izuku pointed toward the mountain ridge. Destroy those trees. Jeanne looked at the trees. All of them. Enough to expose the area. Bedivere raised his sword. Leave it to me. Whoosh. He charged. Boom. The trees fell. Sunlight flooded the battlefield. The old man appeared. For the first time, his movements slowed. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. There. Mash charged. Boom. Her shield struck. The old man blocked. Clang. Jeanne attacked. Whom? Holy energy forced him backward. Bedivere followed. Clang. The old man blocked again. Izuku moved. 20% flashed through his mind. He rejected it. 10%. Click. Green mana surrounded his body. He rushed forward. Whoosh. His fist struck the assassin's sword. Boom. The old man was pushed backward. He landed on one knee. Silence. The surrounding assassins stopped moving. The old man slowly stood. Then lowered his sword. Enough. Mash lowered her shield. Izuku remained cautious. Why? The old man looked toward him. Because you have demonstrated what I needed to see. Izuku frowned. What did you need to see? Whether you protect others because it is convenient. He looked at Mash. Whether you protect your servants because they are useful. Then he looked at Bedivere. Whether you would abandon an ally when victory becomes difficult. Finally, his gaze returned to Izuku. You did none of these. Izuku remained silent. The old man sheathed his sword. You have earned the right to speak with the Hassans. Bedivere lowered his weapon. Thank you. The old man turned. Follow. They entered the mountain. The path became narrower. Hidden passages appeared between the rocks. Izuku noticed dozens of spiritual signatures. There are many. The old man nodded. We are the Hassans. Mash looked around. How many? Enough. Izuku almost smiled. They entered a large underground chamber. Dozens of assassins stood silently along the walls. At the center was a throne made from stone. The old man walked toward it. Then he removed his helmet. Izuku recognized the face from the legends. King Hassan. The chamber became silent. King Hassan looked at him. Master of Chaldea. Izuku bowed slightly. King Hassan. You know my name. We've heard stories. King Hassan looked at Mash. And this is your shield. Mash nodded. Mash Kyrielight. You protect your master. Yes. King Hassan looked at Jeanne. Saint. Jeanne nodded. Yes. Then he looked toward Artoria. His expression became serious. And you. Artoria remained silent. King Hassan recognized her. The King of Knights. Artoria nodded. Yes. King Hassan looked toward Bedivere. And the knight who abandoned the Lion King. Bedivere lowered his head. Yes. King Hassan sat on the stone throne. Then you have gathered an interesting group. Izuku stepped forward. We came because we need your help. King Hassan's eyes narrowed. With what? Camelot. The chamber became silent. Izuku continued. The Lion King is selecting humans. King Hassan nodded. Yes. People outside the holy city are being abandoned. Yes. We want to stop it. King Hassan leaned back. Why? Izuku answered immediately. Because it's wrong. That is not enough. Izuku frowned. King Hassan continued. Many have called themselves heroes. His voice was calm. Few have been willing to stand beside the people they claim to save. Izuku clenched his fist. Then I'll stand with them. King Hassan stared at him. Even when you cannot save everyone. Izuku hesitated. He looked at the refugees they had protected. Then at Mash, Artoria, Jeanne, Bedivere. Yes, even when someone must die. Izuku's expression became serious. I'll do everything possible to prevent it. King Hassan nodded. And if it cannot be prevented? Izuku looked down. Then I'll make sure their sacrifice isn't meaningless. Silence. King Hassan stood. You have answered well. He walked toward Izuku. But words are easy. Izuku looked up. Then test me. King Hassan stopped. Very well. He raised his hand. A black aura surrounded him. Mash raised her shield. Izuku immediately activated his Magecraft. Click. His vision filled with darkness. He couldn't see King Hassan's body. Only his sword. Only his spiritual signature. And something else. A strange pressure surrounding his soul. Izuku's eyes widened. This isn't normal Magecraft. King Hassan drew his sword. Number. He stepped forward. It is the authority of death. Izuku swallowed. Then I'll analyze it. King Hassan vanished. Whoosh. Izuku's eyes activated. Click. He saw the blade. He moved. Clang. The sword passed beside him. Izuku stepped back. King Hassan attacked again. Whoosh. Izuku ducked. Another strike. Clang. He blocked with reinforced arms. Pain spread through his body. NGH. King Hassan stopped. You are not afraid. Izuku breathed heavily. I am. King Hassan looked at him. Good. Izuku raised his fists. Being afraid doesn't mean I should stop. King Hassan smiled faintly. Correct. The old assassin attacked again. This time, Izuku didn't retreat. His analytical eye tracked every movement. Click, left, right, low, high. He dodged, moved, countered. His fist struck King Hassan's shoulder. Boom. The assassin barely moved. Izuku's eyes widened. That did nothing. King Hassan looked at him. Your physical strength is insufficient. Izuku smiled. I know. He activated heroic resonance. Click. Mana flowed through the servants around him. Mash, Jeanne, Artoria, Bedivere. Their spiritual signatures connected. Green light spread through Izuku's circuits. King Hassan's eyes narrowed. Interesting. Izuku raised his hand. Heroic resonance. His mana output increased. Not because his body became stronger. Because his connection to his allies became deeper. King Hassan attacked. Izuku blocked. Clang. This time, he remained standing. Mash immediately moved. Boom. Her shield struck. Jeanne followed. Artoria charged. Clang. Bedivere attacked from behind. The entire chamber filled with movement. King Hassan defended against all of them. But he wasn't trying to defeat them. He was testing their coordination. After several exchanges, he raised his hand. Enough. Everyone stopped. Izuku lowered his arms. King Hassan looked at him. Your Magecraft is unusual. Izuku nodded. Yes. It grows stronger through bonds. Yes. Then remember this. King Hassan sheathed his sword. A bond is not a chain. Izuku listened. It is a responsibility. Izuku nodded. I understand. King Hassan turned toward the other Hassans. Prepare. The assassins moved immediately. Izuku looked surprised. Prepare for what? King Hassan answered. War. Mash's eyes widened. You're helping us. Yes. Izuku smiled. Thank you. King Hassan looked toward him. Do not thank me yet. His voice became cold. The Lion King has powerful knights. He looked toward Camelot, and among them are those who will not hesitate to destroy you. Artoria nodded. We know. King Hassan continued. You will need more than strength. Izuku closed his notebook. Then we'll find a way. King Hassan looked at him one last time. Master of Chaldea. Yes. Your Magecraft has begun to change. Izuku looked at his hands. Green light flickered between his fingers. Change. Yes. King Hassan pointed toward the servants surrounding him. You are no longer simply reinforcing yourself. Izuku's eyes widened. Then what am I doing? King Hassan answered. You are becoming the center of their resonance. Izuku stared at his hands. The green mana continued flowing. Click. A new pattern appeared inside his magical circuits. A pattern he had never seen before. His analytical vision couldn't identify it. For the first time, his own Magecraft had produced something he couldn't immediately understand. Mash stepped beside him. Midoriya-san. Izuku looked at her. I don't know what this is. Mash smiled. Then we'll figure it out together. Izuku smiled back. Yeah. Outside the mountain, the holy city of Camelot stood beneath the afternoon sun. And on its highest tower, the Lion King opened her eyes. She had felt the change. The Hassans had chosen a side, and the master of Chaldea had gained another army. The Lion King lifted her lance. So he has reached the mountain. Her knights stood behind her. Shall we attack? The Lion King looked toward the distant desert. Not yet. She tightened her grip. Let him gather everyone. A faint glow surrounded her lance. When the time comes, I will crush the alliance he has built. Far away, inside the mountain, Izuku looked toward Camelot. His fist tightened. He knew the next battle would be much larger. And this time, he would not face it with only 3 servants. The Hassans were coming with him. The Rayshift chamber was silent. Izuku stood inside the transfer circle with Mash beside him. Artoria, Jeanne, and Bedivere had already returned to spirit form, while King Hassan's presence had disappeared from the room. The operation was over. Camelot remained behind them. But the fight against the singularity was not finished. A holographic display appeared before Izuku. Romani's voice came through the communication system. The next destination is the ancient Mesopotamian region. Izuku looked at the coordinates. Babylonia. Correct. Da Vinci appeared on another screen. This singularity is extremely dangerous. The magical energy is far beyond anything you've encountered in the previous singularities. Izuku nodded. What kind of enemies? Demons, divine beasts, monsters, and potentially divine spirits. Mash looked at Izuku. That sounds difficult. Izuku opened his notebook. Then we need more information. Da Vinci smiled. That's exactly why you're going. The Rayshift system activated. Light surrounded them. Good luck, Master. Izuku raised one hand. We'll be back. The chamber disappeared. Izuku landed on his feet. Sand covered the ground. But this time, the landscape was completely different. A massive city stood in the distance. Its walls were enormous. Towers rose toward the sky. The air was filled with magical energy. Izuku immediately activated his analytical eye. Click. His vision expanded. That's. Mash looked at him. What do you see? The entire city. Izuku stared. There are thousands of magical signatures. Humans. Mostly. He paused. But there are other things. A roar echoed across the desert. Roar. Mash immediately raised her shield. Izuku turned. A massive beast charged toward them. Its body resembled a lion covered in dark scales. Enemy. Mash rushed forward. Clang. The creature struck her shield. Boom. Mash slid backward. Izuku activated reinforcement. 10%. Click. Green mana covered his body. He rushed forward. Whoosh. His fist struck the creature's jaw. Boom. The beast staggered. Mash attacked. Boom. Her shield slammed into its chest. Jeanne's holy energy followed. The beast collapsed. Izuku stared at it. That wasn't a normal magical beast. Mash nodded. Its magical energy was extremely dense. Izuku crouched beside it. His analytical vision activated. Click. Divine element. He frowned. There's a trace of divine energy inside its body. Mash looked toward the distant city. Then this era is very different. A voice suddenly came through their communication device. You've arrived. Izuku looked at the receiver. Roman. Yes. And I've got good news. Izuku waited. You've landed near Uruk. Mash's eyes widened. Uruk. Yes. The city ruled by King Gilgamesh. Izuku immediately stood. Gilgamesh. The legendary king. One of the oldest heroes recorded in human history. And one of the most powerful servants. Da Vinci's voice followed. Be careful around him. Izuku smiled nervously. Because he's a difficult king. That's putting it mildly. They reached the city several hours later. The gates were enormous. Guards stood along the walls. Mash looked up. It's impressive. Izuku activated his analytical eye. Click. The walls are reinforced with Magecraft. Strong. Very. He examined the structure. But not designed primarily for defense. Mash looked at him. Then what are they for? Mana distribution. Izuku pointed toward several towers. The city is using the walls to distribute magical energy. Jeanne nodded. For the citizens. Yes. Izuku looked surprised. The system is extremely efficient. A guard approached. Identify yourselves. Mash stepped forward. We are travelers from Chaldea. The guard frowned. Chaldea. Izuku showed the communication device. We've been sent to assist the city. The guard looked at the device. Then at Mash. Wait here. He entered the city. A few minutes later, he returned. You have permission to enter. Izuku blinked. That was easy. Mash smiled. Perhaps the king already knows about us. Izuku looked toward the city. Probably. They entered. Uruk was alive. Completely alive. People moved through the streets. Merchants shouted. Children ran between buildings. Soldiers trained. Workers carried supplies. Izuku watched everything. This city is incredible. Mash nodded. It's very different from Camelot. Izuku looked around. There's no forced isolation. People are working together. Yes. Izuku smiled. Then a loud voice echoed through the street. Make way. People immediately moved. A carriage passed. Inside stood a young woman wearing elaborate royal clothing. Izuku recognized her immediately. That's... Mash looked at him. Who? Ishtar. The goddess turned her head. Her eyes briefly met Izuku's. She smiled. Then the carriage disappeared down the street. Izuku stared. That was definitely a divine spirit. Mash nodded. This era really is different. They were eventually brought to the royal palace. The doors opened. Izuku stepped inside. At the far end of the hall sat a man with golden hair. His expression was arrogant. His posture relaxed. His eyes immediately focused on Izuku. So, the man leaned back. You are the master from Chaldea. Izuku bowed. Yes. Gilgamesh looked at Mash. Then Jeanne. Then Bedivere. His eyes narrowed. Interesting. Izuku remained silent. Gilgamesh suddenly smiled. Come closer. Izuku stepped forward. Gilgamesh's eyes glowed faintly. Your magical circuits. Izuku froze. What about them? They are strange. Gilgamesh leaned forward. You are not using ordinary reinforcement. Izuku's eyes widened. You can tell. Of course. Gilgamesh scoffed. The king of Uruk does not need to rely on cheap tricks. Izuku smiled awkwardly. Right. Gilgamesh examined him again. Your circuits are connected to the spiritual foundations of heroic spirits. Izuku's expression changed. How did you know? Gilgamesh laughed. Because I possess countless treasures. He pointed toward Izuku. And among them are records of techniques that humanity has forgotten. Izuku immediately opened his notebook. Records. Gilgamesh smiled. You are interested. Very. Then asked. Izuku began rapidly writing. How do spiritual foundations interact with human magecraft? How does mana transfer between a master and servant affect the soul? Can conceptual magecraft be permanently engraved into a magic circuit? Gilgamesh stared at him. Then laughed. Ha! His laughter echoed through the throne room. You are truly strange. Izuku stopped writing. Was that a bad question? Gilgamesh smiled. It was an interesting one. He leaned forward. Your magecraft is not simply reinforcement. Izuku listened carefully. It is resonance. Gilgamesh continued. You connect your own soul to the concept of the hero. Izuku looked down at his hands. That's what King Hassan said. King Hassan. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. You met him. Izuku nodded. Yes. Gilgamesh laughed again. Then your journey has already become interesting. A soldier suddenly entered the throne room. King Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh looked at him. What is it? The northern wall. The soldier was breathing heavily. Something has appeared. Gilgamesh stood. What? Demons. Izuku immediately moved. How many? Hundreds. Mash raised her shield. Then we should help. Gilgamesh looked toward Izuku. You came here to fight. Yes. Good. Gilgamesh picked up his weapon. Then you may witness how the king of Uruk deals with invaders. The northern wall was already under attack. Monsters poured across the desert. Roar. Soldiers fired arrows. Magecraft exploded across the battlefield. Boom. Izuku stood on the wall. His analytical eye activated. Click. There are too many. Mash stood beside him. What's the plan? Izuku studied the battlefield. They're moving toward the weakest section. He pointed. There. Mash nodded. Then we'll defend it. Izuku jumped from the wall. Whoosh. Mash followed. They landed among the monsters. Boom. The impact knocked several creatures away. Izuku activated reinforcement. 10%. Click. He rushed forward. Boom. His fist struck one monster. Another attacked. Clang. Mash blocked. Izuku moved behind it. Weak point. He struck. Boom. The monster fell. Jeanne released holy energy. Several enemies disappeared. Then a massive magical blast crossed the battlefield. Boom. Izuku looked up. Gilgamesh stood atop the wall. Golden portals opened behind him. 1, 10, 50, hundreds. Izuku's eyes widened. What is that? Mash stared. Noble phantasms. Gilgamesh smiled. Die. The weapons launched. Whoosh, 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 boom. The battlefield erupted. Dozens of monsters were destroyed instantly. Izuku stared. That's ridiculous. Mash smiled. He really is the king of heroes. Gilgamesh glanced toward them. Don't stand around. Izuku immediately moved. Right. The battle lasted several minutes. Eventually, the remaining monsters fled. The soldiers cheered. Izuku stood among the ruins. His clothes were covered in dust. Mash approached. Are you okay? Izuku nodded. Yes. He looked toward the desert. But something bothers me. What? Those monsters were running. Mash looked at him. They were afraid. Number. Izuku activated his analytical eye. They weren't. His eyes narrowed. They were being driven. A massive magical signature suddenly appeared. Click. Izuku's expression changed. Something is coming. The ground shook. Boom. A huge creature emerged from the desert. Its body was covered in scales. Multiple horns protruded from its head. Soldiers froze. Gilgamesh's expression became serious. Finally, Izuku looked at him. You know it. Yes. Gilgamesh raised his weapon. That is one of the creatures threatening Uruk. The monster roared. Roar. The sound shook the walls. Izuku's analytical eye activated. Click. His vision was overwhelmed. It's magical energy. Mash stared. What is it? Izuku swallowed. Divine. Gilgamesh smiled. Then let us see what the master of Chaldea can do. Izuku clenched his fists. Green mana began flowing through his circuits. Okay. His eyes focused on the monster. Let's analyze it. Click. His Magecraft activated. For the first time since arriving in Babylonia, Izuku's heroic resonance connected with the entire city of Uruk. Thousands of human magical signatures appeared in his vision. Fear, determination, hope. The circuits inside his body reacted. Green light spread across his arms. Izuku gasped. What's happening? Mash looked at him. Your Magecraft. Izuku stared at the energy surrounding his body. It was different from before. Larger, denser, and connected to the people around him. Gilgamesh watched from the wall. His expression changed. So that is your true nature. Izuku looked toward the monster. His eyes sharpened. Heroic resonance. He raised his fist. Full synchronization. Click. The battlefield shook, and the battle for Uruk began. Green mana erupted around Izuku's body. The soldiers on the wall stepped back as the magical pressure spread across the battlefield. Izuku clenched his fists. His circuits were burning, but the sensation was different from the overclocking he had experienced against Gawain. This time, the mana wasn't being forced through his body. It was flowing toward him. From the city, from the soldiers, from the people standing behind the walls. From Mash, from Jeanne, from Gilgamesh. Izuku's eyes widened. This isn't just my mana. Mash looked at him. Then what is it? Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. Countless magical pathways appeared. The entire city of Uruk had become part of his perception. Every defensive barrier, every magical circuit, every spiritual signature, every source of mana, they were connected. Not physically, conceptually. Izuku could feel them. The city. His voice was quiet. It's responding to my Magecraft. Gilgamesh stood on the wall. His expression had become unusually serious. Of course. Izuku looked up. Gilgamesh continued. Your Magecraft responds to the concept of humanity itself. Humanity. You are surrounded by thousands of people fighting to survive. Gilgamesh pointed toward the battlefield. And your circuits recognize them as the very thing you have sworn to protect. Izuku stared at his hands. The green aura intensified. Whom? The beast roared. Roar. The sound shook the city. Izuku looked toward it. His analytical eye immediately activated. Click. The creature's structure appeared. Massive physical body. Divine energy. High-density magical core. Regenerative factor. Several layers of defensive reinforcement. Then Izuku noticed something. A small point of instability near its chest. There. Mash followed his gaze. You found its weakness. Yes. Izuku pointed. There's a mana core inside its chest. Gilgamesh looked at him. You can see that? Yes. Interesting. The king smiled. Then prove it. The beast charged. Boom. The ground exploded beneath its feet. Izuku moved. Whoosh. The creature's claw swept across the battlefield. Izuku ducked. The wind pressure alone pushed him backward. Too fast. Mash rushed in. Clang. Her shield blocked the claw. Boom. She was pushed backward. Mash. Izuku moved toward her. The creature opened its mouth. A sphere of magical energy formed inside. Click. Izuku's eyes widened. Mash. Move. Whom? A massive blast erupted. Mash raised her shield. Boom. The attack struck. The ground beneath her cracked. NGH. Izuku's body moved before he could think. Full synchronization. Whom? Green mana exploded from his body. He crossed the distance instantly. Boom. His fist struck the magical blast. The energy split around him. Izuku's feet dug into the ground. His arms trembled. I can. He pushed harder. Do this. Boom. The blast was redirected toward the sky. A column of energy disappeared into the clouds. Mash stared. Midoriya-san. Izuku turned. Are you okay? Mash nodded. Yes. Izuku looked back at the beast. Then let's finish this. The creature charged again. Izuku's vision tracked every movement. Click. Left leg. Right shoulder. Mana core. He moved. Whoosh. The creature swung. Izuku ducked. He struck its leg. Boom. The beast stumbled. Mash attacked from the front. Boom. Her shield slammed into its jaw. Jeanne released holy energy. Whom? The creature staggered. Gilgamesh opened another golden portal. Move. Izuku looked up. Dozens of weapons appeared. Everyone. The weapons launched. Whoosh. 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 Boom. The battlefield erupted. The creature's scales cracked. But it remained standing. Izuku's eyes widened. It's regenerating. Gilgamesh laughed. Then destroy it faster. Izuku analyzed the regeneration. Click. Mana moved from the creature's core through its entire body. The core. He pointed. We need to destroy the core. Gilgamesh nodded. Then attack. Izuku gathered mana. His right hand began glowing. Conceptual smash. Green energy concentrated around his fist. Click. 15%. His circuits protested. He stopped. Number. He lowered the output. 10%. Mash looked at him. Are you sure? Yes. Izuku looked at the creature. I don't need more power. His eyes narrowed. I need accuracy. He rushed forward. Whoosh. The creature's claws followed him. Izuku moved between them. Left. Right. Under. Over. His analytical eye tracked the mana flow. Click. 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 There. He jumped. The creature's chest opened. The magical core became visible. Izuku pulled his arm backward. Mana concentrated into his fist. Delaware smash. Boom. The compressed magical force struck the creature's chest. The core cracked. Crack. The beast roared. Roar. Izuku was thrown backward. Midoriya-san. Mash caught him. The creature staggered. Its regeneration began. But the crack remained. Izuku looked at it. Again. Mash nodded. Right. They charged together. The creature's movements became wild. It swung both claws. Boom. Mash blocked one. Jeanne blocked the other with her flag. Artoria's sword struck its side. Clang. The creature roared. Gilgamesh opened another gate. Enough. Dozens of weapons appeared. The creature looked upward. Izuku shouted. Wait. Gilgamesh stopped. What? Izuku stared at the core. Don't attack the body. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. Explain. The core is unstable. Izuku pointed. If we hit it with too much energy, it'll explode. Mash's expression changed. And Uruk would be damaged. Exactly. Gilgamesh smiled. Then what do you propose? Izuku looked at his hands. I'll neutralize it. Gilgamesh laughed. You? Yes. With that small body. Izuku nodded. With precision. Gilgamesh stared at him. Then smiled. Very well. He closed his portals. Show me. Izuku ran forward. The creature charged. Whoosh. He jumped. The claw passed underneath him. He landed on its arm. The beast shook. Izuku grabbed one of its scales. Hold still. The creature roared. Roar. Izuku activated his analytical eye. Click. The core's magical pathways appeared. He could see the entire structure. The energy was circulating too quickly. It's feeding on divine energy. His mind raced. If I reverse the flow. He placed his hand against the creature's chest. Heroic resonance. Green mana entered the creature. The divine energy resisted. Izuku gritted his teeth. Come on. The creature's body shook. Crack. The core began destabilizing. Izuku increased his output. 15%. His circuits burned. NGH. Mash shouted. Midoriya-san. I'm fine. He pushed harder. 20%. Click. His circuits screamed. Green light spread across his arm. The divine energy began changing direction. Instead of circulating through the beast's body, it returned toward the core. Izuku's eyes widened. Got you. He pulled his hand away. Now, Gilgamesh understood. Golden portals appeared. This time, he didn't fire weapons at the beast. He fired them around it. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons pierced the ground. Forming a cage, Jeanne raised her flag. Saint's protection. Holy energy surrounded the creature. Mash slammed her shield into the ground. Boom. A barrier formed. Izuku stood outside. Everyone back. They moved. Izuku raised his hand. The creature's core reached its limit. Crack, crack, crack. Then, boom. A controlled explosion erupted. The creature's body disappeared in a flash of magical energy. The shockwave struck the barriers. Boom. The barriers held. Silence. Dust covered the battlefield. Izuku dropped to one knee. His breathing was heavy. Mash immediately ran toward him. Midoriya-san. Izuku looked up. Did it work? Mash smiled. Yes. Izuku smiled. Good. Then his vision blurred. Whoa. Mash caught him. You overclocked again. Izuku shook his head. 20%. That's overclocking. Technically. Mash stared at him. You really need to stop arguing about terminology. Izuku laughed weakly. The soldiers began cheering. We won. The beast is defeated. Uruk is safe. The sound spread across the walls. Izuku looked around. Thousands of people were celebrating. The green mana around him gradually disappeared. His circuits returned to normal. But something remained. A faint connection. He could still sense the city. Izuku stared. It's still there. Mash looked at him. What? The resonance. He placed his hand against his chest. I can feel the people. Mash smiled. Perhaps that's what your Magecraft was meant to do. Izuku looked at her. Maybe. Gilgamesh descended from the wall. He approached Izuku. Stand. Izuku tried. His knees nearly gave out. Mash caught him again. Gilgamesh laughed. You were pathetic. Izuku frowned. Thanks. Yet you defeated a divine beast without destroying the city. Gilgamesh looked at the destroyed battlefield. That is not something ordinary masters can accomplish. Izuku smiled. I had help. Gilgamesh nodded. Correct. He looked toward Mash. your shield, then Jeanne, your saint, then Artoria, your sword. Finally, he looked toward Izuku. And your strange Magecraft. Izuku nodded. Gilgamesh crossed his arms. You understand now. Understand what? The difference between power and strength. Izuku stared. Gilgamesh continued. Power is what you possess. He pointed toward the city. Strength is what you can accomplish with those around you. Izuku glanced at Mash, then toward the soldiers. He smiled. I think I understand. Gilgamesh turned away. Good. He stopped. Because Uruk needs that strength. Izuku's expression changed. What happened? Gilgamesh looked toward the horizon. The beast was not the main threat. The soldiers stopped celebrating. Mash raised her shield. Then what is? Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed. The goddess. The royal palace became tense. Izuku sat at a table with Mash, Jeanne, Artoria, and Gilgamesh. A large map of Mesopotamia was displayed. Gilgamesh pointed toward several locations. These areas have already been attacked. Izuku examined the map. All of them. Yes. And the attacks are increasing. Gilgamesh nodded. The Goddess Alliance has gathered monsters throughout the land. Izuku looked at the map. Why? To destroy Uruk. Mash frowned. Who leads them? Gilgamesh's expression became cold. Tiamat. Izuku stared. The name immediately triggered information from Chaldea. One of the primordial beings. The mother of life. A threat far beyond ordinary servants. Izuku's analytical instincts activated. Click. His mind began calculating. What are her parameters? Gilgamesh laughed. You cannot calculate her. Izuku paused. What? You are attempting to understand her as though she were a normal creature. Gilgamesh shook his head. She is not. Izuku looked at the map. Then how do we fight her? Gilgamesh answered. We don't. Izuku looked up. What? Not yet. Gilgamesh pointed toward the eastern region. We need to understand what she is doing. Izuku nodded slowly. Then we'll investigate. Gilgamesh looked toward him. You will. With Mash. Yes. And the others. They will assist you. Izuku opened his notebook. Then we should start immediately. Gilgamesh smiled. Good. Later that night, Izuku stood on the city wall. The desert stretched before him. The sky was filled with stars. Mash approached. Can't sleep. Not really. She stood beside him. Thinking about Tiamat. Izuku nodded. Yes. You look worried. I am. Mash looked at him. But you're still going. Yes. Why? Izuku looked toward the city. Because there are people here. Mash smiled. That's a very simple answer. It is. He looked at his hand. Green light flickered around his fingers. My Magecraft changed today. Mash nodded. I noticed. Before, I had to use my own mana. He stared at the city. Now I can connect to everyone around me. Does that scare you? Izuku thought for a moment. The power itself doesn't. Then what does? What happens if I fail? Mash remained silent. Izuku continued. If this Magecraft is connected to the people I'm protecting, then if I lose. He stopped. Mash looked at him. You won't. Izuku looked at her. You can't know that number. Mash smiled. But I know something else. What? You won't be fighting alone. Izuku smiled. Thanks. Mash looked toward the stars. We'll save this era. Izuku nodded. Together. Deep beneath the earth, something moved. The ground trembled. Boom. A massive crack appeared across the desert. Magical energy poured from below. Then another. And another. Hundreds of strange creatures emerged from the darkness. They were not ordinary monsters. They were creatures born from primordial life. One opened its mouth. Roar. Another answered. Roar. The swarm began moving toward Uruk. Far away, Izuku's analytical eye suddenly activated. Click. His expression changed. Mash. She turned. What? Something's coming. How many? Izuku stared into the darkness. His vision could no longer count them. Too many. The city bells began ringing. Clang, clang, clang. Soldiers rushed toward the walls. Gilgamesh appeared on the highest tower. His voice echoed across Uruk. Prepare the defenses. Izuku looked toward the approaching swarm. Green mana began flowing through his circuits. His notebook closed. His fists tightened. The battle had only begun. And somewhere beneath the ancient earth, a much greater presence was awakening. The control room of Chaldea was silent. Izuku stood inside the Rayshift chamber with Mash beside him. The familiar blue light of the system illuminated the room. But this time, the atmosphere felt different. There was no ordinary mission waiting for them. No isolated singularity. No small-scale objective. The entire operation had one target. The Grand Temple of Time. Goetia. Romani's voice came through the communication system. Izuku. Izuku looked toward the monitor. Yes, this is the final Rayshift. Izuku nodded. Da Vinci stood beside the control console. Once you enter the temple, there may be no opportunity to return until Goetia is defeated. Mash tightened her grip on her shield. Then we'll finish it there. Izuku looked around the room. Servants stood behind them. Artoria, Jeanne, Siegfried, Nero, Bedivere, King Hassan, and many others who had fought alongside him across the singularities. Each had answered the call. Izuku looked at them. You don't have to come. Nero immediately laughed. What an absurd statement. Siegfried smiled. We have already come this far. Jeanne nodded. Humanity is worth defending. Artoria raised her sword. And so is its future. King Hassan remained silent. His hand rested against his sword. That was enough. Izuku looked at Mash. She smiled. Ready. Izuku nodded. Ready. Da Vinci activated the system. Beginning Rayshift. Light surrounded them. The chamber vanished. Darkness. Izuku felt his body being pulled through space. The sensation was different from previous Rayshifts. There was no sensation of falling. Instead, it felt as though something enormous was surrounding them. Something ancient. Something that existed outside ordinary time. Then, boom. Izuku landed. His boots struck a stone platform. Mash landed beside him. Are you okay? Izuku looked around. Yes. His eyes widened. The Grand Temple stretched endlessly before them. Massive stone structures floated in a black void. Pillars extended into nothingness. Strange magical energy flowed through the air. There was no sky, no ground beyond the platform. Only an endless expanse of darkness filled with fragments of time. Izuku activated his analytical eye. Click. His vision immediately became overloaded. What? Mash looked at him. What's wrong? There are too many magical structures. Izuku covered one eye. This entire place is made from magical energy. Artoria appeared behind him. She looked around. The temple exists outside normal space. Izuku nodded. And time. He stared at a distant structure. I can see moments happening simultaneously. A fragment of a battlefield appeared. Then disappeared. Another showed an ancient city. Then another showed a future that never happened. Izuku's analytical eye struggled to process them. This place is impossible. A voice answered. Not impossible. King Hassan walked past him. Merely beyond the limits of mortal understanding. Izuku looked toward him. You can see it. Yes. How? King Hassan looked ahead. Death has no need for time. Izuku paused. Right. Before he could ask anything else. A massive magical wave swept through the temple. Everyone raised their defenses. Clang. Jeanne's barrier appeared. Mash raised her shield. Artoria drew her sword. Izuku activated reinforcement. Green mana covered his body. Then dozens of figures appeared in the distance. Demonic beasts. Flames. Mechanical structures. Magical entities. An entire army. Mash's eyes widened. There are so many. Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. More than I can count. Artoria raised her sword. Then we will cut through them. Nero smiled. Finally, Siegfried drew his sword. Stay together. Izuku raised his hand. Green mana flowed between his fingers. Everyone. The servants looked toward him. We don't know what is waiting at the end of this temple. He pointed forward. So don't separate. King Hassan stepped forward. Then let the slaughter begin. Whoosh. The army charged. The first wave arrived. Roar. A demonic beast lunged toward Izuku. He moved. Whoosh. His fist struck. Boom. The creature was thrown across the platform. Another attacked from behind. Mash blocked. Clang. Jeanne's flag swept across the battlefield. Whom. Holy energy scattered several enemies. Artoria charged. Clang. Her sword cut through a massive beast. Nero followed. La Musica. Flames erupted. Whom. A section of the enemy army disappeared. Siegfried moved through the formation. Clang. 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 His sword struck multiple targets in rapid succession. Izuku activated his analytical eye. Click. They're coming from 3 directions. Mash nodded. We'll cover the center. Izuku looked toward King Hassan. The old assassin was already gone. Where did he? A shadow moved. Whoosh. King Hassan appeared behind an enemy commander. One strike. Silence. The commander disappeared. Izuku stared. He's terrifying. Mash smiled. He's on our side. Izuku nodded. That's reassuring. The first wave was destroyed. But another army appeared. Then another. Boom. The temple shook. Izuku looked upward. They're endless. Artoria stepped beside him. Then we continue. Izuku opened his analytical eye. Click. The temple's magical network became visible. Wait. Artoria stopped. Izuku stared at the pathways. These enemies aren't being summoned randomly. Mash looked at him. What do you mean? There's a central system controlling them. He pointed toward the depths of the temple. Everything is connected. Jeanne frowned. To Goetia, probably. Izuku's eyes followed the magical pathways. If we destroy the connection. Artoria understood. The army will stop. Izuku nodded. Exactly. A massive explosion interrupted them. Boom. The platform shook. A gigantic magical beast emerged. It towered over the servants. Roar. Izuku stared. That's our problem. Artoria raised her sword. Everyone. The servants moved together. The beast attacked. Boom. Its claw struck the platform. Mash blocked. Clang. The impact forced her backward. Too strong. Siegfried charged. Clang. His sword struck the beast's leg. The beast barely reacted. Nero attacked from the opposite side. Whom. Flames engulfed its body. Still, it continued forward. Izuku activated his analytical eye. Click. Its core is inside the chest. Jeanne looked toward him. Can you reach it? Yes. Artoria looked at him. Then we'll create an opening. Izuku nodded. Everyone, attack the right side. Artoria charged. Siegfried followed. Nero unleashed another wave of flames. Whom. The beast turned toward them. Its left side became exposed. Izuku activated reinforcement. 15%. Click. Green mana covered his body. Whoosh. He rushed forward. The beast's claw moved. Izuku saw it. He ducked. Whoosh. The claw passed above him. He jumped. The distance disappeared. There. His fist struck the beast's chest. Boom. The outer armor cracked. Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. The core appeared. Found it. Mash shouted. Move. Izuku jumped backward. Mash slammed her shield forward. Boom. The impact forced the beast backward. Artoria followed. Clang. Her sword struck the exposed core. Crack. The beast froze. King Hassan appeared. Death. His sword moved. Whoosh. The core shattered. The beast disappeared. Silence returned. Izuku landed. His breathing was heavy. Mash approached. Good work. Izuku nodded. Thanks. Then his expression changed. But we're wasting time. Artoria looked toward the temple. Because of the army. Yes. Izuku pointed. We need to reach the central system. They moved deeper into the temple. The deeper they went, the stranger the environment became. Walls appeared and disappeared. Corridors changed shape. Gravity shifted. Sometimes they walked across vertical surfaces. Sometimes the floor vanished completely. Izuku's analytical eye remained active. Click, click, click. This place is constantly changing. Da Vinci's voice came through his communicator. That's because the temple exists outside ordinary time. Can we navigate it? Your Magecraft might help. Izuku looked ahead. My Magecraft. Your analytical eye isn't only reading physical structures anymore. Izuku stared at the shifting corridors. It's reading concepts. Exactly. Izuku's eyes widened. His Magecraft had changed again. The same phenomenon he had experienced in Uruk was appearing. But this time, the scale was enormous. His circuits reacted. Green lines appeared across his vision. He could see the structure of the temple. Not its walls. Not its floors. Its concepts. Time. Space. Memory. Existence. Summoning. Spiritual foundations. And something else. There. Mash looked toward him. What? Izuku pointed. The central connection. He could see a massive network stretching through the entire temple. Every enemy. Every structure. Every magical phenomenon. All connected to one enormous spiritual system. That's Goetia. Artoria looked toward the distance. Then we are close. They reached another massive chamber. This one was filled with enormous pillars. Each pillar contained countless images. Human history. Wars. Births. Deaths. Civilizations. Heroes. Villains. Izuku stopped. These are. Da Vinci's voice came through. Records. Of humanity. Yes. Izuku looked at the pillars. There were millions of them. Each represented a human life. His analytical vision suddenly reacted. Click. His circuits began glowing. Why is my Magecraft reacting? Mash looked at him. Midoriya-san. Izuku touched one of the pillars. Green light spread across it. Then another. And another. The entire chamber began glowing. Mash raised her shield. What's happening? Izuku stepped backward. I don't know. The pillars responded to his presence. Images appeared around him. Heroes. Ordinary people. Soldiers. Children. Parents. Scientists. Explorers. People who had lived. People who had struggled. People who had protected others. His heroic resonance connected to them. Not directly, but conceptually. Izuku's circuits began producing more mana. Click. Warning. Warning. His magical output was increasing rapidly. Midoriya-san. Stop. Izuku tried. But the resonance continued. I can't. The chamber shook. Boom. Artoria stepped toward him. Izuku. He clenched his fists. My circuits are responding to the records. King Hassan appeared beside him. Then control them. How? You are the master. Izuku looked toward the countless records. He understood. His Magecraft didn't need to absorb them. It only needed to acknowledge them. Izuku took a breath. Heroic resonance. The green light stabilized. The chamber became silent. The energy returned to his circuits. Mash sighed. That was dangerous. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Then a voice echoed through the chamber. How interesting. Everyone turned. A massive figure stood at the end of the hall. Black and red energy surrounded him. Multiple eyes opened across his body. The servants immediately raised their weapons. Izuku's analytical eye activated. Click. His vision flooded with information. That's. Mash raised her shield. Goetia. The figure smiled. So the master of Chaldea has finally arrived. Izuku clenched his fists. You. Goetia looked at him. Your Magecraft is fascinating. Izuku's expression hardened. I'm not here to talk. Goetia laughed. Then you will be disappointed. The Demon King raised one hand. The entire temple shook. Boom. Because you have not yet reached me. Hundreds of magical entities appeared around the chamber. Artoria stepped forward. Then we will carve a path. Goetia smiled. Try. The battle erupted. Boom. Artoria charged. Clang. Her sword struck a demonic construct. Nero unleashed flames. Jeanne's barrier expanded. Mash blocked multiple attacks. Siegfried fought through the center. King Hassan vanished into the shadows. Izuku remained near the center. His analytical eye was working at maximum capacity. Click, click, click. There. He pointed. The constructs are connected. Mash looked toward him. Where? Every 10 enemies share one control node. Artoria immediately understood. Destroy the nodes. Yes. Izuku shouted. 3 on the left. Nero attacked. The first node exploded. 2 above us. Siegfried jumped. Clang. His sword destroyed another. 1 behind King Hassan. King Hassan turned. His sword moved. Crack. The node disappeared. The enemy army collapsed. Silence. Goetia watched. His expression changed. You are more troublesome than anticipated. Izuku stared at him. We're just getting started. Goetia raised his hand. The chamber darkened. Then perhaps it is time to reveal what you are fighting. Massive magical energy gathered. The servants prepared themselves. Izuku's circuits reacted. Click. His analytical eye struggled. That's. Mash looked at him. What? Izuku's face became pale. I can't analyze it. Artoria tightened her grip. Then don't. Izuku looked at her. What? You don't have to understand everything. Artoria raised her sword. We only need to stop him. Izuku stared at her. Then smiled. Right. He lowered his stance. Green mana flowed around his body. Then let's do this. Goetia's attack descended. The entire chamber turned white. Mash raised her shield. Lord Chaldea's. The servants moved around Izuku. Artoria's sword. Jeanne's barrier. Siegfried's armor. Nero's flames. King Hassan's darkness. All converged. Boom. The attack struck. The impact shook the entire temple. Crack, crack, crack. Izuku's feet slid backward. His circuits screamed. NGH. Mash held her shield. Stay behind us. Izuku shook his head. Number. He looked toward the servants. Their spiritual signatures were connected to him. Green mana flowed through the bond. Heroic resonance. Izuku clenched his fist. I can strengthen everyone. Mash looked at him. But your circuits. I know. He pushed his mana outward. Green energy spread across the battlefield. Artoria's aura intensified. Siegfried's armor strengthened. Jeanne's barrier expanded. Nero's flames grew brighter. Even King Hassan's spiritual presence became denser. Goetia's expression changed. What? Izuku shouted. Everyone. The servants looked toward him. Push. Boom. The combined force shattered the incoming attack. The chamber exploded with light. Goetia stepped backward. For the first time, the Demon King had been forced to retreat. Izuku dropped to one knee. Mash caught him. Midoriya-san. He breathed heavily. I'm okay. Mash shook her head. Your circuits are overheating. Izuku smiled weakly. They're still functioning. Artoria approached. You have done enough. Izuku looked toward Goetia. Not yet. Goetia stood in the distance. The darkness around him began gathering again. Indeed. His voice echoed through the temple. You have proven that your Magecraft is capable of resonating with heroic spirits. His eyes focused on Izuku. But can it resonate with humanity itself? Izuku stared. Goetia raised his hand. The countless pillars of human history began glowing. Izuku's expression changed. Don't. Goetia smiled. Let us see how much your precious heroism can endure. The pillars began cracking. Crack, crack, crack. Mash raised her shield. What is he doing? Izuku's analytical vision activated. Click. His eyes widened. He's attacking the records. Artoria looked toward him. The records of humanity. Yes. Izuku stood. His circuits were still damaged. His body was exhausted, but his eyes remained focused. Then we protect them. Mash stood beside him. Together. Izuku nodded. Together. He raised his hand. Green mana spread through the chamber. The heroic resonance activated again. This time, it didn't connect only to servants. It reached toward the countless records of human history. The grand temple of time began glowing green. Goetia's expression finally became serious. Impossible. Izuku stared at him. You wanted to see how much humanity could endure. His fist tightened. Then watch. The servants gathered behind him. Artoria raised her sword. Jeanne raised her flag. Mash lifted her shield. Siegfried drew his blade. Nero summoned her flames. King Hassan stepped from the shadows. Izuku's mana surged. Because humanity isn't finished yet. Boom. The entire grand temple shook. And the final battle began. Boom. The grand temple of time shook. Green light spread across the countless pillars surrounding the battlefield. Izuku stood at the center with one hand raised. His breathing was heavy. His magic circuits were already under enormous pressure, but the heroic resonance continued to connect him with the spiritual foundations surrounding him. Mash stood directly beside him. Artoria, Jeanne, Siegfried, Nero, and the other servants formed a defensive line. King Hassan stood slightly behind them. Across the chamber, Goetia remained completely still. The cracks appearing across the pillars slowly disappeared. The green light stabilized. Goetia looked at Izuku. So this is your answer. Izuku lowered his hand. Yes. You intend to protect the records of humanity with your own magic circuits. That's right. Goetia smiled. How predictable. Izuku frowned. What? You are exactly like the humans recorded within this temple. Goetia raised one hand. The entire chamber darkened. You struggle. Dark energy spread across the floor. You suffer. Another wave followed. You lose. Boom. The pillars surrounding them suddenly displayed images of ruined civilizations. Izuku stared. What? Mash looked around. What's happening? Goetia's voice echoed through the chamber. You believe humanity deserves to survive because it continues to fight. The images changed. Wars. Destroyed cities. Starving populations. Armies marching across battlefields. People turning against each other. Izuku's expression hardened. Stop. Goetia continued. You call them heroes. Another image appeared. But what did those heroes accomplish? Izuku clenched his fist. They protected people. And yet people continued to die. Izuku's eyes narrowed. That's not their fault. Then whose fault is it? Goetia stepped forward. Humanity itself. The servants remained silent. Goetia spread his arms. You have witnessed the same pattern throughout every era. The images accelerated. War, fear, greed, betrayal, death. The chamber filled with countless images. Izuku watched them. His analytical eye activated automatically. Click. His circuits began reacting. Not to magical energy. To emotional pressure. His breathing became heavier. Mash noticed. Midoriya-san. Izuku didn't answer. Goetia looked directly at him. You have traveled through history. His voice became colder. You saw Camelot. Izuku's eyes widened. You saw the people who suffered beneath the Lion King. Another image appeared. Camelot. You saw Orleans burn. Another. You saw London drown beneath corruption. Another. You saw Babylonia stand on the edge of destruction. The images vanished. And yet you still believe humanity should continue. Izuku looked down. His fists trembled. Goetia smiled. Why? Silence. Mash stepped closer. Izuku. Goetia continued. Answer me. Izuku slowly raised his head. Because. He stopped. His voice was quiet. Goetia waited. Because people can change. Goetia laughed. Change. Yes. You have seen thousands of years of history. And I've also seen thousands of people helping each other. Goetia's smile faded slightly. Izuku continued. I've seen people risk themselves to protect strangers. He looked toward Mash. I've seen people who were afraid still stand up. Then he looked toward Artoria. I've seen kings carry the burdens of their people. He looked toward Siegfried. I've seen heroes sacrifice their own happiness. Toward Jeanne. I've seen people choose to protect others even when they had every reason to give up. His green aura returned. So number. Izuku stepped forward. I don't need humanity to be perfect. Goetia's eyes narrowed. Then what do you require? Izuku clenched his fist. Another chance. Boom. Green mana erupted around him. Goetia raised his hand. Another chance. His voice was cold. How many? The floor opened. Massive magical constructs emerged. Dozens. Hundreds. Thousands. How many chances will humanity require before you admit that your ideals are meaningless? The constructs attacked. Roar. Boom. Mash raised her shield. Everyone. Clang. The first attack struck. Artoria moved beside her. Clang. Her sword cut through another. Nero's flames erupted. Jeanne's barrier expanded. Siegfried charged. Clang. King Hassan disappeared. Izuku remained in the center. His analytical eye activated. Click. The enemy structures appeared in his vision. They're synchronized. Mash blocked another strike. Can you find a weakness? Yes. Izuku looked around. They're connected through the temple. Artoria destroyed one. Boom. Another appeared. Izuku shouted. Destroying them individually won't work. Nero turned. Then what should we do? Izuku scanned the battlefield. Click, click, click. There. He pointed toward the ceiling. The central command structure. A massive red core was hidden above the chamber. If we destroy that, the entire formation will collapse. Artoria nodded. Leave it to us. The servants charged. Goetia watched them. Interesting. He raised his hand. The battlefield changed. Space folded. Artoria's attack disappeared into another dimension. What? She landed. The corridor in front of her had become endless. Siegfried's path twisted. Nero found herself surrounded by countless copies of the same chamber. Jeanne's barrier was isolated. Mash suddenly disappeared from Izuku's sight. Mash. He turned. Mash. No answer. Izuku's analytical eye activated. Click. The environment was no longer following physical rules. Goetia had separated them. A voice echoed around him. You cannot protect everyone. Izuku turned. Nothing. You cannot even protect your own servant. Where is Mash? Perhaps she is already gone. Izuku's eyes widened. Number. Goetia appeared in front of him. You are alone. Izuku activated reinforcement. You're wrong. Whoosh. He punched. Goetia disappeared. The fist struck empty air. Boom. The floor cracked. Goetia appeared behind him. Your strength is insignificant. Izuku spun. Another punch. Goetia vanished again. Your magic circuits are deteriorating. Izuku attacked. Boom. The floor shattered. Goetia continued speaking. Your body is human. Another attack. Your mana is limited. Another. Your mind is fragile. Izuku stopped. Goetia appeared several meters away. And yet you believe you can stand against me. Izuku breathed heavily. Yes. Goetia stared. Why? Izuku lowered his stance. Because I'm not alone. Goetia looked around. Nothing. There is no one here. Izuku smiled. You made one mistake. What mistake? Izuku's analytical eye activated. Click. Green lines appeared across the chamber. You separated our bodies. His eyes focused. But you didn't separate our spiritual foundations. Goetia's expression changed. Izuku's heroic resonance activated. A green line appeared behind him. Another appeared. Then another. Mash. Artoria. Jeanne. Siegfried. Nero. King Hassan. Their spiritual signatures remained connected. Izuku smiled. I can still find them. Goetia stared. Impossible. You keep treating my Magecraft like ordinary reinforcement. Izuku raised his hand. It's not. Green energy spread through the chamber. It's resonance. Mash suddenly opened her eyes. She was standing in a dark corridor. Midoriya-san. Nothing. She raised her shield. Then green light appeared. Izuku. His voice came through the resonance. Mash. She smiled. You're alive. Yes. I can hear you. Good. Mash tightened her grip. Then tell me where to go. Izuku's analytical vision mapped the corridor. Straight ahead. Understood. She ran. Whoosh. A magical construct appeared. Clang. Mash blocked. Another. Boom. She smashed it with her shield. Almost there. Izuku continued guiding her. Left. Mash turned. Right. She moved. Straight. She accelerated. Finally. She reached the end. A massive magical wall stood before her. Izuku's voice came through. That's it. Mash raised her shield. Then I'll break it. Boom. The wall cracked. Boom. Another strike. Crack. Boom. The wall collapsed. Artoria received the same guidance. Left. She cut through a magical barrier. Up. She jumped. Now. Her sword struck the central magical pathway. Clang. The system flickered. Jeanne followed another route. Siegfried broke through an armored construct. Nero burned an entire corridor. King Hassan simply appeared at the final node. One strike. Silence. The network began collapsing. Izuku stood in the center. His circuits burned. Now. Mash appeared beside him. The other servants returned. Goetia's expression hardened. You. Izuku looked at him. You separated us. Green light surrounded him. But you couldn't separate our bonds. Mash raised her shield. Artoria raised her sword. Jeanne lifted her flag. Siegfried drew his blade. Nero summoned her flames. King Hassan stepped forward. Goetia's aura exploded. Boom. The entire chamber shook. Enough. His voice became enormous. You continue to resist. Dark energy spread outward. Then I will show you what your resistance truly means. The chamber disappeared. Izuku found himself standing in a field. The battlefield was gone. Mash was gone. The servants were gone. The grand temple had vanished. He stood alone. Another illusion. Goetia appeared behind him. Not an illusion. Izuku turned. Goetia pointed toward the horizon. Your future. Izuku looked. A ruined city appeared. Then another. Then another. Humanity destroyed. No servants. No Chaldea. No heroes. Nothing. Izuku's expression tightened. Goetia spoke. This is the inevitable conclusion. Izuku stared at the ruined world. Number. You cannot stop it. I can try. Trying is meaningless. Izuku shook his head. Not to the people we're saving. Goetia's expression became colder. You refuse to understand. He raised his hand. The vision changed. Izuku saw himself failing. Mash falling. Servants disappearing. Chaldea destroyed. His own body collapsing. The images repeated. Again. 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 Izuku's breathing became heavier. His circuits reacted. Stop. Goetia continued. You will fail. Izuku closed his eyes. Stop. You will lose them. Stop. You cannot save everyone. Izuku opened his eyes. Green mana exploded. Boom. The entire illusion cracked. Crack. Goetia's eyes widened. Izuku stood upright. You're right. Goetia paused. What? I can't save everyone. Izuku looked directly at him. I know that. His fist tightened. But that doesn't mean I stop trying. The illusion shattered. Izuku returned to the Grand Temple. Mash was beside him. Midoriya-san. He looked around. Artoria. Jeanne. Siegfried. Nero. King Hassan. All still standing. Goetia was directly ahead. His expression was no longer amused. Izuku breathed heavily. That attack. Mash looked at him. What did you see? Everything. He looked toward Goetia. He tried to make me believe that failure means we shouldn't fight. Artoria stepped forward. And did you believe him? Izuku shook his head. Number. Goetia raised his hand. Then perish. Whom? An enormous sphere of energy formed above him. The pressure became overwhelming. Izuku's analytical eye activated. Click. His vision blurred. That attack. Da Vinci's voice came through the communicator. Izuku. Get out of there. What is it? It's an attack beyond ordinary Magecraft. Izuku stared at the sphere. Then we block it. You can't. Izuku looked at Mash. She raised her shield. We can. Artoria stepped beside her. Yes. Jeanne raised her flag. We'll protect you. Siegfried raised his sword. Nero's flames gathered. King Hassan's darkness spread. Izuku stared at them. Everyone. Mash smiled. You said we wouldn't fight alone. Izuku smiled. Right. Goetia released the attack. Whom? The entire chamber became white. Now. Mash slammed her shield into the ground. Boom. A massive barrier appeared. Artoria's sword released a wave of energy. Jeanne strengthened the barrier. Siegfried reinforced the front line. Nero's flames collided with the attack. King Hassan's darkness cut through its edges. Izuku stood behind them. His circuits screamed. Click. Warning. Warning. His magic circuits were reaching their limit. Izuku clenched his teeth. Not yet. Green mana began flowing. I can reinforce them. Mash shouted. Midoriya-san. Don't. It's okay. Your circuits. I know. Izuku pushed his hands forward. Heroic resonance. Whom? Green mana entered every servant's spiritual foundation. Artoria's aura intensified. Siegfried's armor brightened. Jeanne's barrier became stronger. Nero's flames erupted. King Hassan's spiritual pressure increased. Mash's shield glowed. The combined defenses held. Boom. The attack collided. The temple shook violently. Crack, crack, crack. Izuku screamed as his circuits overloaded. NGH. Mash looked back. Midoriya-san. Keep going. You'll hurt yourself. I can handle it. You don't have to. Izuku looked at her. Yes, I do. He pushed harder. Because I'm the master. Green energy erupted. Boom. The attack was pushed back. Goetia's eyes widened. What? Izuku shouted. Everyone. The servants answered. Now. Artoria charged. Excalibur. Whom? Jeanne attacked. Siegfried followed. Nero unleashed her flames. King Hassan disappeared. Mash charged with her shield. All of their attacks struck simultaneously. Boom. The Grand Temple exploded with light. Goetia was thrown backward. His body crashed into a massive pillar. Boom. The pillar cracked. Izuku dropped to one knee. His arms trembled. Mash immediately supported him. Are you okay? Izuku nodded. Yes. He looked toward Goetia. The Demon King slowly stood. Parts of his body were damaged. But his expression remained calm. Impressive. Izuku stared. Goetia's aura began rising again. Very impressive. The entire temple shook. Boom. But you still do not understand the true scale of the enemy before you. Goetia spread his arms. Massive magical energy filled the chamber. This is not the end. Izuku stood again. His legs trembled. But he remained upright. Then we'll keep fighting. Goetia smiled. As expected. Izuku raised his fist. Green mana gathered around it. I'll keep fighting until we win. Goetia's eyes glowed. Then come. Master of Chaldea. The darkness behind him expanded. Show me how far your human heroism can reach. Izuku lowered his stance. Mash raised her shield. The servants prepared themselves. And the battle entered its final stage. The Grand Temple of Time trembled. Boom. Massive cracks spread across the stone platform as Goetia's energy continued to rise. Izuku stood at the center of the battlefield. His breathing was uneven. His arms were trembling. The magic circuits inside his body were approaching their limit. Yet he remained standing. Mash stood beside him. Artoria, Jeanne, Siegfried, Nero, and King Hassan were positioned around them. Across the chamber, Goetia slowly raised both hands. Dark energy gathered between his palms. You have resisted longer than expected. Izuku narrowed his eyes. We're not finished. Goetia smiled. That is precisely why you will be destroyed. A massive wave of magical energy erupted. The servants immediately raised their defenses. Mash planted her shield into the ground. Clang. A barrier appeared. Artoria moved beside her. Jeanne strengthened the barrier with holy energy. Siegfried crossed his sword in front of himself. Nero summoned flames. King Hassan disappeared into the darkness. The attack arrived. Boom. The entire defensive line shook. Mash's feet slid backward. NGH. Izuku immediately stepped forward. Mash, I'm fine. Another impact followed. Boom. The barrier cracked. Izuku activated his analytical eye. Click. His vision became filled with magical pathways. He could see the structure of Goetia's attack. Layers upon layers of magical energy. The outer layer contained destructive force. The second layer manipulated space. The third distorted spiritual foundations. The innermost layer contained a strange conceptual property that his Magecraft couldn't completely identify. Izuku's eyes widened. It's not just an attack. Artoria looked at him. What did you find? It's trying to overwrite the space around us. Jeanne frowned. Can you stop it? Izuku shook his head. Not directly. He looked at his own hand. Green mana flickered between his fingers. But I might be able to break its structure. Goetia heard him. You believe your crude reinforcement can interfere with my power. Izuku looked toward him. Not reinforcement. His analytical eye glowed. Conceptual reinforcement. Green mana erupted from his body. Mash turned toward him. Midoriya-san. Izuku's circuits opened completely. Click. The magical pathways throughout his body became visible. One by one, the circuits connected. His muscles strengthened. His nervous system accelerated. His bones were reinforced. His perception expanded. Then the resonance spread beyond his body. Artoria's spiritual foundation appeared in his vision. Jeanne's, Siegfried's, Nero's, Mash's, King Hassan's. Izuku could see them all. Not as individuals, as interconnected spiritual structures. His Magecraft had reached a new stage. Heroic resonance. Green light surrounded the entire group. Full synchronization. The servants felt their power increase. Artoria's eyes widened. My mana. Siegfried looked at his armor. He is reinforcing our spiritual foundations. Nero smiled. How fascinating. Mash stared at Izuku. Your circuits are glowing. Izuku gritted his teeth. I know. The pain increased. But it's working. Goetia's attack continued pressing against them. Crack. The barrier began collapsing. Mash shouted. Izuku, I'll create an opening. He stepped forward. Everyone, stay behind me. Artoria immediately objected. That is reckless. I know. Izuku raised his right arm. But this is the only way. Goetia's attack intensified. The entire temple became distorted. Izuku's analytical eye focused on the incoming energy. Click. The outer layer. Click. The spatial layer. Click. The spiritual layer. Click. The conceptual layer. His mind calculated faster than ever. I see it. He moved his fingers. Green mana gathered around his arm. The energy condensed. Then condensed again. His muscles tightened. His circuits screamed. 20%. Click. His body accelerated. 30%. Click. The green aura became brighter. Mash's eyes widened. That's too much. I need it. Your circuits won't handle it. Then I'll make them handle it. Izuku raised his arm. The mana around his fist compressed into a single point. 40%. Boom. The floor beneath his feet cracked. Izuku's body shook. His vision blurred. Blood appeared from his nose. Mash moved toward him. Stop. Izuku raised his free hand. Don't. He looked at her. I've already calculated the limit. Mash stared. What limit? 45%. Izuku's breathing became heavier. Anything higher could collapse the entire resonance network. Mash clenched her shield. Then don't go higher. Izuku nodded. I won't. He looked toward Goetia. 45% is enough. Goetia raised his hand. Then perish. The attack descended. Izuku stepped forward. The air around his body exploded. Boom. He disappeared. Mash's eyes widened. He moved. Izuku crossed the battlefield. Whoosh. Goetia's energy followed. Izuku's analytical eye tracked every movement. Left, right, above, behind. The energy changed direction. Izuku twisted his body. Whoosh. The attack missed him by centimeters. Boom. A pillar behind him was destroyed. Izuku continued forward. Come on. Another beam appeared. He ducked. Another. He jumped. Another. He twisted in midair. His reinforced body moved faster than his ordinary physical limits allowed. Green lightning-like mana flashed around him. Goetia watched. Interesting. Izuku reached the center of the attack. The pressure became enormous. His body stopped. His boots dug into the ground. NGH. He raised his fist. The energy struck him directly. Boom. Mash shouted. Izuku. Smoke covered the battlefield. Silence. Then a green light appeared inside the smoke. Izuku remained standing. His uniform was damaged. His arms trembled. But he hadn't fallen. He looked at his fist. The mana was still there. Analysis complete. Goetia's expression changed. What? Izuku looked up. I understand your attack now. Izuku's analytical eye revealed the structure. Goetia's attack wasn't a simple beam. It was a massive conceptual system. Every layer reinforced the next. The destructive force existed because the spatial layer contained it. The spatial layer existed because the spiritual layer anchored it. The spiritual layer existed because the conceptual layer defined its target. Izuku had found the connection. If I break the conceptual layer. His eyes narrowed. The rest will collapse. Goetia smiled. You cannot break it. Izuku raised his fist. Then I'll hit it. Goetia stared. With what? Izuku's green aura expanded. This. His heroic resonance connected with every servant. Artoria's sword glowed. Jeanne's flag radiated holy energy. Siegfried's armor shone. Nero's flames erupted. Mash's shield became surrounded by green light. King Hassan's spiritual presence expanded. All of their strength flowed toward Izuku. Not as raw energy. As reinforcement of the same concept. Protection. Izuku's circuits responded. Click, click, click. The energy around his fist became enormous. Mash realized what he was doing. You're combining our concepts. Izuku nodded. Yes. Artoria understood. Then strike. Izuku lowered his body. His right arm pulled backward. Green mana compressed. The air distorted. The stone beneath him cracked. Boom. Concept reinforcement. His eyes focused on Goetia. Smash. Goetia released his attack. Izuku stepped forward. 100%. Boom. The punch was released. The collision was instantaneous. Boom. The entire Grand Temple of Time disappeared beneath a massive explosion of green and golden light. The shockwave spread across the chamber. Pillars shattered. Magical pathways broke. Space itself distorted. Mash raised her shield. Hold. Artoria planted her sword into the ground. Siegfried braced himself. Jeanne reinforced the defensive barrier. Nero unleashed flames to counter the shockwave. King Hassan vanished into the darkness. The blast continued expanding. Inside the center of the explosion, Izuku's fist remained pressed against Goetia's attack. His entire body trembled. NGH. The conceptual layer resisted. His analytical eye showed the structure. Click. 1 point. Then another. Another. Izuku adjusted his fist. There. He shifted the impact by a fraction. Crack. The conceptual layer broke. Goetia's eyes widened. Number. Izuku pushed forward. Break. Boom. The spatial layer collapsed. The spiritual layer shattered. The destructive energy dispersed. The entire attack exploded outward. Goetia was struck directly. Boom. His body was launched backward. He crashed through several massive pillars. Boom. 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 Finally, he stopped. Silence. Izuku remained standing. His fist was still raised. Green mana slowly disappeared. His body swayed. Mash immediately ran toward him. Izuku. He fell to one knee. Mash caught his shoulder. Are you hurt? Izuku breathed heavily. My circuits. He looked at his arms. Several magical pathways were flickering. They're damaged. Mash's expression tightened. How badly? Not enough to stop me. Mash frowned. That's not an answer. Izuku gave a weak smile. I'm still conscious. Izuku. I'm okay. Mash sighed. You really are impossible. Izuku looked toward the destroyed chamber. Did it work? Artoria approached. Yes. Izuku looked up. Goetia was standing in the distance. His body was damaged. His aura was unstable, but he was still there. Izuku's smile disappeared. Not enough. Goetia slowly raised his head. That attack. His voice was quieter than before. You altered the structure of my spell. Izuku stood. Yes. You shouldn't have been able to. I analyzed it. Goetia stared. You are only human. Izuku clenched his fist. Yes. Your body should have collapsed. Almost did. Your circuits should have failed. They almost did. Goetia's expression became cold. Then why are you still standing? Izuku looked toward the servants. Then Mash. Because they helped me. Goetia's eyes narrowed. That answer again. He raised his hand. Darkness gathered. Mash immediately raised her shield. Artoria moved forward. He can still fight. Siegfried tightened his grip. Nero summoned flames. King Hassan appeared beside them. Izuku stared at Goetia. His body was exhausted. His circuits were damaged. His strongest attack had failed to end the battle. But his analytical eye was still active. Click. He studied Goetia again. This time, something was different. Izuku's expression changed. Wait. Mash looked at him. What? His energy. Izuku stared. It's unstable. Artoria looked toward Goetia. Because of your attack. Yes. Izuku's analytical vision expanded. The smash didn't just damage him. He pointed. It disrupted his connection to the temple. Goetia's expression hardened. Izuku continued. That's why his regeneration is slower. Mash looked toward the surrounding structures. Then if we destroy the remaining connections, we can weaken him. Artoria nodded. Then that will be our next target. Goetia heard every word. You believe you have discovered my weakness. Izuku looked at him. I have. Goetia smiled. Then come. Dark energy erupted. Boom. The remaining pillars began transforming. Massive demonic structures emerged from the floor. The servants prepared themselves. Izuku raised his fist again. His body screamed, but he remained standing. We're ending this. Mash raised her shield. Together. The next battle began immediately. Artoria charged toward the first control structure. Clang. Her sword struck. Crack. The structure weakened. Siegfried attacked another. Boom. It collapsed. Nero burned a third. Jeanne purified another. King Hassan moved through the shadows. One strike. Another structure disappeared. Mash protected Izuku from incoming attacks. Clang. 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 Izuku continued analyzing. Click. 3 more. Artoria destroyed 1. 2. Siegfried struck another. 1. Mash charged. Boom. Her shield smashed the final structure. The entire temple shook. Goetia's aura dropped. Izuku's analytical eye detected the change. Now, Artoria raised her sword. Everyone. The servants gathered. Izuku stood behind them. His circuits were damaged. He could no longer use 100%. But he still had enough. Green mana gathered around his hand. Not enough for another massive smash. Enough for one precise attack. He pointed toward Goetia. There. The servants attacked. Boom. Goetia blocked Artoria. Clang. Siegfried struck from behind. Nero's flames surrounded him. Jeanne's holy energy sealed the escape route. King Hassan appeared at his flank. Goetia turned. Mash slammed her shield into his chest. Boom. Izuku moved. Whoosh. He reached the opening. His right index finger glowed green. His analytical eye locked onto the unstable point. Weak spot trace. Click. He released a concentrated blast. Boom. The energy pierced the unstable magical structure. Goetia's aura erupted. Arg. The entire temple shook. Crack. 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 Izuku was thrown backward. Mash caught him. Got him. Izuku looked toward Goetia. The Demon King was kneeling. His energy was flickering. For the first time, he appeared genuinely weakened. Izuku breathed heavily. That's it. Mash nodded. Yes. Then Goetia slowly stood. His eyes glowed. You have exceeded my expectations. Izuku stared. Goetia's body began changing. Dark energy erupted from him. The chamber trembled. But you have not yet reached the true battle. Izuku's expression hardened. What are you talking about? Goetia looked upward. You have fought my defenses. His aura expanded. Now, the darkness filled the temple. You will face me. Boom. The grand temple of time shook violently. Izuku raised his fist. Mash lifted her shield. The servants prepared themselves. And Goetia finally revealed a greater portion of his true power. Boom. The grand temple of time shook violently. Dark energy poured from Goetia's body and spread across the entire chamber. The remaining pillars cracked. Crack. Crack. The floor trembled beneath Izuku's feet. He stared at Goetia. The Demon King's previous wounds were still visible, but his presence had changed completely. This was no longer a battle against his summoned armies. This was Goetia himself. Mash stepped in front of Izuku. Stay behind me. Izuku shook his head. Your magic circuits are damaged. I can still fight. Mash tightened her grip on her shield. You've already pushed yourself too far. Izuku looked at his right hand. Green mana flickered weakly around his fingers. His circuits were unstable. He could still use reinforcement. He could still use his analytical eye. But the enormous output from his previous attack was no longer possible. Izuku looked at Goetia. Then I'll fight differently. Mash looked at him. How? With analysis. Click. His eyes activated. The entire battlefield became a network of magical pathways. Goetia stood at the center. His energy was immense. But something caught Izuku's attention. There. Mash looked forward. What? His energy isn't coming from his body. Izuku pointed toward the enormous structures behind Goetia. It's connected to the temple. Artoria heard him. Then sever the connection. Izuku nodded. Yes. Goetia smiled. You continue to search for weaknesses. His voice echoed. How admirable. Izuku looked at him. Everyone has a weakness. Even you. Izuku paused. Goetia smiled. Especially you. The darkness around him suddenly disappeared. Goetia moved. Izuku's analytical eye barely registered him. Whoosh. Mash stepped forward. Clang. Goetia's attack struck her shield. The impact forced her backward. Mash. She held her position. I'm fine. Goetia attacked again. Boom. Mash was pushed across the floor. Izuku rushed toward her. Mash. Goetia appeared between them. Izuku stopped. Goetia looked directly at him. You cannot protect her. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Move. Goetia raised his hand. A wave of energy struck. Izuku was thrown backward. He rolled across the stone platform and stopped near a broken pillar. Mash shouted, "Midoriya-san." Izuku stood. "I'm okay." His analytical eye activated again. Click. Goetia. Mash. The temple. The connections. Everything appeared at once. Izuku's mind raced. He's trying to separate us. Artoria charged. Clang. Goetia blocked her sword. Siegfried attacked from the opposite side. Clang. Goetia moved. Nero unleashed flames. Whom? Goetia passed through the attack. Jeanne raised a barrier. Boom. The barrier shattered. King Hassan appeared behind him. Whoosh. Goetia turned just in time. The two exchanged a single strike. Boom. King Hassan was pushed away. He's too fast. Izuku clenched his fist. Not too fast. His eyes followed Goetia. He's predicting our attacks. Mash looked at him. How? He's reading our spiritual foundations. Izuku's analytical vision expanded. Every servant is connected to the same command system. He looked toward himself. And so am I. Mash understood. Then he can predict us because of your resonance. Yes. Izuku's expression became serious. But that also means. He looked at Goetia. I can predict him. Izuku closed his eyes. His analytical eye remained active. The battlefield disappeared. Only magical pathways remained. Goetia's movements became lines. Attack. Defense. Movement. Counter. Izuku followed them. Click. 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 Left. Artoria immediately moved. Goetia attacked where she had been standing. Clang. Artoria countered. Right. Siegfried moved. Clang. His sword struck Goetia's shoulder. Go low. Nero ducked. A blast passed above her. Whom? Mash. Now. Mash charged. Boom. Her shield struck Goetia's chest. The Demon King was pushed backward. Izuku smiled. We can read him. Goetia's expression changed. You. Izuku pointed. Everyone. Keep moving. The servants attacked together. Clang. Boom. Whom. Crack. The battle became a coordinated assault. Izuku called every movement. Left. Above. Behind. Now. The servants responded instantly. Goetia was forced backward. For several seconds, the battle belonged to Chaldea. Then Goetia changed his strategy. He stopped attacking. Izuku's analytical eye detected it. Wait. Mash looked at him. What? He stopped. Goetia stood still. Dark energy gathered beneath him. Izuku's eyes widened. Everyone, get away. Too late. Whom? A massive wave erupted from Goetia. The entire battlefield disappeared beneath darkness. Mash opened her eyes. Silence. She looked around. Midoriya-san. No answer. Artoria. Nothing. Jeanne. Nothing. She raised her shield. Everyone. Only darkness answered. Then a voice appeared. You are alone. Mash turned. Goetia stood in the distance. Where are they? Removed. Mash tightened her grip. Bring them back. Goetia smiled. You are the weakest link. Mash's expression hardened. That's not true. You are a demi-servant. Yes. You depend upon your shield. Yes. And your master. Mash raised her shield. Yes. Goetia stared. Then what can you do without him? Mash stepped forward. Protect him. Boom. She charged. Goetia raised his hand. Mash blocked. Clang. The impact pushed her backward. She held her ground. Again. Boom. Again. Clang. Mash refused to move. Midoriya-san. She tightened her grip. I'll protect him. Somewhere else in the temple, Izuku opened his eyes. He was alone. Mash. Nothing. He stood. His body felt heavy. His circuits were barely functioning. Mash. A voice answered. She cannot hear you. Goetia appeared. Izuku immediately raised his fists. Where is she? Fighting. Izuku's expression changed. Against you. Yes. Then let me go to her. Goetia smiled. Why? Because she's my servant. And, Izuku clenched his fist. Because she's my friend. Goetia raised an eyebrow. Friend. Izuku nodded. Yes. You would sacrifice yourself for her. If necessary. Even though your body is already failing. Izuku looked at his hand. Green light flickered. Yes. Goetia stared. Why? Izuku looked directly at him. Because she would do the same. Goetia's expression became cold. Then you are both foolish. He raised his hand. Dark energy gathered. Izuku activated reinforcement. 10%. Click. Green mana surrounded his body. Goetia attacked. Boom. Izuku blocked. His arms trembled. NGH. Another attack. Clang. Izuku was pushed backward. He jumped. Whoosh. He landed. His analytical eye activated. Click. I can still read him. Goetia attacked again. Izuku moved. Left. Right. Down. Counter. Boom. His fist struck. Goetia barely moved. Izuku landed. Not enough. Goetia raised his hand. Indeed. Whom? A blast struck. Izuku crossed his arms. Boom. He was pushed backward. His feet carved lines into the stone. He stopped. Still standing. Goetia stared. Why? Izuku smiled. Because I'm not trying to beat you alone. Green light appeared around him. His heroic resonance activated. Mash's spiritual signature appeared. Izuku's eyes widened. Mash. He could feel her. Faintly. But clearly. She was still fighting. And she was still standing. Izuku smiled. There you are. Mash blocked another attack. Clang. Her shield shook. She dropped to one knee. Goetia approached. You cannot win. Mash breathed heavily. Maybe. She stood. But I don't need to win. Goetia paused. Mash raised her shield. I only need to keep standing. Goetia's eyes narrowed. Why? Because my master is still fighting. A green light appeared around her shield. Mash looked at it. Midoriya-san. Izuku's voice reached her. Mash. She smiled. You're alive. Yes. Then I'll keep going. Me too. Their spiritual connection strengthened. Whom? Green energy spread between them. Goetia's expression changed. Number. Izuku appeared behind him. Whoosh. Goetia turned. Too late. Izuku's fist struck his back. Boom. Goetia was thrown forward. Mash charged. Boom. Her shield struck him again. Goetia crashed into the ground. Crack. Izuku landed beside Mash. She looked at him. You're okay. So are you. Barely. Izuku smiled. Same. Goetia rose. His expression was no longer calm. This connection. He stared at them. Your Magecraft is using the servant's spiritual foundation as an anchor. Izuku nodded. Yes. Then I will destroy the anchor. Goetia raised his hand. Dark energy gathered around Mash. Izuku's eyes widened. Mash. Whom? A massive wave struck her. She raised her shield. Clang. The shield cracked. Mash. Izuku rushed toward her. Another wave followed. Boom. He was pushed away. Mash's shield began breaking. Crack. Crack. Midoriya-san. Izuku reached forward. Mash. The barrier collapsed. Silence. Izuku stood frozen. Mash was still standing. Her shield had taken the attack. But its defensive field was failing. Izuku's analytical eye activated. Click. He saw it. Mash's spiritual foundation was becoming unstable. Number. He rushed toward her. Mash shook her head. Don't. I can stabilize you. Your circuits are damaged. I don't care. Izuku placed his hand against her shoulder. Green mana flowed. Whom? Mash's spiritual foundation stabilized slightly. But the strain immediately returned to Izuku. Click. Warning. Warning. His circuits were beginning to collapse. Mash looked at him. Stop. Number. You'll hurt yourself. I can fix this. Izuku. I can fix it. His voice cracked. He pushed more mana into her. Green light spread through Mash's body. The cracks in her spiritual foundation stopped spreading. But Izuku's own circuits began failing. Mash realized what he was doing. You're transferring your own structure. Izuku didn't answer. Midoriya-san, stop. I won't. You'll lose your circuits. Then I'll lose them. You might not be able to use Magecraft again. Izuku looked at her. Then I won't use it. Mash stared. What? If I have to choose between my Magecraft and you? Izuku smiled. The choice is easy. Mash's eyes widened. But why? Because you're my partner. Green light intensified. The spiritual connection stabilized. Mash's body became surrounded by a protective field. The damaged shield stopped cracking. Izuku's circuits flickered. Click. Critical. Critical. He could barely remain standing. Goetia stared. You sacrificed your own magical foundation. Izuku turned toward him. Yes. For one servant. For Mash. Why? Izuku's answer was immediate. Because she's a person. Goetia became silent. Izuku raised his fist. The green aura around his body was weak. But it remained. And that's what heroes do. Mash stepped beside him. Her shield was damaged. But still functional. Then I'm fighting with you. Izuku looked at her. You don't have to. Mash smiled. Yes, I do. She raised her shield. Because I'm your servant. Izuku smiled. Then let's finish this. Goetia's aura expanded. Boom. The temple shook. You have sacrificed your Magecraft for nothing. Izuku lowered his stance. Maybe. Mash stood beside him. But we're still standing. Artoria's voice suddenly echoed through the darkness. And you are not alone. Izuku looked up. The darkness around the chamber shattered. Crack. Artoria emerged. Behind her came Jeanne, Siegfried, Nero, King Hassan. The rest of the servants returned. Artoria raised her sword. We are still here. Jeanne lifted her flag. All of us. Siegfried smiled. The master is not alone. Nero raised her weapon. And neither is his servant. King Hassan stepped forward. The final hour approaches. Izuku stared at them. His circuits were almost empty. His body was exhausted. But the heroic resonance remained. Faint, weak, yet alive. Green light gathered around his hand. Goetia looked at the group. Then come. The entire temple began collapsing. Boom. Massive pillars fell. The void opened beneath them. Goetia's energy filled the chamber. Izuku tightened his fist. This is it. Mash raised her shield. Yes. Artoria raised her sword. The servants prepared their noble phantasms. Izuku looked toward Goetia. We're ending this. Goetia's eyes glowed. Then show me. The final battle was about to begin. Boom. The grand temple of time began collapsing. Massive pillars broke apart and disappeared into the endless void. Crack, crack, crack. Fragments of magical structures floated through the darkness. Izuku stood beside Mash. His breathing was heavy. His magic circuits were severely damaged after transferring part of their structure to stabilize Mash. Yet the green light around his body had not disappeared. It was weak, but it remained. Across from him, Goetia stood at the center of the collapsing temple. His body radiated overwhelming magical energy. This is the end. Goetia raised his hand. Darkness gathered above him. Humanity will disappear. Izuku clenched his fist. Your servants will disappear. Artoria raised her sword. We will decide that ourselves. Your history will disappear. Jeanne lifted her flag. Not while we remain. Your future will disappear. Mash stepped forward. Then we'll protect it. Goetia's eyes narrowed. Foolish. The final attack began forming. The grand temple shook. The magical energy became so dense that even the servants struggled to move. Izuku activated his analytical eye. Click. His vision filled with information. The attack contained enormous quantities of energy. But unlike the previous attacks, there was no complicated structure. There was only overwhelming force. I can't break this with analysis. Mash looked at him. Then what can we do? Izuku looked at the servants. Artoria, Jeanne, Siegfried, Nero, King Hassan, Mash. Then he looked at his own hand. His circuits were damaged. His reserves were almost empty. He couldn't use his previous 100% smash. But he didn't need to. His Magecraft had changed. The connection between him and the servants remained. And beyond them was another network. The same network he had felt in the pillars of human history. I understand now. Mash looked at him. What? My Magecraft isn't about making myself stronger. Izuku looked toward the endless records surrounding the temple. It's about connecting people who choose to protect each other. Green light appeared around his body. The servants felt their spiritual foundations resonate. Artoria's sword glowed. Jeanne's flag radiated light. Siegfried's armor strengthened. Nero's flames erupted. King Hassan's presence became heavier. Mash's shield shone. Izuku smiled. We don't need to beat him alone. Artoria nodded. Then we fight together. Goetia released the attack. The entire temple disappeared beneath a massive wave of energy. Mash stepped forward. Lord Chaldea's. Boom. The shield expanded. Artoria stood beside her. Excalibur. A brilliant wave of energy struck the incoming attack. Jeanne added her power. Luminosité Éternelle. A massive barrier expanded. Siegfried charged. His sword struck the dark energy. Clang. Nero unleashed her flames. King Hassan vanished. The servants attacked simultaneously. Boom. The impact shook the temple. But the attack continued. Mash's feet slid backward. It's too strong. Izuku stepped forward. Then I'll reinforce you. Mash looked back. Izuku, your circuits. I know. Green mana flowed from his body. Not toward himself. Toward everyone else. Artoria's sword became brighter. Siegfried's armor strengthened. Jeanne's barrier expanded. Nero's flames intensified. Mash's shield stabilized. King Hassan's spiritual presence sharpened. Izuku's body began trembling. Click. Warning. His magic circuits were close to collapse. Keep going. His voice was barely audible. Keep going. Mash shouted. Izuku. He smiled. I'm fine. You're not. I know. He pushed forward. But I can still do this. Goetia watched. His expression became increasingly severe. You are destroying yourself. Izuku stared at him. Maybe. For what? For everyone behind us. Goetia's voice became louder. They will die eventually. Izuku clenched his fist. Everyone dies. Goetia paused. Then you admit it. Yes. Izuku raised his head. But that doesn't mean their lives are meaningless. Green light expanded. They lived. His eyes focused. They protected someone. Another surge. They helped someone. Another. They left something behind. The servants pushed harder. And those things become part of the future. Goetia stared at him. Izuku shouted. That's what we're protecting. Boom. The combined force pushed the attack backward. Goetia's expression changed. No. Artoria shouted. Now. The servants unleashed everything. Excalibur. Holy energy. Dragon-slaying force. Imperial flames. The power of death. The shield of humanity. All struck the same point. Izuku's analytical eye activated. Click. He found the smallest instability. There. He pointed. Right there. Mash immediately moved. Artoria followed. Jeanne. Siegfried. Nero. King Hassan. All concentrated their attacks. Izuku raised his hand. His circuits were almost empty. But a small amount of green mana remained. He focused it into one finger. Conceptual smash. A tiny sphere of energy appeared. Mash looked at him. That's all you have left. Izuku smiled. Apparently. He pointed. But it's enough. Boom. The small blast traveled forward. It entered the combined attack. Then struck the weak point. Crack. The massive energy sphere split. Goetia's eyes widened. What? Crack. Crack. The attack began collapsing from the inside. Number. Izuku shouted. Everyone. The servants pushed forward. Now. Boom. The entire grand temple exploded with light. Silence. The darkness disappeared. Izuku opened his eyes. He was lying on the floor. For several seconds, he couldn't move. Where? His voice was weak. Am I? Izuku. Mash's voice. He turned his head. Mash was kneeling beside him. Her shield was damaged. Her uniform was covered in dust. But she was alive. Izuku smiled. You're okay. Mash nodded. Yes. Good. Izuku closed his eyes. Then we won. Mash smiled. Yes. A familiar voice suddenly came through the communicator. Izuku. Romani. Izuku opened his eyes. Doctor. Romani's voice trembled. We did it. Izuku smiled. Really? Yes. Da Vinci's voice followed. The singularity is collapsing. Izuku looked around. The grand temple was disappearing. One structure after another faded into light. Then we should leave. Mash nodded. Rayshift. Yes. But something was wrong. The Rayshift system wasn't activating. Izuku looked at his hand. His magic circuits were barely visible. My circuits. Mash looked concerned. What happened? They're almost completely inactive. Da Vinci's voice became serious. Izuku, your magical foundation is severely damaged. Can it be repaired? There was silence. Then Da Vinci answered. Perhaps. Izuku smiled. Perhaps is good enough. A shadow appeared behind them. Izuku turned. Goetia stood there. Mash immediately raised her shield. Goetia looked different. His overwhelming energy was gone. His body was fading. But he remained conscious. Izuku stared. It's not over. Goetia shook his head. Number. His voice was quiet. The battle is over. Izuku lowered his guard slightly. Goetia looked at him. You were wrong about one thing. Izuku waited. You cannot save everyone. Izuku nodded. I know. You cannot prevent every tragedy. I know. You cannot create a perfect world. Izuku looked at the collapsing temple. I know. Goetia stared. Then why? Izuku smiled. Because someone has to try. Goetia became silent. For the first time, there was no immediate response. He looked at Mash. Then the servants. Then Izuku. Perhaps. His voice faded. That is why humanity continues. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Goetia's body began disappearing. Goodbye. The final fragment of his existence vanished. Silence returned. Mash lowered her shield. It's over. Izuku nodded. Yes. The Rayshift finally activated. Light surrounded them. The remaining servants gathered together. Artoria looked at Izuku. You fought well. Izuku smiled. So did everyone. Jeanne approached. You saved many people. We all did. Siegfried laughed. He still refuses to take credit. Nero smiled. How troublesome. King Hassan stood silently. Izuku looked toward him. Thank you. The assassin nodded. Continue walking. Izuku blinked. What? Your path has not ended. Then King Hassan disappeared into spirit particles. Izuku smiled. Right. The Rayshift intensified. Izuku opened his eyes. White lights. Medical equipment. The familiar ceiling of Chaldea. He blinked. We're back. Mash was standing beside him. She smiled. Welcome home. Izuku tried to sit. Ow. Mash laughed softly. Your body is still recovering. How long was I unconscious? 3 days. Izuku's eyes widened. 3. Yes. He looked at his hands. His magic circuits were faint. And my Magecraft. Mash shook her head. Your circuits are still damaged. Izuku looked disappointed. Then he smiled. But they're still there. Yes. Then I can recover. Probably. Izuku laughed. You sound like Da Vinci. Mash smiled. She said the same thing. The door opened. Da Vinci entered. Good morning, hero. Izuku smiled. Morning. Da Vinci approached. Your magic circuits are unusual. Izuku looked at her. How unusual? They're damaged, but they've changed. Changed. Da Vinci showed him a holographic scan. His magical circuits contained several new pathways. They were connected to his spiritual foundation. Your Magecraft has evolved. Izuku stared. Into what? Da Vinci smiled. We're calling it heroic resonance. Izuku looked at his hand. A faint green glow appeared. Then disappeared. He smiled. I like it. Later that day, Izuku walked through Chaldea. The halls were busy again. Staff members moved between rooms. Technicians repaired equipment. Servants walked around freely. Some stopped to greet him. Master. Izuku turned. Nero waved. You survived. Izuku smiled. Thanks. Siegfried approached. Your recovery is progressing. Yeah. Jeanne smiled. We were worried. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Sorry. Mash walked beside him. He doesn't know how to stop. Izuku looked at her. I do. Mash raised an eyebrow. Really? Yes. When? Izuku thought. After we save humanity. Mash laughed. That's going to take a while. Izuku smiled. Then I have time. That evening, Izuku stood inside the observation room. Earth appeared through the massive window. Blue. Alive. Normal. For the first time since joining Chaldea, he could simply look at it without a mission waiting immediately ahead. Mash stood beside him. Beautiful. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Do you regret coming here? Izuku looked at her. Number. Even after everything. Especially after everything. Mash smiled. Izuku looked at his hand. The green mana returned. Not powerful. Not overwhelming. Just enough to illuminate his fingers. His unique Magecraft had begun as a strange ability born from his soul. It had allowed him to reinforce his body, analyze enemies, connect with servants, strengthen spiritual foundations, and finally, resonate with the very concept of humanity. But now he understood one important thing. He didn't need to become the strongest master in Chaldea. He only needed to keep moving forward with the people beside him. The door opened. Romani entered. There you are. Izuku turned. Doctor. Romani smiled. Rest while you can. Izuku looked confused. Why? Da Vinci appeared behind him. Because we already detected another irregularity. Izuku's eyes widened. Another singularity. Da Vinci nodded. It seems so. Mash immediately straightened. When do we leave? Romani sighed. You two really are impossible. Izuku laughed. Then we'll get ready. Mash raised her shield. Together. Izuku nodded. Together. The lights of Chaldea illuminated the room. Far beyond the observation window, the earth continued turning. The grand order had been accomplished. But humanity's story was far from over. Izuku Midoriya had begun his journey as an ordinary boy with an extraordinary Magecraft. Now he stood among heroes, kings, saints, and legends. He was not a servant. He was not a traditional magus. He was a master, and his heroic resonance had only just begun.